Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's April.
Good morning.
Busy as usual. Lots of things to talk about. Prepared for plenty of topics, plenty of stories, plenty of discussions, plenty of inappropriate discussions about very serious stories taken remarkably not seriously. And then horrible things being said. That's kind of the format.
The theme.
They ask for a format of this show. What's your format? Says the program director. What's the format of this program? Well, we bring up some very topical items from news and sports and pop culture and just what's going on in the world. Oh, that sounds like a very fine topical show. People like topical. Then what do? We say wildly inappropriate things about them and then go off on tangents that will probably get you phone calls constantly.
Might get you fired from a radio gig.
Well, I certainly don't like that kind of talk. Maybe we could take that last part and we could shave that down a little bit. That's, by the way, that's how radio management works. If you've ever wondered, in my experience, has always been, we like the kind of show you do. People seem to really be attracted to it and they seem to really like it. Like, I tend to, it's a cult-like audience, sure. Small but very dedicated. And like, we'd like to expose that to our stations. But do you think you could do it without all the, all the talk with the inappropriateness and all that? It's like, no, we can't.
This is what we do.
They think that you can just read an article and people will be like, I love this show. Or you can play a clip and they'll go, I love this show. No, you got to say wild shit in between. And then people can go, well, these guys
just say that?
They just say that these guys are funny. Oh, my goodness, this is my show. If you just sit there and read the article, you guys bring up topics. Topics are good. Topical show. We want a topical show. This is what you get from radio management type people, too. Is, we like, don't get me wrong. I like a good time, too. I got a great sense of humor. And, I like things to get a little edgy, too. I was like, all right, great. We're going to talk about diarrhea. You're not going to talk about diarrhea. I heard you make a poop joke today, and it's not appropriate. Yeah, but I thought you wanted our show. Oh, indeed we do. We like topics, we like news, we like discussion, we like getting the people talking. All right, well, that's how we get the people talking. Yeah, but get them talking not like that. My whole career has been, hey, we really want you. Hey, man, thanks. Do you think you could just not be you while you're being you?
Tell me this isn't like a real-life projection right now.
This is absolutely how it's always been.
Okay.
This is 100% how it's always been.
I'm giving you eyes right now.
Why?
Everything's cool, right?
Oh, yeah, I know everything's fine. I'm just talking about my experience in broadcasting in general.
Sure. You're the devil.
No, that's the opposite of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they look, oh, man, this show, look at the results again. Oh, it's number one. That's great. We need to have this. And they're like, yeah, but could you just not do that?
That's what I mean.
Yeah. It's the most confusing thing. You're like, I'm the one, they're going to think I'm the devil. You're going to be fine. In fact, if anything, you can tell everyone how disappointed in me you are and how we drive you crazy at the company. And then you can make me the heel. I've always told radio management people this. I used to have screaming matches in Wilmer when I was there for a month. trying to tell this guy, it's like, well, some of the people that listen to our station might be offended by the things you say. Like, then tell them I'm a piece of shit. Tell them you don't even like me. Create this mystique where like, oh, he's just this renegade running through the halls, driving people nuts. We hate his guts, but yeah, we don't know what he's going to do next.
Right, it can be a whole production.
It can be a whole thing. They're like, well, we'll want to do that. You don't want to shit on me? Come on, it'll be fun.
Right, you get to jerk yourself to saying Aaron's the worst.
Right.
I disavow.
You get to shit on me. The person that's complaining to you now feels better.
You feel better.
They like you.
Yeah.
And now they're going to tune in to keep hating me. Everybody wins. But instead they're like, oh, I got to make those people happy. Fuck those people. I'll make them happy while they're miserable. That's what I do. They're miserable. They hate my guts. They have no idea how happy I'm making them.
What your radio bosses failed to realize is that the people that say they don't like you and they're saying you're miserable started miserable themselves, right?
They're never happy people.
No.
And they need me.
Do you know how many times I've called in to complain about somebody on the radio?
How many times?
-2.
I've actually called in twice to go, oh, I think that man's lovely.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think he does a fine job.
I really like this show.
I gotta say, I love these old like stories. I love these old like looking back and going, yeah, this is how it's always been. And then we come to the internet and it's the same thing. People are like, I fucking hate you. And then my response is always, good, that's fine. You should absolutely hate me. You watch every day. You hate it. This is all like they complain to me and they yell at me and they get angry at me. And I look at them and I go, this is all good. These things are all positive. You hate me. I don't particularly want you as a fan. I kind of get a perverse enjoyment out of driving you nuts, whether they're streamers that obsess or they're internet people that obsess. They keep wanting to complain at me and they keep wanting to shout the same things over and over. And my response is always the same. This is all positive. This is all good. Keep this going. This is good energy. You get to hate my guts. I get to enjoy that you hate my guts. I get to know you a little better, and I see you as someone I would never want to actually like me. You seem a little unstable, and we all win. But for some reason, that doesn't bring these people joy. It doesn't bring them happiness. Same with the radio management people. Oh, I got complaints about a thing you said. Good. Tell them I'm a fucking asshole. Tell them you don't like me. Tell them I'm a piece of shit. Nobody can stand me, but I get ratings and I get advertisers. So we suffer through him. And as soon as he's done with his show, we boot his ass out the door because we can't even take him.
You're a necessary evil.
I am necessary. I am necessary evil. But I'm the program director. And this gives you power over me. Do you feel in charge? So your radio station has been very helpful. So yeah, I never understood we want steel toe. Could you just be less steel toe? No, that's the whole point. You get to distance yourself from what a piece of shit I am. You know who always did that, but unfortunately, he did it in a remarkably dishonest way? Gary at 101. He would shit on us all the time, but nobody would ever complain. Like there would be audience members and like fans of the station at stuff. And when I wasn't there, he would brutally shit on me and how terrible I am, what a bad guy I am. The only problem was he would never wait until anybody complained. He would just start talking shit about people, whether it was me or Lou or somebody else.
Maybe that's the more honest way of it because maybe he just truly didn't like you.
It's more honest, but I'm saying like for your station, if you're coming to me, because I've always had management people come to me, and they always come to me going, I got to complain about this. And my response was always the same. So?
I miss a nice quick Lou's sports update.
They go, oh, Aaron, we got a complaint about this segment. And my response would always be the same. I go, and? Well, we got a complaint. Tell them I'm a piece of shit. And then we'll go on and do our show. And that you have no idea how stupid people who complain are and how easily they're swayed, how easily they're played to and satisfied. You go, oh, yeah, that guy's a piece of shit and I hate him. Oh, see, I finally got through to that guy. That manager, I gave him a piece of my mind and he saw it my way. They love that shit. And then they're going to keep listening to me because they're addicted. So that's all a positive thing.
Everyone wants to watch things that they think are naughty or taboo or shouldn't be happening.
Tell them I'm a piece of shit.
Is all that just to say that, hey, the show's made it 9 years? You piece
Yes,
of shit.
it is the anniversary week. It is our 9 years in existence. 3 years here on the old internet. That's flown. That 3 years has flown by. The 9 years feels like forever. The 3 has been a crazy ride.
It is crazy.
I'm actually dealing with Rumble right now. Dealing with a little Rumble issue. I wrote Siraj yesterday, and I emailed their support. They claim they made a $750 payment to Steel Toe from our ad earnings and view earnings and stuff like that. And I checked our other payment statements, and the day the payment was made was the day it showed up. And so this 740 something that they claim they sent us has not shown up. And so I wrote them. I said, hey, I haven't seen this. And I sent it to them. And I'm hoping to get a response today because I'm like, boy, who doesn't love $740 some dollars?
I mean, yeah, that helps.
That's the first time Rumble's ever said, oh, we sent this thing, and it never showed up. So that's a little odd. So we're dealing with Rumble today. But I love Rumble, so I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Basically. Dario Delfino says, Steel Toe without inappropriateness makes it paper toe.
There you go. That's true.
Michael B says, my Tradio college radio show would never fly today. Well, that's because you sold pot. You can't be doing that on the air.
You can now, right?
We're probably getting close. Gray Idol says, are you talking about the big thing that might not happen? Oh, no. The big thing has nothing to do with that. I was just reliving the old radio days.
It is interesting, though, like to myself and the audience, when we come down here and like you have that whole rant to be going on, it does scream to at least somebody like me, like, oh my God, something happened.
No, nothing. I got to tell you guys, nothing happened.
Like you were talking to somebody.
In fact,
somebody's like, well.
In fact, our big potential announcement is going great. I just really fucked up on bringing it up. I shouldn't have brought it up. We just got a few things to work out. The big announcement is still going great. I was talking about my intro I gave today where I go, oh, we're going to talk about things and then we're going to say inappropriate stuff. And that inappropriate stuff line triggered like how it used to be.
All your memories?
Yeah, it basically triggered a memory.
We need therapy, huh?
Maybe, but I'd probably just end up.
I just can't get past what Gary did to me.
Yeah, Gary molested me and.
While wearing that turban thing.
Yeah, while
what
wearing his stupid fucking skull cap. He was like Tim
His
Pool.
old boss used to walk around like just wearing like it appeared to be you know how some women used to ridiculously wear like a towel on their head after getting out of the shower? Essentially, that's what he
that's what he did all the time.
Why?
Matt Joe says Mersh does a good Bane, and Stevie J says ROTC already did Bane impressions yesterday. God damn it.
But you've been doing Bane since radio, right? We had a mask.
I did. I love how, wouldn't it be, what an asshole move it would be for me to say, I did Bane first. No, everybody did Bane the day that fucking movie came out.
I've still never seen that movie.
What? Have you even seen Batman Begins?
Yes, I did watch that with you, didn't I? He's not in it, though.
No. The Liam Neeson one.
No.
With Katie Holmes as Rachel instead of Maggie Gyllenhaal.
That would have been the better.
Okay.
But would have been the better Rachel.
Wow.
Though.
So you've only seen The Dark Knight.
I love that movie so much.
But you're going to love it. But your problem is you're going to love it more if you watch the first one.
Probably not. Like my hangups here, it's the same thing with Star Wars. I'm like, I've seen the one that really gets me going. There's nothing else worth watching now. Like
Batman Begins sets it up.
I will watch The Dark Knight until the cows come home and not give a crap about anything else.
You don't know Batman's motivation and everything else until you watch.
Everyone knows the stories. You've showed me like the cartoon ones that are like leading up to it. I've seen the what's his face? Twinkle Skin.
Twinkle Skin. No, go ahead. I'm very excited to hear about Twinkle Skin.
Twinkle Skin from
Twilight, Robert Pattinson, the Batman. You've seen The Batman.
I have seen The Batman.
From Twinkle Skin. And you've seen Zack Snyder's Justice League.
That's it. I've seen Justice League.
Yeah.
So I've seen.
Have you seen Batman v Superman?
No, but that means I've seen 4 Batman movies. I've seen the animated one, whatever that was.
You've seen a couple animated ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've shown me okay, let's count that as 2. And I've seen The Dark Knight.
Have you seen Under the Red Hood, the one with where Jason Todd gets beat to death by the Joker with the crowbar at the very beginning?
No.
Bender from Futurama is the Joker in that one.
Justice League and the Batman. I've seen at least 5 or 6 Batman movies.
all right.
Just not the ones you're looking for.
Adonis Paul said, Aaron, a nice man in my chat, said you were going to pee on my truck. Please do not pee on my truck. All right, you swayed me. Fine.
The acid will wreck the paint.
Adonis Paul says it takes 3 days now to process. Well, this was Friday, so that would be Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. That would have to be the day then. We'll see. Von Kaiser says 740. That's a lot. I've actually been informed that it's not a lot. I've actually been informed that.
Well, 750,000 is a lot.
Dario Delfino says you can sell corporate weed, not your own. There you go. Mr. St. Caesar says you share an anniversary with Chris Jericho. He made his WWF debut 24 years ago today.
Holy cow.
Not only that, do you know who else? Do you know what else? So the Steel Toe Morning Show launched on August 14th, 2014. August 14th was the day. Do you know who else launched on August 14th of 2014?
Oh, I should know this. O&A started sooner than that. It's not them.
You're in the right neighborhood.
Howard?
Compound Media.
Oh, yeah. See,
Started
I knew
the same.
O&A was
So for
way
the people,
older than that.
for the people who say, "Oh, Anthony Cumia clone," I mean, probably, yeah, but also Compound Media and Steel Toe started right around the same time. I think Compound was August. No, I think we're August 9th and they're August 14th. So I think today is actual anniversary day.
Wow.
For us. I think this is the actual calendar day of our anniversary. So boys and girls, 300 away from today's goal. Thank you, Michael Rao, for starting us off today over on PayPal with $20. Appreciate that, buddy. Viking.
Thank you.
With $5 says, haven't watched in a while. Glad to see Aaron shaved that gay beard.
Me too. I was looking through some pictures, like, going through your phone and deleting like screenshots and shit, just free up space.
Sure.
I saw pictures of you with the full-blown goatee look. I don't know what I was thinking. I liked it back then.
Yeah, everyone said, oh, yeah, I liked it. It was good.
Yeah, but it was, at the moment, like in the moment, it was good. But when you go back and look, you're like, I like shaving you.
Well, there you go. The verdict is in.
You look good today.
The verdict is in. Hulkamasha Baby says to Rumble, tell Rumble their playback feature is trash. Tried to listen to 2 Fridays ago show, and it kept stopping and buffering. Well, that's not good. I'll say this about Rumble, though. They always work on it. The thing that gets complained about always improves. So that's a positive.
Their customer service is good, too, if you have a complaint.
Roots Ghetto Maxer says Aaron's face absorbed the stash because Aaron's face rejects anything manly. Thanks, buddy.
Unless it's other men, am I right?
Roots had a way of explaining things so I could understand them. Posterior Attention with $4.99 says Aaron not keeping a secret. What? No, never. Yeah, right. I always keep my secrets.
What?
By the way, the announcement is that... Never mind. They're saying April needs to watch Batman the Animated Series.
But isn't that what I watched?
No. You watched the animated movies. You watched... we watched the Harvey Dent one.
There was some like Halloween one, too.
Hush.
Hush. That's
No, the Long Halloween. That's the Harvey Dent one. You watched the Long Halloween. You've watched Under the Red Hood. We got a few more. We got to get you to watch The Dark Knight Returns. That one is fucking wild.
I will say, though, I'm not as into like animated stuff. So I almost feel like that's a waste of my time.
Really?
Yeah.
But you liked them.
They're okay. It's just I don't care to go watch it again.
Jason N says, big fan in Boston, guys. Oh, well, thank you. Well, kiss my neck. I ain't never been to Beantown.
I have.
Cynically Insane says, Cumia is a multimillionaire and you're e-begging. The fuck happened? Well, I didn't start with the giant radio show. I was just number one in a small market. So hopefully I think at 36, Anthony was at WAAF in Boston. So hopefully we've got time. I got to tell you guys, YouTube and Rumble are not the end result for this program. If this is it, I'm fucked.
I was going to say, Anthony didn't start his career like really booming until he was in his later 30s, right?
The man had like a weird mullet Jerry curl thing. We'll be fine.
He also did construction first.
Trust me, we'll be
Have you been through your construction phase yet?
I have not been through my construction
See,
phase.
you're missing that.
No. Steve Schreifel says Kevin Cage is the OG steel toe guy. That's like the Craig Kilborn to the Daily Show's Jon Stewart. Like, I'm the Jon Stewart of steel toe, and Kevin Cage would be he would be like the Craig Kilborn. Nobody really gave a shit until Jon Stewart took it over. By the way, somebody mentioned Corey in the chat. Great news. Corey is going to be second miking tomorrow morning's show. And not only that, anything that comes in tomorrow after the goal, we meet the goal. There's no goal on Friday. We meet the goal on Thursday. That's our last goal of the week. And then everything after that goes to Corey's pocket.
Yes.
And then on Friday, once we get past what our goal would, if we get past what our goal would normally be, maybe we will, maybe we won't. It's just anniversary day. Geno and I, maybe April and Keanu will stop by for a little bit on the show. And anything we go past 300 is going to go in the kitty, if you will, for karaoke prizes at the anniversary show. We're just going to start handing out. You do a good job or you make us laugh. Here's $20. Here's $50. Here's $100. Whatever the money ends up being, we're just going to hand out money during karaoke. April's going to handle the cash physically because if I get too fucked up, I'll forget how much I'm supposed to be giving away. That's it.
It's going to be a fun night. And speaking of Keanu, I will be making a short and sweet appearance on Keanu Cast tonight to talk about our upcoming show and all that before our show starts. So come check it out.
People even on Rumble saying Mersh did it first, but Aaron always does it better. First of all, Mersh does not always do it first. Sometimes I do it first, and then he does it better. Dead Game says, hey, Mersh sent some of us here. That's feasible. You know what? We're going to figure it out. Oh, VIP Herman the Great showing up in the YouTube chat. Hey, Herman, always good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much. Always good to see Herman the Great. My day's just better when I see Herman's big, silly face in our chat. All right, everybody hit like. Everybody hit subscribe. Up around 500 already, just 20 minutes into the show. Let's get, I'm feeling like we've been in the 700s this week. I want to be in the 800s today, and then Rumble Friday for the anniversary. I want to break that all-time record on Rumble of 1130. I want to break it this week.
You'll get there. You have Geno.
We've been tickling the fucking balls of that 1130 for like 4 weeks since we set that record like a month and a half ago. It's been 1101, 1104 was the peak. Just fucking that goddamn close. Something to be said for consistency.
I think with Geno on Friday, there's going to be enough people that are going to have to check it out. You know, it's going to happen.
Yeah. Herman the Great says, I lost my mod. Well, there you go. Oh, geez. I got different mod options. There we go. All right. Herman the Great got his mod back. There you go. What's it worth to you, pal? Just kidding. I'm kidding. Herman the Great. All right, boys and girls, we got lots to talk about today, so we might as well jump into it. We've got Republican presidential candidates simping for Ukraine. I tell you what, if you want to get kicked in the dick by Republicans out of that race quick, start simping for Ukraine and saying more of our tax dollars need to be going there.
Yep.
I mean,
that's not what people need right now.
Chris Christie was in Ukraine talking to Zelensky, talking to the media afterwards, talking about how, if I were president, I'd be doing more for Ukraine. And it's like, bro, that neocon shit is dead. Yeah. Like, that day is over. None of us want it. We all grew up in it from 2000 to now. Well, I mean, 2002, basically, to now, after 9/11. We're all post 9/11 babies. And we're all fed up with all that shit. If anything, hopefully, our generation becomes the most isolationist since World War I.
That's what I'd prefer, at least like when we're having so many problems here in-house.
Right. The whole having what do you call it? Having a presidential candidate be that tone deaf to what people want. I felt like I was watching CNN.
Dude, you can watch the own president be remarkably out of touch. So.
Herman the Great with $4.99 says mod fee, LOL. Oh, now you're giving me e-beggar ideas. Don't give me e-beggar ideas, Herman the Great.
He's gonna ask you for your kids next.
Yeah, 295 away from today's goal. Let's knock it under 200 by 8 o'clock. Hour and 40 minutes to get that under 200. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very, very much. There's all the links in the chat. Okay, so before we get to any of the Chris Christie Ukraine shit, before I get too fired up, and I agree with Sean Raz, Christie's a piece of shit. New York, I guess, is running out of ways to either make things better, distract people, so it's time to scare the shit out of them again. Gas is going back up. Dude, filled up the Tahoe yesterday. Bone dry, totally empty. Filled up the Tahoe today.
I don't want to
yesterday. $90.
Ugh.
$90 to fill it up from bone dry. Now, I mean, so that's not getting better.
No, that's getting progressively worse.
Build nuclear power plants, drill for oil. Boom, it's solved. You landed on a Keystone pipeline when you became president, and the first thing you did was shut it down. And then gas prices just went.
How do people not hate this guy? How do people continue to just
I'm telling
pretend
you,
this isn't happening?
I'm telling you, it's because they hate the other guy so much they've been blinded. I mean, the fact that you can watch CNN or MSNBC and you can repeat the drivel they put out there, like the economy's getting better. Show me where the economy's getting better. Please. And don't give me like one of these stat lines where they went, well, the rate of increase of inflation went down. Yeah, it's still going up, which people couldn't afford it before. In fact, we just hit $1 trillion of credit card debt in this country for the first time ever this week. $1 trillion. So they're not fixing any of that. None of that's getting solved. Thank you, by the way, to Gray Duckling with $9.99 says, I didn't know our dues were due today. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
So that actually fixing stuff and helping, not happening anymore. So instead, what we're getting is they're going to try and drum up the COVID fear again. I got to say, this is about as shameless as it gets. I will be very honest with you, I did not see this coming.
No, I kind of thought I thought that once this stuff kind of all blew over and all the facts started coming out about how everything COVID-y went down.
Yeah, they wouldn't dare.
That they would not dare dip their toe back in that pool.
Right, because you would think by now enough people think, COVID, Chinese bioweapons lab, Fauci lying about funding the gain-of-function research, all the vaccine disaster that's happened.
Like, even if the people who were in denial, we're still hip to what you've done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if you live in Egypt or anywhere else.
In denial, get it?
Denial. COVID cases up. This is a New York Post headline. COVID cases up 55% in New York. Doctors warn of new variants. I would walk into their office if I was just I don't know what you would call it, the guy in charge, or the just a group of people. I would just go in there with a group of people and just look at those doctors. If they went, oh yeah, we're fearing a new variant of COVID. Cases are up 55%. I would just look them in the eye and say,
how dare you?
Like, after all this time, all the shit that's come out, after all the bullshit you tried to prove, you understand this is like if Bernie Madoff was still alive.
Right.
And they let him out of prison. And the first thing he did was start up another Ponzi scheme. And they're like, how the fucking balls on you, Bernie? After what you went to jail for, after all of the stuff you've been through, the first thing you're going to do is start up another Ponzi scheme. You've got to be kidding.
Epstein's still alive and they let him out and he starts taking flights over to the island.
First thing he does is goes and takes his plane out of, takes
Full
the
of
cover,
passengers.
takes the cover off the jet and fires it up. Oh, man. Yeah, Tony Zio says Jim Gaffigan wants the COVID again. Yeah, some people do. I swear to God, if Trump was winning in the polls, and let's say it was a week before the election, and you asked people, would you rather just have this election the way it is, or would you rather have another COVID outbreak, another shutdown, and, somehow it stalls the election? There's some people who have such crazy, they call it Trump derangement syndrome, that they would choose the COVID outbreak.
That's disgusting. I can honestly sit here and say that if Trump were the one in office doing all this crap right now, to us and screwing everything up, I would hate him just as much as I hate Biden. You just can't live with this anymore.
John Domingo says COVID is back. It's not more contagious. It's not more deadly. But what happens if a strain gets deadly? Who cares?
I am
agree.
tragically sick of the word variant.
Yeah.
I never want to hear there's a new variant of anything again.
Cockdiff writes, mail-in votes, baby.
Ugh.
I'm sorry. You can flag me. You can strike me for election misinformation, whatever. You cannot convince me that mail-in voting was on the up and up. That nobody fucked with that. You have Democrats and Republicans. You have dirty politicians who all they want is power. And now you have this new thing we've never done before, so it can't possibly be efficient or policed. We slammed it together in less than a year. Mm-hmm. We slammed it together in about 6 months, which the government can't do anything in 6 years, let alone 6 months. You cannot convince me, and this isn't like an I have documentation, I have proof thing. This is just one of those instinctual in my bones things. You cannot convince me that they did that mail-in voting completely on the up and up. Every vote was legal. Every vote was counted right. You cannot convince me of that.
No. I don't know.
Or, Michael B. brings up ballot harvesting. I mean, how can you not? Or that people weren't fucked with, like they had ballots sent to their house and they were suggested who to vote for. Or they were pressure. Or people came door to door with ballots going, here, just fill this out and vote for this guy. You cannot convince me that did not happen.
Of course that happens.
And then, Medjo, in the middle of the night, remember this, in the middle of the night in some states, Trump was way ahead.
Yes, he was.
And then they stopped the counting and went, well, we don't have any more counts for you anymore. We don't have anything to report. And then when they started reporting again, Biden just pushes ahead. Trump was winning in a fucking landslide.
When has that ever happened where they just stop counting?
Again, I'm not sitting here going, YouTube, I'm not sitting here going, and maybe we'll have Rumble week this week. But I'm just so fed up with all the bullshit and nobody doing anything about it. And instead of doing anything about it, they just kind of try to crank up the fear machine and go, oh yeah, we may suck shit, but be really afraid of this. Do something. Help. Figure it out. Grab an oar and start paddling. Grab a bucket. Start bailing out the water. Nope. Just scare the shit out of people.
No, it really is just easier for them to keep digging their hole deeper. They don't care about getting out of it.
Gray Duckling says, I think it wasn't all added, but can't say it would have made a difference. Yeah, I get that. It's hard to tell. Look, just because I'm saying I think something was up, that doesn't mean I know what the result would have been if it would have all been on the up and up. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's no way they conducted that.
I still, to this day, don't quite understand the level of hatred for Donald Trump. I would understand if he did bad things to us. I really would. I never understood that level of derangement about him. He didn't do anything that awful.
Yeah, they didn't want him.
He used feisty words, I guess, on occasion.
Feisty.
He tweeted a few things that made you a little mad.
He tweeted feisty words, so he would say things like 1, 2, 3, 4, tell me that you love me more.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the band Feist. You see, KLFD played that
Nobody
song.
should know that.
Nobody. No, it shouldn't be. That should be a one-way trip to Treblinka, is what that should be. Thank you to Chris for the $15 over on PayPal. Appreciate that, buddy. 275 away from today's goal. And we only want to be under 200 in an hour and a half, so you guys are doing great. Thank you very much. There's all the links. Throw us a thumbs up. Throw us a subscribe. If you can't become a member, or throw a couple bucks at us. I appreciate it. Loading, I love that name. Loading says, can we have a president that doesn't wear diapers? Right. I'm not asking for a savior. I'm just asking for a guy who's going to try to help.
Right.
And you know what else I wouldn't mind?
What?
Just one candidate. I don't care who it is. Could we get one candidate that will talk about the fucking debt? Just one. I want one guy to go, hey, interest rates are at, record highs over the last 20, 30 years. And we got $30 trillion in debt that's susceptible to an increase in interest. For example, if I may bust out the calculator here.
Go on.
Somebody said that, there's media-induced mental illness. And I'm like, yeah, I know there is. I fucking have it. What are you talking about? So let's take 33 trillion. Hold on, million. Billion, trillion times, let's say interest rates go up 1% times 0.01. That is an interest of $330 billion. 330, 100,000 million billion. So 300, if interest rates go up 1%, our debt service goes up $330 billion a year.
Well, that's probably why nobody wants to talk about it. It's not very
Because we're fucked.
It's not appetizing. Yeah, we might as well all just declare bankruptcy.
We're
Start
absolutely
over.
fucked.
Wipe it clean.
We thought it was such a great idea for the Federal Reserve to lower rates to almost zero, because then the government could just directly print money from a private bank and borrow trillions of dollars from it. And then they went, oh shit, all this free money sent the economy into free fall. Fuck, we better jack up the interest rates. And the government goes, oh shit. We never really planned for this when we were borrowing all that free money.
It seems like there's no bottom, though, for our economy. Like, the bottom just keeps falling out.
There's a bottom. We're the bottom. We're just getting fucked in the ass.
Falling.
We're the power bottom, just taking miles and miles of red, white, and blue dick.
But they don't even lube us first.
No, they certainly don't. They don't have to. Can't afford lube. They're $33 trillion in debt. It's irresponsible to go out buying lube at a time like that.
And if you think about it, why would we have sex with something like that? Somebody who is in so much debt.
Right.
Why would we do that?
Why?
But we keep voting for them.
Uppy Pond says, hey, y'all, new here. Peace and love from Canada. Welcome, Uppy Pond. Everybody make Uppy Pond feel better.
Hello.
He's new here on Rumble, and let's welcome him. Don't do the normal steel toe thing where there's a new guy listening to the show and he could tell other people about how great we are. Like the Grandpa Trump guy or whatever his name was. GW Whitehouse or whatever his name was.
No, it was WH Grandpa.
WH Grandpa. He comes in and then you guys all start taking the Lord's name in vain and all those people get pissed off. Let's treat Uppy Pond nicely and say, welcome, Uppy Pond. Wonderful to have you. You'll love the show. I just don't want him to get the usual steel toe greeting of me telling the chat to be nice to someone and they all go, fuck you, I hope you die, you suck shit, you asshole. I really don't want to see that happen.
What have you just done?
Probably that. Bob Dow writes, just checking in quick before work to check out April's outfit. Nice.
Oh,
April's
thank
in
you,
a
Bob.
dress mode lately.
I am in dress mode.
Yeah.
Well, it's anniversary week.
She's got to air out the puss.
That is nice, too. It's a good perk.
I have an announcement that nobody's going to like. I haven't worn underwear for 3 days, I just realized.
Got a long ways to go to catch up to me, son.
Been wearing basketball shorts. And I just letting my balls hang.
Wait, with the kids around?
Fucking weird. No, when the kids are around, I put underpants on.
Well,
when I
then
have to
that
go
doesn't count.
pick up the kids, I put on underwear and I go out
That
into the
don't
world.
count.
I'm not going out into the world with my balls out.
Why not? Show them all what you're packing.
What if I run into a weirdo in a bathroom?
Somebody just grabs one.
Yeah.
It's hanging out the bottom of your shorts.
Grabs my ball and starts pulling on it like, hey, get out of there. What are you
Tugging
doing?
on it like taffy.
Don't be tugging on my balls. That's uncomfortable. How did you think I would derive any pleasure from that? I love when women think that sometimes men will just sit there and play with tits, and they're like, that doesn't feel good. I'm like, this wasn't for you feeling good. I just wanted to grab
That's
on some titties.
because you fap them and stuff. Like,
Just like, and you fucking
yeah,
squeeze them.
yeah.
It's not like sexy time. It's just
No.
like I'm just walking around. Maybe I'm in the kitchen, and I just come up behind April. I'm like, squeeze the shit out of your tits.
They're afraid
Yeah.
that you're going to like pop them.
Everything
or tear them from
tenses
me.
up, and I'm like, I love to feel the muscles around her tense up, but the tits stay tits. I like fear in my meat when I go hunting. I like a little shit in the bottom steak. You know what I mean? Hey, it helps the meat.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, you probably should be. More than you are. All right, guys, let's move on from this. Scarf.
You've lost the plot.
Oh, see, now they're calling him Guppy Pond. Uppy Pond is gay. Oh, no.
Oh, Uppy Pond's being a good sport, though.
Yes, he is a good sport. Uppy Pond's going to fit right in here. Scarface says, Aaron, a good portion of your audience came over from ROTC. We are cruel, clown-pilled people who are far from nice. We got Bubba people. We got ROTC people. We've got
Radio OGs.
We got compound people. We just kind of grabbed from everywhere to make this show go. Thank you to Leprechaun Blood for becoming a member for his 14th month. He says, We're being molested by Uncle Sam.
Yes, and it's not fun.
It's not good.
That I want you is in another way now.
That finger is pointing directly to your anal cavity. Just a Dabbler says, a dabbler. Yes, and of course that, where we took about 8,000 subs from that community, and then when we said, this is getting really gay, this Boomer Blood Sports is embarrassing, I can't be seen with this, and then we lost about 40 subs because of it. So gained 8,000, lost 40. I'd say we used that one pretty well. Sorry. So the COVID thing, all right, New York says, hey, COVID cases are up 55%. Could be new variants coming. And I believe I can speak for the American people when I make our response. There. And by the way, that's an official media statement.
I feel like I'm in a South Park episode sometime.
Yeah. That is my official statement from Steel Toe Media Incorporated.
Well, you didn't tell us though. What are these terrifying new variants? Like,
I don't give a shit. I closed the story already.
So wait, I don't know what to be afraid of though.
Perfect. But isn't that America
How
in
will
general?
I get through my day?
I don't know what I'm supposed to be afraid of. The media goes, good.
Cancel the whole anniversary party. I don't want COVID.
Oh my God, yeah, we
got
can't
people
get
from New York flying in. I can't have that in the house.
We can't get we can't get COVID anymore. That's, oh my God, it's going to be terrible.
I was more concerned that Geno would bring us monkeypox, but now I have to worry about COVID.
I think Geno could still bring us monkeypox. We're not out of the woods on that one yet. Toolman Mike says Compound brought me here. Oh. They would be pissed to know how much money I give you. I think they're happy just to get their subscription.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, if you want to piss them off further, hey,
Hey, you boss.
Yeah.
When's our next Compound thing?
I'm going to guess Labor Day weekend. We'll probably do another one.
Okay.
Yeah, Labor Day week. We're usually a once a month.
It.
We're usually a once a month thing over there on Compound. So
we're on a cycle.
Yeah, we're on a cycle. We're a specialty item over on Compound Media. So let's get to the Chris Christie thing. MSNBC talked to Chris Christie about visiting Ukraine and seeing Zelensky. And hey, Chris, you're running for president. What would you do? If you were in charge of the purse strings, what would you ask for? I mean, Congress is in charge of the purse strings, but you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. And now Chris Christie, who before, there was a period, people that are younger than me are not going to believe this. If you're under 30, you're not going to believe this. But there was a time where Chris Christie was actually seen as like Donald Trump before Donald Trump. He was brash. He was outspoken. He would say stuff you're not supposed to say in politics. Now, like Trump came in and like the stuff that you weren't supposed to say in politics that you can say, that went out the window. That was child's play compared to the like shit Trump was saying. I'm going to build a wall to keep the Mexicans out. And you're like, fuck, oh my God. Chris Christie's a pussy. But then Chris Christie, there was Hurricane Sandy and he like hugged Obama like he was a deity and he just looked totally gay and it kind of torpedoed him. Well, now and then there was some controversies as governor where he shut down a highway out of like political spite. It's really weird. Shut down a bridge. Well, now he's back and he wants to run for president. And in order to run for president, you got to let people know, what you plan to do. Hey man, what's the plan here?
Yeah, I would like to know.
Yeah, what are we doing? What
are
we
voting
doing
for?
So Chris Christie was asked about Ukraine, and in my opinion, this is one of those one-issue votes. I don't care if I agree with you on everything else. If you're for continuing funding this charade in Ukraine, I'm not giving you my vote.
No.
I won't vote for, I don't care.
For anyone.
Dude, if you're a Republican, I'll vote Democrat or third party. If you're a Democrat, I'll vote Republican or third party. If you sit there and you go, oh yeah, if I get in office, I'll vote to fund the war in Ukraine more, you're out.
Mike Pence has to go. That guy loves war way too much.
Oh, Mike Pence is, he's a throwback to the Bush guys.
Ugh.
Yeah. Mayor Larry Vaughn with $4.99 says, let's not forget this monster closed the beaches on the 4th of July. # not my candidate. Yeah, I mean, Mayor Larry Vaughn does not like that. Especially Mayor Vaughn, it wasn't even that bad. I mean, some bathers were injured. That's all that happened, Mayor Larry Vaughn.
I heard it was just like a propeller accident.
A boating accident.
Yeah.
That's it. Nick Stevens says him going off against the teachers union was awesome. Then he softened out to match his physical appearance. Yeah, you're right. That's where I actually started liking him, where he was shitting on the teachers union and he was like confronting them instead of bending to their will. And then all of a sudden, he just kind of turned into a giant soft-tummied pussy. Well, this is him talking about Ukraine. And oh boy, this is going to be really bad. Do you want to watch a guy who apparently is just tired of running for president but doesn't have the balls to just say I quit? Yeah, let's watch Chris Christie torpedo himself in real time.
We heard a lot of support. 2/3 of the audience that I had was very supportive of my position on Ukraine, which is that we haven't done enough. And that while I think that President Biden has certainly done better than President Trump.
That ain't gonna work.
Motherfucker, you want to stop running for president? Because that's how you stop running for president. Not only saying, I don't think, hey, there's only one bigger thing we could do for that war in Ukraine. So when he says we haven't done enough, there's only one way we can escalate, and that's sending our troops into Ukraine. No.
Right, full-blown war.
Absolutely not. We've given them hundreds of billions of dollars. We've funded this thing personally.
But didn't Biden already like 3,000 troops to go over there and just train people, which obviously is not going to be just
right. Like we're going to give them all these American jets, and we're just training their pilots to fly them. We're totally not going to have our own secret pilots flying those planes. Oh man, I am dreading the day the Russians shoot down one of those and they fucking capture an American pilot
or kill one.
Either one, and you're just like, oh shit,
it's all over. That's what they're angling for,
right?
I mean,
SH says, what company is he investing in and how much is he making from it? Oh, all those guys who have been governors and senators and vice presidents and shit, they are locked in with those companies and they are making a small fortune on this war.
I mean, we're quickly whittling down like candidates to vote for.
Yeah.
I mean, at least like Pence has gone out and said, oh, war, Ukraine, money, and all that and stuff. So he's gone. Plus he's just.
All I want is one candidate to come up there and I want him to say, war, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Say it again, y'all. Good God, y'all. If a presidential candidate came up and sang the words to war, I would be so happy. But he didn't sing them. He Shatnered it. He just went, war, good God, y'all. Yeah, let's, where is it? War by, I can't remember the name of the band. God damn it. It wasn't Edwin Starr, or maybe it was. Maybe it was. Yeah, it was. Oh, I thought it was somebody else. It's Edwin Starr.
Oh, yeah, we all know this.
I just want one presidential candidate to go, yes, thank you for having me on the show, Sean. I really appreciate it. I'd just like to say, war, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
I hate to keep saying his name, but hasn't Trump came out and said things about how we shouldn't be spending all that money over there?
He hates the Ukraine
He hates
thing.
it.
Yeah, he thinks it's terrible.
It's earning my vote right away.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm getting ready for work this morning again, and I always have the news on in the background just because I'm trying to get a little caught up in the morning. Doesn't mean it's all correct, right? But all I hear again is, former President Trump with another possible indictment looming over him. Another one. I'm like,
Plankton,
they're not going to let him run.
Plankton says, so you won't vote for Trump? He sent millions in weaponry to the Ukraine. If he says he's for continuing to fund the war, then no, I'm not voting for him.
I wouldn't either.
Simple as that. If they ask him point blank, would you continue to send money, American taxpayer dollars, to Ukraine? And he said, absolutely, yes, I would do that. He's out for me.
They're going to cause me to not vote for the first time.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, if they're all just sitting there like, oh, more money to Ukraine. Oh, just keep it going. Oh.
I would love for my boy.
I'll stay home.
I would love for my boy Rand to jump in there and win the whole thing. I've always liked him, but I just don't know I don't know if people would embrace him. Yeah.
I don't think so.
Scarface with $10 over on PayPal says happy anniversary to the least obnoxious group of Minnesotans I've encountered. Also, Aaron, if you play Otaku for overtime, I'm getting in my trunk with my Mossberg and my Pitbull, and I will be making stops in Baltimore and Minnesota. I do not have any Otaku today, and that will make Amy very happy as well. Amy was fucking sick of wrestling Otaku. I promise, no Otaku.
Kind of seemed like Johnny was, too. Like, when you introduced, he's like, you're like, hey, Johnny, you want to check in with Otaku and his woman hatred, and he's like, well, what else you got?
It felt like he would rather be bent over and reamed by a bunch of Crips.
What else you got for me, boss?
Thank you guys very much. 260 away from today's goal. Appreciate it. Really, like I said, hour and 10 minutes, get it under 200. I'm a happy guy. So great start, boys and girls.
Nice.
Hobo Chili with $2 on Rumble says the similarities of Aaron and that failing Arch's bag of pudding, Chris Christie, is uncanny. He also wears basketball shorts because Men's Warehouse doesn't make big enough pants, fat ass. Thanks, Hobo. Always nice to see you. Good morning.
Aaron looks strapping in his
wonderful
suit
day.
and tux.
Don't defend me.
You?
This is not going to end well for
I
you.
always find you irresistible in those.
Yes. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that happy stuff. Hit share over on Rumble. Let's bump that number up. About at 600 here in the first hour. I like that. On our way to 800 today. That's my hope. Amy Staley. Oh, yeah, there's one candidate who would have done the war speech to the news.
Okay.
Yeah, war. Oh, yeah. Good God. Uh-huh. What is it good for, brother? Yeah, absolutely nothing. Uh-huh.
I have a question.
Yes.
Wow, that's a very fun, impersonation and all that.
Sure.
The hand motions and stuff, was that guy retarded?
No, it was the 80s. He was really high-strung, and he was on steroids.
So do steroids and talk like this.
Yeah, and you take your fingers, and you wiggle them around like this, and then you just talk a little too gravelly, Got a little too much testosterone in the old system,
Too testosterone.
Yeah, testosterone, my favorite Chef Boyardee.
You know what I mean, though? If somebody talked like that just normal today,
Look,
you should be locked up.
that's just intensity. That's all that is. Charisma and intensity.
Yes, he sounds like he's full of charisma.
You'd know if you had any charisma or intensity. You'd start going like this all the time. Yeah, I got too much bubbling. Yeah, bubbling up all the way to the top. Yeah, bubbling like Krakatoa. Yeah, check the seismograph. Yeah, a lot of seismic shock activity coming out of the macho madness. Yeah. It's bubbling like Krakatoa.
I'm excited.
You didn't get that.
I'm bubbling like Krakatoa now.
Well, that's because I'm talking. Sparky Rose becoming a member for their 14th month says dues are paid. Thank you. And Big Earn becoming a member.
Thank you.
For his 15th month. I appreciate that. Tom Thompson says, are you on Rumble today? On Rumble every day, buddy. We're over there. Over there. Over there. All right, we got to continue on. So Chris Christie's about a piece of shit. He's probably done.
Sounds pretty democratic.
I don't think that he was ever a threat to do anything anyway in that race. I don't know why he was in it other than to maybe launder some money. That's what I think about some of these smaller candidates. They all get like billionaires to invest in them. And because it's like horse racing. So basically the company that decided to sponsor Chris Christie, the billionaire that sponsored him, was like, yeah, look, I know I'm probably not going to win, but I can sponsor him for a lot cheaper. I can afford this candidate.
Yeah.
And maybe while he's out there, he can like pitch my message while he's getting news. Basically, you're paying for advertising. And then Chris Christie at the end of it can find a way to take those campaign contributions, funnel them into his own personal bank account, and he can make millions of dollars.
I get it.
That's what I think, because if you're Chris Christie, you cannot go into this thing thinking you're winning.
I didn't think so. He started that whole thing if you're under 30, you might not remember, whatever. I am under 30. The only thing I recall about Chris Christie really is that people would say his name with a bad taste in their mouth.
Yeah.
I knew it wasn't good.
Right. And that's all people over 30 remember is, oh my God, people thought this guy was going to be the shit. Then he gave Obama a blowjob in public and people went, I'm not so sure about this.
That was the steamy love affair.
He had a steamy love affair. Obama and Chris Christie got their buttholes real misty.
Oh my God.
Sorry. Obama made a jelly donut of that ass. Is all I'm saying.
Oh my God.
Oh. All right, guys, let's move on to another story. Again, I feel like what we do with our topics on this show is we hammer them into the ground. We disgust you. We leave you feeling spent, and we go, let's do something else. Sounds like a nice way to conduct a program. Thank you very much to I Am Walter for becoming a Steel Toe Bro for his 15th month. Says,
wow.
Why did the tomato blush, April?
Why, Aaron?
Because it saw the salad dressing. It saw the salad dressing.
That's kind of cute, right?
Yeah, I also
mind
like
it.
that our audience standards are so low. I don't have to try so hard putting a show together.
Right.
You know, my empathy, I think, is completely running out for certain people. No roots, not blacks. But my empathy is
Bankers.
Yeah. My empathy is starting to run out for
Hollywood execs.
people. That was a long time ago. My patience and empathy is running out for people who live in places like San Francisco,
Yeah.
New York, Portland, Seattle, LA, places like all these liberal utopias where it's all turning into literal diarrhea on the streets. Hate them. Despise them. Now you've got people who want to sit there and cry on camera and whine and talk about how terrible it is. I'm sorry, my empathy is all used up. My sympathy is all used up because for one simple reason. You fucking asked for it.
Right.
And all of us who told you that this would happen, you mocked us, you made fun of us, you told us how stupid and out of touch we are, and when everything that we said came to pass, you sat there and had the nerve to cry to us and go, I don't understand, I'm so scared in my home.
But Aaron, whatever happened to people coming around eventually? Better late than never.
Do something. I'm fine. If you're upset and you're scared, good, you should be.
Yeah,
but
that's
do
for sure.
something about it. These assholes vote for the same people. Oh, we've talked about this. They vote for the same people over and over. Chicago went, I don't feel good, and it's not safe here. They're not doing a good job. Good. Perfect. What are you going to do? We're going to kick out Lori Lightfoot. Fantastic. Who are you replacing them with? Lori Lightfoot with a dick.
Right. Male.
Perfect. You know what? You guys, I'm sorry. San Francisco, Chicago, LA, we gave you a chance. You fucking deserve it.
Portland.
Either here's your choices. Get out or vote in different people with different perspectives on your city and life.
People are too scared. I swear to God, it's more like they're just afraid of change. Like, people they need the change. They won't do it, though.
Yeah.
I swear they just vote for more of the same because they're, terrified of what the other could be.
This is where I feel and fear that my mind is going closer to civil war because I don't recognize people like this as they would call them, my countrymen.
Sure.
I look at them and I don't see them as one of me. I look at them as something else that's not a part of the thing that I grew up in or built, not built, but watched get built. And it's not part of my country.
You're saying
this person.
They're others.
But I see them as something that, how do I say this?
Uh-oh.
That is undesirable in the way I want my country to be.
A woman.
I mean, you want Gilead, motherfucker? This is how you get Gilead. That's all I'm saying. So let's watch this woman. She's a San Francisco resident. And wouldn't you know it, guys, she's discovering that it's kind of a toxic shithole. Let's hear her out.
I'm literally shaking right now.
Oh, fuck you. Just, you know what? Right away. White woman on camera. I'm literally shaking right now. Go, bye. Leave. Don't vote. That's, you know what? There's my message to San Franciscans. I know you're not going to change the way you vote. Fucking stay home on election day. Go to the natural foods co-op. Go get your hemp grocery bag. Fill it up with rutabagas and tomatoes and stay home.
Patchouli.
Get some patchouli.
Go sage your house.
Sage your house. Get some essential oils.
Free bleed.
Rub one out to Doctor Who. I don't know what the fuck you people do, but just stay away from a ballot box. You're not going to change, so just don't get involved.
She is seconds from saying, I'm about to pass out.
I can't even. Oh, he's fucking
shaking like a chihuahua.
I already hate her, but let's hear her out. How am I going to make it through 43 seconds of this woman?
I'm literally shaking right now. I was just getting groceries and I live in San Francisco and I never really feel fully safe. If you live in San Francisco, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. And I just got groceries. I'm walking out of the store and this guy is walking past me and says, move, you stupid bitch. And he spits in my face.
No! Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if there was a mental institution to lock that guy in? Or that you could put him in jail where your mayor, London Breed, could just let him out without any bail and he could be right out on the street to spit in someone else's face and call him a stupid bitch? You voted for, I don't feel sorry for you. This is what you asked for. And I yell because I'm just imagining talking to this person and I know how the conversation goes. I try calmly to explain to them, you put this in motion. You did this. You put these people in there. They told you. Here's where I don't like. San Francisco is one of those cities where I don't blame the leaders, because the leaders told you exactly what they were going to do.
Mm-hmm. And you still voted for them.
They told you. San Francisco is one of the few places in the country where the politicians were honest. They told you what they were going to do, and you celebrated it. You thought it was great, and you voted for it. Now, we told you what the consequences of this would be. You're facing the consequences, and you don't like it. But will you vote Republican tomorrow? Will you vote independent tomorrow? Will you vote for someone who will do things differently that has a chance of winning? No, you won't, because you're worried your friends will look at you funny. You're worried you'll lose social clout, or you're worried that you're committing some kind of genocide that you've convinced this other group. I've got bad news for you. All of these people you're voting for are genocidal, money-grubbing maniacs. Your choice is between two sociopaths. So don't act like you're better for voting for one sociopath versus the other.
I have a question. When did it become the thing to tell everybody who you voted for? Didn't that used to be a very private thing back
Only
in the
where
day?
you grew up.
Really?
Yeah, only where you grew up.
Okay, so that's just for me.
Yeah, it's small town shit.
Okay.
People in cities have always been like, I love this person.
Yeah, I don't like that. I feel like that can be a private thing. Just go vote and
That's
get
like
about
people
your
go,
day.
when did we ever start talking about religion and politics in public? That's always been a small town thing. Like people in cities have always just openly, because
So
they're...
you're saying we value our privacy a little more.
because they're narcissists and they have to tell you everything about what they did. Who did I vote for in 2020? I don't remember. Somebody. Who did I vote for in 2016? I think Trump, but I don't think it's important. But at any rate, I have run out of sympathy for people like this. I'm glad you got your I hope somebody spits in your face every fucking day until you change the way you think. I hope San Francisco kicks you in the fucking twat every day until you go, oh, perhaps I should choose something different for the city I live in.
Yeah, this is nothing new, by the way. Like in 2012, I had to go to New York City to get my face spat in by a homeless person. And you look around at the cops that are right on the street corner.
You did call him the N-word unprovoked, though.
I did. It was...
Yeah. So that
I could not get past it. I hadn't seen one before.
Full context, please, if we could.
Now,
you grew up in a farm town. If you had been
Yeah.
Mexican, you wouldn't have felt so uncomfortable.
No, but this homeless man spit in my face, ran across the street to run up behind me, do one of these.
Yeah.
So I look, spits in my face. There's cops around, and I had to have
just for being a white girl?
just for being there. He thought I looked at him.
Can I ask a question?
What?
Was he black?
It was hard to tell if he had dreads, really long ones. It was hard to tell if he was black or just severely suntanned from sleeping outside. It was
Or just in blackface?
something weird.
While the sun shines bright in my Kentucky home.
I had to have a man that was with me get rid of this guy, though, when the cops stood by and did nothing. They were right there. So that's 10 years ago. This is even worse now.
I mean, spitting in a white girl's face is probably the best way to get back at the devil.
The guy literally said, what are you looking at me like that for? I don't remember looking
Why
at him.
were you looking at him like that?
Like I said, I'd never seen one
The
before.
crazy homeless bum had a reasonable question.
I don't know.
All
Maybe
he
he just
wanted
thought
was an
I was
answer.
too pretty and lily white and he needed to dirty me up a little bit.
Hey, girl, you eyeball fucking me? Fuck, keep stepping.
All over my face. And then I say, excuse me, did you just spit in my face? And
No, it's raining.
That's not the question,
God,
man.
these people are soft.
You are a bad person.
he says, move or I'll rape you.
Ew.
There's also people...
That's a hell of a choice. I hope you moved.
Right,
mean,
I think we can just move.
in fairness, I mean, he didn't say he was going to. He said you had to move.
It's actually quite polite of him to give you the choice
Yes.
before just doing it.
I mean, ma'am, I don't know how sheltered you are in San Francisco, but usually they just go ahead and do that second one.
Right.
They don't usually go, hey, move or. You did get a choice. I hope you chose move.
Right, I hope she didn't sit there and just be blubbering.
Yeah.
And like, oh, did you just say you're gonna grape me?
I don't want to move. He's like, well, I tried to not do this, but zip. Here we go. It's going to be the most awkward R word of my entire life, but you just refuse to move. Like the homeless guy's yelling at her by the end. He's like, fucking move. I don't want to do this to you, but I'm a man of my word. Would you please step aside?
God, and homeless people have to be so unkempt and just
What?
bushy and smelly.
Oh, this is how you get bubonic plague, by the way.
Right.
everywhere, and everyone's just walking by because they're like, I can't handle something else in San Francisco. It's always something else.
Right, because you guys are trauma burnt because you fucked your city to the ground. This is, again, one of those times where it's not the politician's fault. You did this. This is your responsibility. Sit in the soup that you've cooked and then make it different. I hate these helpless white people in these goddamn overpriced cities where they sit there and act helpless. Like, you created it, you can fix it. Oh, no, but if I go to my social gatherings, all the other white liberals I hang out with will judge me for voting for a Republican. Okay, well, enjoy spit in your face for the rest of your life.
Yeah, like I keep saying this from time to time, but like when I was in high school, California used to be like the place where everyone wanted to like vacation and stuff. Yeah. Not much that could get me to go anywhere there now.
I mean, in like 5 years, people are going to be like, oh boy, let's see, I got vacation time. Where do I go? I hear Missoula's still okay.
I don't even know why I'm posting this. If you live in San Francisco, do you feel this way all the time? I don't feel safe, ever. I literally never feel safe.
What are you going to do about it?
Better when it's daylight. But nighttime, no.
Better start packing, woman.
No, I don't want these people to pack.
No. Pack in.
Oh, a gun. I was going to say, I don't want these people moving.
I don't want her leaving.
Because she's going to move somewhere else.
People are complaining about that all the time. In Texas, Florida, and Nevada. It's you guys got to stop moving here because you're going to ruin our states too.
Right. Quit it. I mean, here in Minnesota, we have Somalis. Thank God that socially they're pretty based. And that's probably
that is one silver lining.
We're starting to see like Somalis and Muslims all over the country start like walking over to Republicans and protesting schools with them, because if you think white Republican suburban people are upset about you talking your kids into cutting their genitals off, wait until you see Muslims in this country find out about this. As a matter of fact, in one Michigan city during Pride Month, the city council there said, yeah, we're banning fucking pride flags from being flown on public property. And everybody went to protest. They were bussing in outside protesters, all these lefties with their rainbow flags and shit. They canceled their protests because they found out the entire city council was Muslim men and women. And they were like, oh shit, this is a bad look if we protest Muslims. So it's like, and by the way, Muslims don't give a fuck.
No.
But Muslims aren't conditioned like white Americans are to be scared of being canceled. Muslims go, you are not going to fly a pride flag here. And they're like, well, then we're going to protest you. I fucking dare you. I mean, they don't give a shit.
Do you want to know what I saw late last week that like completely altered my good mood?
What's that?
Like severed it. I was driving from the east side back to our safe side of St. Cloud. And you know where Culligan is? Like across the river? Like right where they are? Across the street from Culligan, there's like an SA like safe house, like a place to go for like therapy or groups and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And in the parking lot of that, up against the trees and the rivers, there was a little tent camp there. Like a multi-tent camp. I've never seen anything like it in this town.
Wonderful.
And there it was. I actually, when I drove past it, I was sitting there questioning, like, did I actually see what I thought I saw? And it's there. And yesterday, after dropping the kids off, I saw 3 homeless people on different corners on my way home. So
it's getting there.
It's getting there. I've now seen a tent camp in St. Cloud.
Thank you to my golfing buddy, Doorman. He says, what color were Kurt Cobain's eyes? Blue one this way, one blue that way. I think you meant to say that differently, but I hope I got the gist of it. Thank you for the $10, buddy. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
We're a cool 250 away from today's goal very early on in the show. Like we said, under 200 by the end of this hour. We're looking pretty good. Thank you guys very much. There's the PayPal and Streamlabs and Venmo links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page. You can pitch in on Rumble or YouTube as well. Sea Shanty Shenanigans says, I've been trying to find that, April. Where is it?
Right across the river by Culligan.
There you go.
You'll find it.
That's where you can find the homeless.
You can't miss it.
Everyone wants to see the homeless encampments. The kids wanted to get cultured the other day. We were on the east side, and they saw the Somali delicatessen that we have. And they said, oh, can we go there sometime? That looks interesting. I go, well, I'll talk to your stepmom. We'll see we'll see if we should go there. And I was trying to be, like open-minded dad. I asked April about it. She goes, fuck no.
And it's not even that I have a thing against Muslims or anything like that. I don't. It was more like, especially the 6-year-old and sometimes the oldest just says things out loud that are kind of like offensive, but they don't know it.
Right.
I'm not bringing a kid in there in a Muslim grocery store and having him yell, why is he wearing that on his head? Why does he look different than me? Why are they talking like that? I'm not having it.
They wanted to go bike with these new friends 2 days ago. And I said, well, buddy, just go, bike up to them and see if they want to hang out and stuff. And I'm in the garage. He's at the bottom of the driveway, and he yells at me, he goes, the black kids. I'm like, buddy, I had to call him in the garage. I'm like, bud, you didn't say anything technically wrong. I mean, that's true. Their
That
skin
is
is
bad to say
darker
that.
than yours. I go, bud, but you can't yell that out in public. Some people get really sensitive about that. Like, I had to try to explain to a 6-year-old, like, why we don't yell, oh, those black people, like, in public. Because as a 6-year-old, it does make sense. It's nothing offensive. That's how.
Yeah, but it needs to be more like, those kids, Dad?
Right. That's
It's
where you gotta teach them.
It's not the black kids. It's not the white kids. It's just, you mean those ones,
Yeah.
those guys.
Root says, that's fine as a kid. Come on. Yeah, no, I didn't shit on the kid. I didn't tell him he was bad or wrong.
It's fine for the kid. It's a little uncomfortable if you're the parents.
I didn't tell him he was bad or he was wrong. I just had to try. It was weird to explain to a 6-year-old because a 6-year-old brain goes, well, I'm not being mean. There's nothing wrong with that.
But that's where the parents step in and realize that is not okay.
They have black skin, and that's how I can clearly identify them. That's totally fine. But you have to explain to a 6-year-old that adults have fucked up the world so bad. And adults think so fucked up, and we're all so mentally ill and destroyed that nobody can say a clear skin color, otherwise people will get uncomfortable and mad. Like, if you thought like a 6-year-old, it does make sense. Hey, that white guy over there. Yeah, there's a lot of black people in this neighborhood. That white guy stands out. That's a fine identifier. Hey, those black people over there. Yeah, that's a fine identifier. It helps people know who you're talking about.
Okay, but people don't want to be called out by their skin colors.
But that's what I'm saying.
Weird.
If we all kind of had a 6-year-old's mentality on that, we wouldn't read so much into that shit.
Underdeveloped.
Yes.
I mean, that is an underdeveloped brain to just say, oh, the black kids. It's those kids, guys. It doesn't matter.
But why is it those kids? It's not that he's saying it matters.
He doesn't
if
say
they're
those
black.
white kids.
If he was black and it was a neighborhood full of black people, that's a good way to describe that person. They'd stand out.
That child of ours has said multiple comments over the last couple years, I'd say, about like black kids and stuff that we don't talk in front of them like that, and it is concerning.
I understand. What I'm saying is adults have fucked up this world so bad that we can't communicate clearly with each other.
I agree.
And look, I'm saying you can't, like, the way I'm saying it should be, it will never be. I understand that. But I'm saying in a perfect world, there is nothing wrong in a neighborhood full of white people to point at 2 black people and say, oh, those people have nice bikes. And you're like, oh, who? Who are you talking about? You're like, oh, the black kids over there.
How about just those kids?
Because if there's a bunch of white kids around and then you got 2 black kids, it's really helpful for people to know who you're talking about if you go, those black kids.
How about that kid with the red shirt on over there?
If you're in Harlem and you see Geno walking around, you go, that guy wears a gay headband. And you're like, who? You're like, oh, that WAP Guinea over there.
I guess my whole opinion on it is this world is really far from perfect. I agree that it shouldn't be a big deal to say that, but it totally is now. So I'm just trying to protect the kids from having problems.
I get that. I'm talking about how adults have fucked up the way we communicate because we're all neurotic.
Long gone.
Curly Adams says the kids stealing the bike would have been the proper way to identify those kids. No.
That's not cool.
That is not what we are trying to instill in people. Little Lemmy says, April, people who don't see color are kind of racist, dude.
Are you calling me racist because...
That's not why I'm calling you racist. I'm calling you racist for different reasons.
I'm saying I don't want my kids just yelling in the street like, oh, those black kids over there, instead of just pointing and saying, those kids, Dad.
You can't...
You can see race just fine. I see race just fine. It's very clear to me. It's just not pointing out people by like, oh, wow, that guy with the thing on his head. Or, oh, that guy that talks funny. You know?
See, like, to me,
like,
the only reason I would correct the child on that is because the child is right and the world is fucked up.
That's what I said. I'm trying to prevent those children from having problems down the road by yelling black kids at somebody.
But at what point is that, and I believe it's a lack of bravery on my part, but at what point are we now continuing this thing that we complain about, which is what I'm doing, clearly.
You're not changing the world. That's my thing. Like, those kids
And
are going to
that's
go
where
out
you
somewhere.
and I disagree.
Those kids are going to go out somewhere. I don't need them yelling that stuff at school or having a problem someday because they can't just say, oh, that kid with that shirt on or something like that. I don't need them to have a problem.
You're both right. The world is a fucked up place, and we all kind of roll over to get along. True. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And also, we should be braver, and we should try to turn shit around, but we will not.
It's a little bit of picking your battles, in my opinion.
It's admitting defeat and just
that one's
going
been
along.
long gone
Yeah,
years ago. I wouldn't say that makes me a racist to say that I'm not going to yell, those black kids, buddy. Go play with those black kids.
Buddy!
I don't think that makes me racist.
Dad needs to look less racist. Go play with those dark-skinned fellas over there. Is that better?
Well, you want to start in what makes me racist. That's pretty, like, lowbrow there.
Yes, her unwillingness to date anyone of color in her life. That's what makes her racist.
Exactly.
Yes. But that's more fear of your father. See, that's you acknowledging the lost battle and just going along to get along.
I have a healthy fear of my dad.
April probably had a nice Mexican boy back in school that she was really crushing on, but she went, if I go out with you, my dad will shoot you with a gun.
There were two of those nice gentlemen in my grade, and I wanted nothing to do with either of them.
Well, so you're going to blame your dad, but really you were just a filthy bigot.
Their game wasn't good. That's all I got to say.
That's because they always went, hey, mommy, come right in my lowrider. And then they hit their switches and, hey, mommy, you going to come in here? Viva la raza. Hey, orderly, Holmes. We bout it, and rowdy, Holmes, eh?
I could have a Mexican, like, best friend, though, and I did for many years.
Oh, did you?
It was a girl. My dad wasn't mad about that one.
What was her name?
Alejandra.
Oh. She run
Why
for
did you think it like...
Did she run for Watercade Queen?
I don't remember.
Did she run for Miss Litchfield?
I don't think so.
You have to. I always think Mexican kids in a city like that
You have to.
should run for like Miss Litchfield or Miss Small Town.
Why?
Because you'll win.
I don't remember
because
the last
city
time...
wants an exotic name.
I don't remember
representing
the
them.
last time a Latina's won that. Ever.
We're gonna have to look into it.
They're all pretty lily white dairy farming girls.
We will do our level best to investigate these claims. All right, boys and girls, we're gonna move on from whatever the fuck that was. I can't even remember where we were at.
Calling me racist and
yes.
stupid white girl.
April's a filthy bigot. We are at about 650, I believe, heading up to 800 today, hopefully.
Nice.
Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe. We appreciate that. Follow the channels no matter where you're watching. Rumble, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. If you want to chip in a couple of bucks, we're off to a good start today. $250 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs and PayPal links in the chat. You know how kids get arrested and they get in trouble because they found out, like the school found like a hit list? You know, they find like a list of kids that the kids want to kill in school.
I guess. Is that happening?
Oh, yeah. See, again, you went to a small town school. Yeah, you'd find, like, in the suburban school that I went to, you would have probably, I don't know, once a year, you'd find a kid in the school who had a fucking list of kids he wanted to whack. Yeah.
Don't write it down.
Right,
everyone
that's what
has
I would
a
say.
list, right?
What I say is take your kill list and commit it to memory.
That's what I do.
My attitude towards kill lists is the attitude West Indian Archie had about the numbers racket, is keep all your numbers filed up here. If the men don't have no paper, they don't have no proof.
Boy, I must be crazy. Like, I feel like if there was ever to be an actual purge, like the movies, like everyone's just kind of got that list up here, don't they? Don't write it down.
Wow.
Everyone will know it's you.
Okay. Union Jack says, keep a mental hit list, no paper trail.
Yeah.
So the kids get in a lot of trouble when they find these hit lists and they go to jail, they get, probation, whatever they get, you get punished. You get kicked out of school for having stuff like
That's
that.
number one.
They tend to take it pretty seriously. Now I have a question. What if you're a teacher and they find a kill list? Do you get special consideration because it's far more stressful to be a teacher, especially if you're a high school or middle school teacher? Should you not be allowed one freebie kill list?
I think so, because you know why that's kind of healthy, actually?
Okay.
They're just taking time to write it down. It's kind of like journaling for some gay people, where they just have a journal and they write their evil, bad thoughts down and they get it out and then it's over. You know what I mean? It's cathartic or whatever.
Right, so they won't kill the kids.
They won't actually do it. They just had to get it off their chest.
Right. Yeah, but Hobo raises a good point. So we're going to go ahead and assume that these teachers aren't actually going to murder these children. But as Hobo points out, the Khmer Rouge had a list. Now, the Khmer Rouge actually did go and kill a shitload of Cambodians. So if we allow these teachers to have their kill lists, we are accepting the inherent risk that they may indeed fuck some shit up one of these days. Is it worth it?
No, for me, it's not worth writing it down.
Okay, so do we then have to, if we find a teacher with a kill list?
I think you have to fire them.
Oh, man.
It's unfortunate, but it has to be done.
Poor teacher. All right, let's go ahead and see how it happened in Indiana. See, like, in my opinion, you go to like a state like Indiana, you make kill lists just to avoid boredom, in my opinion. Like, what are you doing in Indiana for fun? You got to come up with a list of people you hate.
Stump breaking, mostly.
Yeah, you fuck a horse or a goat, or you threaten to kill people. I mean, outside of that, what, cow tipping? That can only keep you satisfied for so long. Let's go ahead and check this story out.
A teacher in Northwest Indiana sent home for allegedly threatening students.
The fifth grade teacher told students that
See, fifth grade, you haven't put in your time. You haven't earned your stripes. You can't be threatening to kill fifth graders. I think it's got to be...
What, they can be a little bratty, I guess.
I'm still going eighth grade or older.
Well, picture this. We're having a fourth grader this year, and she's starting to get a bit of a toot on her on occasion. They can be pretty bratty, I guess. It's not the level of a high schooler.
But not shoot him in the face. By the way, great pause on this woman's face. Perfect. It's not the... I'm going to kill you level of obnoxiousness, though. High schoolers, I totally get. If you're a high school teacher and you got a list, I understand how you got there.
he had a kill list that included at least one student. This all happened in...
Whoa.
That's not bad.
Wait. One student?
The rest were teachers.
Yeah, who else was on the kill list?
It's teachers that she doesn't like, I bet.
Oh, I kind of like this.
That's kind of not bad then. If it's just one student, that's got to be a terrible student.
Yeah, we got to protect the students.
That's the problem, kid.
But teacher on teacher crime, I mean...
That just turns into a porn.
Let them work it out, yeah.
St. Stanislaus School in East Chicago. A student there alerted the school counselor and also the principal. The police say while...
Well, now we know what kid was on the kill list. Okay, the kids who weren't on the kill list, they're not turning the teacher in for any of this shit, but the kid who saw his name on it went, I think I should probably go to the office with this information.
If you're the only student with your name on that list, what did you do?
Excuse me, Tommy? Yeah, can you stay after class? I need you to sharpen these knives. I mean pencils. Just stick around.
Speaking with the principal, the teacher admitted to the comments about a kill list and...
Fifth grade in East Chicago.
Look at that school, by the way.
You know what? East Chicago fifth grade is a lot different than normal fifth grade. You've probably already got a body count.
Oh my God.
By the time you're in fifth
hazing to
grade.
get into each grade.
Yeah.
Speaking with the principal...
Yo, fifth grade is blood in, blood out, motherfucker.
Teacher admitted to the comments about a kill list and the specific student.
Now, the teacher never showed the kids the kill list. Police in East Chicago say they weren't called to investigate this until 4 hours after the teacher left school.
They should have never let her walk out them doors. They should have called the police right then and there.
I'm guessing this is Dad.
No, that's the fifth grader on the kill list.
Held back a little bit, you're saying?
Dad, there was this kid. He was on the playground in third grade. And he was, they were playing show me mine, I'll show you yours. Or you show me mine, I'll show you. You show me yours, I'll show you mine. In this third grade class. And this one boy, Leroy, went back home crying one day. And the dad goes, Leroy, what's the matter? He goes, we were pulling out our penises at recess today, and mine was a lot bigger than the other kid's, Dad, and they told me that it's because I'm black. Is that true? And his dad goes, no, Leroy, it's because you're 16 years old.
Did you guys actually play that game?
I thought you would be more upset about the racist joke that was just told, but
why would I be upset about that?
But no,
great dicks on them.
I always felt like showing, like I know that some people growing up they showed their friends their dicks. I always thought that was gay, even from a young age.
I would agree.
Yeah, I was like, I'm not showing you guys I know friends that showed each other their dicks.
I don't know of guys that did that.
I
never heard about that. I didn't hear about girls doing that either. Like, oh, look at
Yeah,
my
but
tits.
you lived in a small town. Any guy who
I
did
feel
gay,
like I'm missing out.
But any guy who did gay shit, that was always on the down low. Like, so if they were showing dicks, they weren't telling you.
So you're saying there might have been like more gay people in my school than like I knew about?
A lot more.
Maybe that's why he never went out with me. Oh, I feel better now.
That's a threat on the school.
The school held e-learning today. No charges have been announced against that teacher.
If that was
What?
if that was a student, they would be charged right now.
No charges.
So no charges have been filed yet. The teacher had a student's name on the kill list, and they just kind of let her finish out the day and ho-hum. 4 hours later, they let the parents know and everything else.
How about the fact that you make a list and label it?
Yeah.
You labeled it my
She had it
kill
in
list.
sparkly, like glitter pens
Like
and
drew
shit.
like pretty little fun borders around
Yeah,
it.
exactly. She had it. She really, she decked it out.
I mean, you can write a list of people without writing my kill list on it, right?
Right. Kids to bring snacks to. There you go.
Right. Snacks.
Right. They don't need to tell anybody that they're lead snacks. Oh, wow. So okay, Chicago fifth graders. That's a different kind of fifth grader. That's a rough area. Cynically Insane says kids probably on the list because the teacher fronted him a package. Stevie J says, Aaron, you never showed anyone your new wristwatch. What? I only have my one watch.
You don't wear that though. What happened?
I don't know. Every time I see it in the morning, I go, I should put it on. And
It's
then
a lovely watch.
And then I don't. It's
You've
a
had
lovely
that for
watch.
what, 3 years now? 4?
Yeah, it's a nice watch. It'll stay that way if I don't wear it all the time. This guy will also be at the cornhole tournament, says Pool Scam Sam. Well, maybe he will. What's wrong with that? We would absolutely invite him. 100%. $250 away from this morning's goal. Thank you guys very much. Bigot on socialist media says 5th grade in Chicago, they're already selling cocaine. Northside CA says that was probably just the teacher's plan to defend herself in a school shooting. Oh, see, we don't consider these things.
So it seems like you've seen a lot in your inner city school.
I didn't go to an inner city school. I went to a suburban school.
Fine. Enough with the humble brags.
How dare you?
Did you ever see drug deals or anything like that?
In the actual school?
Yep.
No.
One of them I did. I saw 2 absolutely retarded kids that were in the grade under me had like a very tiny bag of white stuff, and I saw it happen right next to my locker.
Was it Adderall, Coke, or meth?
I didn't stop to ask.
Oh, okay. Well, then get the information from me
I just remember I was so shocked by it because I've never seen such a thing. I remember seeing these 2 just kind of openly doing that, and I looked around. There's of course no adults around. Nobody saw it but me. And I was
now you said 2 retarded kids did a drug deal. Was it literally 2 mentally retarded kids dealing drugs to each other? Because that would be hilarious.
I'd put them on a spectrum, yeah.
That would be awesome. Hello, do you have any cocaine? Yes, I have 2 cocaines for you right here. That will be $200 for 2 cocaines. Okay, here you go. And then he hands them like Legos. And he's like, thank you. And then the guy hands him Parmesan cheese. Like, what fucking drug deal is this?
Look, not quite that retarded.
Oh, not that retarded.
I just remember how like brazen it seemed. And I always wondered, like, since you always say that you'd seen all these things I haven't seen before, I wondered if that was like commonplace.
Hi, April. Would you like some cocaine? Yes, I would. Okay, that'll be boogers, please. You can just sneeze right into my mouth. You're so pretty. Then he hands you the bag. It's not even Coke. It's just dandruff. Not even his. Someone else's.
Skin flakes.
It's just skin flakes coming off. By the way, Darren Orson says you didn't tattle. Props to you.
I did not tattle. Do you know why?
Great, because you wanted to make your school a less safe place to be.
No, I didn't tattle because I was like, seriously, it was such a goody two shoes back then that I was like shocked that I even saw it. And I'm like, I don't even want to be mentioned in this like whole thing. I don't want to be a witness. I didn't see anything. You know, it was kind of just like a shocking moment in my childhood.
Now I just want the retarded policeman to be the retarded drug dealer, and I just want to watch those sketches.
I just remember I remember the first party I went to in Litchfield, and I saw weed everywhere. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, I have got to get out of here. My parents are going to kill me. But then I stayed, and it was fine.
Sure.
And it was
And you
fun.
did a bunch of drugs.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Devil Pup says, is that who April is going to sell off her cocaine food truck? Oh, yeah. You remember last night on the evening show, you had a cocaine food truck you were putting together.
Oh, wow, I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny how that just feels like a month ago now.
Gotta figure that out. All right, guys. Thank you. We're pushing 700, and I appreciate it. Let's keep dropping it down. In the next half hour, let's get that goal under 200. You guys are very close at 250. Let's go on a rally. We are making nice, smooth time this morning, and I do appreciate it. Follow us on Rumble. Subscribe on YouTube. We appreciate all of the new fans we make on a daily basis. Speaking of black people,
The salt of the earth.
Wayne Brady had a big announcement yesterday. I don't know if the ratings or the syndication for Let's Make a Deal are struggling or what, but Wayne Brady decided to rock the boat. He hosts a game show that is probably, exclusively watched by white women at home from work?
It came on after like a news channel or something. Like I
Yeah.
walked into a room later to find it. It's a retarded show.
They
I
resurrected
don't like
Let's
it.
Make a Deal from
Yeah.
the 70s.
It's not good.
And they
now.
put Wayne Brady in charge of it. And, to me, these people who become game show hosts who were like household names at one point, I really envy them because they have totally not let their ego and their ambition get in the way of just having a lucrative show business career. Because those syndicated game show paychecks are no joke. Like even the ones that nobody watches, you make millions of dollars a year.
Like Leno has one midday that's called You Bet Your Life or something.
You Bet
like
Your
that.
Life.
I bet nobody watches it.
And I bet you he makes $2 million a year. Jay Leno salary, what's it called?
You Bet Your Life.
Bet Your Life. What's his salary for that? Since 2014, he has hosted Jay Leno's Garage and the 2021 revival of You Bet Your Life. Under his current contract with NBC, Leno earns over $15 million annual salary.
Good for that guy.
To do the Garage show and You Bet Your Life, he's making $15 million a year.
What game show would you like to host if you could?
I got to go Price is Right.
Me too.
That would be a fun one.
Classic.
Or a Jeopardy because I can make people feel really stupid.
I would do Price is Right or Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune's kind of boring though compared
Right.
to.
So with these game shows, Wayne Brady, I'm going to guess syndicated game show, I'm going to go $5 million a year. Like if you don't have ambition, like I want to be the biggest movie star, I want to be the biggest comedian, I want to be the biggest this. Like Wayne Brady just went, hey, I don't have to travel all over the place. I don't have to audition for shit. I don't have to deal with the politics of Hollywood. I just host a game show. They film like 10 episodes a day.
They do.
And they put them in the can and you
Yep.
get shitloads of time off. And you make millions of dollars. Because these markets like, hey, we just sold not You Bet Your Life. What is he? Let's Make a Deal. Hey, Wayne, we just sold Let's Make a Deal to the Milwaukee Fox affiliate. Now that Fox affiliate is the only one in Milwaukee that gets Let's Make a Deal. And then, we sold it to the NBC affiliate in Toledo. And you just, as they add markets, you make a little bit more money. And those affiliates pay money to put the show on their airwaves. So it's a great gig. Wayne Brady salary. Wayne Brady, another one, makes over $1 million a year just hosting a
That's
game.
not bad.
Yeah, $1.7 million a year to do Let's Make a Deal.
I always get this confused with Deal or No Deal.
Yeah, so
That
he makes a couple million a year, and he just hosts a game show. That's it.
I'd do it.
It's great.
It's a good gig.
It's great. So Wayne Brady recently came out for some reason to let us know that he identifies as pansexual. I have to ask this question every time this happens. Why? Not why are you pansexual? Look, if you want
Pans are sexy.
look, if you want to fuck anything that moves, including the silverware and pans, that's totally fine with me. I ain't your daddy. But at the same time, how is it my business? That's what I never understand about any
Everybody
of this
wants
stuff.
their sex lives to be everyone's business now.
I don't.
As long as it's not hetero.
Right, exactly. Hey, I like to fuck chicks. What are you, gay, bro? I just don't understand why pansexual is anything I need to know about my game show host. Like, that would be the same because it's not important. It's not like skin color where, it's just out front all the time and it's seen and it's discussed and this and that. It's literally the way you fuck. And people take such pride in it, whether it's gay, straight, pansexual, or whatever. You understand it's the same as coming out to the public and going, hey, everybody, when I'm done fucking my wife, I like to shit on her chest.
I, too, am into hot Carls.
Yeah, it's like, guys, and then you look at them. I want to do that, not shit on your chest, but I want to go out publicly. I want to be famous enough one day. I want to have enough markets under my belt in broadcasting or enough services or whatever under my belt or enough viewers where I can go public and I can go, hey, guys, I like to shit on my wife's chest. And then I want everybody in the LGBT community to go, oh, my God, that's disgusting. Why would you even share that with people? And I'd look at them and I go, exactly. I have no idea why what I do in my bedroom is important. It's disgusting to a lot of people. Nobody wants to hear about it, but I like to shit on her chest. What do you think about that? I think it's wholly unnecessary for you to be discussing your sex life that way. It has nothing to do with who you are. Thank you. Exactly. Pride Month is canceled.
Are you saying that people involved in Pride are the biggest hypocrites ever?
I'm just saying that if I went public and said I like to diarrhea fart in women's faces sexual, and it's a big sexual thing, I think people would be disgusted. They wouldn't want to know about it. And I would use that to say it is every bit as valid as you publicly talking about your sex shit, which is not at all. It's not at all valid.
I never got the poop stuff.
It's not to be gotten. It's just something a guy likes to do, and if he likes to do it and everybody's a willing participant, fuck it, let him do it. But just the trade-off is, let's not discuss it.
I would prefer to hold any level of respect for you, because once you tell me you poop on people, I'm done. I can't talk to you anymore.
Right. It's awkward forever because I've pooped on you. That's an ultimate dominant move.
I guess. But yeah, you could keep the world fine as is without telling me what you do in your bedroom. Right. I don't want to know what anybody in this chat does in their bedroom, ever. Ever.
Well, now they're all going to tell you.
That's all going to be wrong, though.
Devil Pup says, if that's what turns you on, Aaron, who are we to judge? No, see, now I should have never said that. To reiterate, I do not enjoy taking a shit on women sexually. It's just, I have to punish them, though.
I go through a lot of bleach.
Yeah. Look, I don't enjoy that, but it's the same as people telling you they're pansexual.
I always see, that's just so silly to me. I just say, oh, so you're into pans. And I know that's offensive to the pansexuals out there, but I don't care.
Nothing should be.
I'm going to make a mockery of you because you made it clear that you had to say it.
Nothing should be offensive to pansexuals because nobody should know you're pansexual. It changes nothing.
I'm saying. Yeah.
Wayne Brady has said that he identifies as pansexual.
Cool.
The Let's Make a Deal game show host indicated to people that he can be attracted to individuals of various identities. Now,
isn't that a lot of people?
The rest of us have always just assumed this guy was gay, right?
I think so.
We've all just kind of assumed Wayne Brady was a homosexual. But apparently, the guy just fucks everything.
Pans.
Yeah, he's just fucking everything, start to finish. In doing my research, both with myself and just with the world, a.k.a. being promiscuous, I couldn't say if I was bisexual because I had to really see what that was.
Oh, God. See, we don't need to know this. You're a game show host.
I don't need to know what diarrhea tastes like to know that I don't like diarrhea. There you go, Aaron. Right back to shit. I don't need to know what barf tastes like to know that I don't want to eat barf.
Aaron, how do you know that you don't like dick if you never tried it?
Because it just seems bad. No thanks.
There is a level to not doing something because you're afraid you'll like it.
For me, that's like heroin.
Well, any drug for me. I'm
right.
But
that's not dick.
Dick can be a drug to some people. Excuse me.
Look, I know my dick, and I don't want my dick in my mouth or in my butthole. I certainly don't want anyone else's in my mouth or in my butthole. So no. No, thank you.
I always figured that if men could pleasure themselves orally, you probably would.
No, I don't want a dick in my mouth. It's a horrific way to pleasure oneself. There's a level of separation that you get with your hand that, you're almost not a part of it.
Right. And if you sit on your hand long enough and make it numb first, it's really.
So he said, I had to really see what that was, especially because I really have not gotten a chance to act on anything. So what he's trying to say is, bro, I only fuck pussy, but I'm attracted to everything, but I ain't stuffing no butts. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Why can't you
here.
just not tell us that you like having sex with everybody?
Right.
Isn't that okay to do? Like,
that would be funny if
I
at the
didn't
end of
ask
his
you.
it would be funny at the end of his quote if someone just went, "Okay, yeah, that's great. Now you were saying what's behind door number 2? Can we
my backyard.
move this thing along?" Yeah, now I'm worried that some fucking, princess with a tucked cock and glitter all over themselves is going to be behind door number 2, Wayne. So I came to pansexual because, and I know that I'm completely messing up the dictionary meaning, but to me, pan means being able to be attracted to anyone who identifies as gay, straight, bi, transsexual, or non-binary. Being able to be attracted across the board. And I think, at least for me right now, that is the proper place. I took pan to mean that not only can I be attracted to any of these people or types physically, but I could be attracted to the person that is there. Again, please tell me what... It's always fun to watch people like have these big reveals, and you're like, what brought this on? How did we get on this topic?
It's feeling unimportant.
I guess.
You're not noticed. Because, like, for me, I feel like it's very common to, like, I've looked at women before and been, wow, she is gorgeous. I totally would. But you know what? If I did or did not, I don't feel like telling you guys about it, right?
Yeah.
I've been attracted to women, men, doesn't really matter. What I did or did not do is nobody's business.
I mean, I have a very simple piece of advice to Wayne Brady, and it would just be...
Just say you're gay.
That's it.
That's probably the answer.
Sometimes I like buttholes.
You know,
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
that kind of does just seem like you're going way out of your way to avoid saying that you're gay.
Right, and
like
that's...
you don't want your family to know that you're gay or something, so you just say, "Oh, I'm kind of attracted to everything."
Yeah. Well, he
It's
says...
like it's a workaround.
He says, let's be really honest. You don't have to.
No,
You just lie to me and say, hey, I'm really...
I preferred that sometimes.
Yeah, just lie. I've also been attracted to certain men in my life, but I've always pushed that aside because of how I was raised. What, black? And because I live in today's world, and it's scary as shit. What's the fastest way to hurt another man? Well, shove your cock in his ass would be my opinion. I mean, fastest way to hurt a man, stab him in the stomach or fuck him in the butt.
Well, yeah, with that big thing you got, you'd kill someone.
Oh, yeah, you just fucking club him with it first. Put him out and then drag him to your cave and give his butthole a what for. I'm going to call you out of your name. I'm going to call you gay. I'm going to emasculate you, he said. I mean, dicking a dude's butthole down is also kind of emasculating to that guy. You're literally bent over with something in your ass.
Yeah, isn't the bottom in that situation supposed to be a little more
It's a
feminine?
little submissive, yeah.
I don't know.
It's not a little submissive. It's all the way submissive.
But yeah, you took it.
He said that he, in the tookus. Oh. He said that he has undergone treatment for love addiction. Yeah, see, like, this just all sounds gay.
No, you know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like mental illness, and it sounds like I will not be dating you anytime soon.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like Hollywood's a fucked up place and people
Yeah.
should keep their distance.
Like, I'm so thrilled that in my tiny little small country bumpkin town, nobody talks like this.
Right.
Nobody. I've not heard this type of
And
conversation
again,
ever.
what the fuck is wrong with you that you feel like the rest of the world needs to know that you're pansexual? It's just a strange, it's a strange thing.
If somebody came up to me, like in front of my local church or something there, and said, I'm pansexual and I just really like to be accepted here, somebody's going to whack you over the head with a Lodge, like, cast iron pan.
If someone came into a church and went, I believe I'm pansexual, I would go, could you get me that book off the shelf? Thank you. Leviticus. There we go. Hey, read that for me. I don't know.
And it's not even that we hated you as a person. It's like you just said that and that was unprovoked.
I'm just saying there are certain things about that particular faith that do not seem very welcoming to that sort of thing.
I mean, Tiny.
Thank you guys for eclipsing over 700 people at the moment. I appreciate that. Let's keep that number climbing. Hit like for the algorithm. Hit subscribe. Thank you to Dub for $5 over on Rumble. He says, laughing my fucking ass off, Aaron. I agree. It's too much information from Wayne Brady. Yeah, it's, I mean, again, didn't need to know, pal. I don't know what this is doing for you.
I feel like that's part of our whole society's thing of like being so accepting of everything now. It's just everyone feels like, oh, I can just say this now. I don't have to keep this inside.
Yeah.
I don't want shame anymore. Shame is a good thing, guys.
Right.
Keep it to yourself.
Especially when it, like,
I have
just,
shameful things I do that I don't tell anyone about.
And I know about them. There's just this thing, though, where, like, let's set a standard. Like, I don't care if you're gay. Let's not make it a gay straight thing, because then people can claim that they're being persecuted.
Yeah, who cares?
If it involves your butthole, like, no thanks. Don't tell me about it.
Not even your butthole.
Let's start at butthole and we'll work from there.
You're saying work from the butthole out.
Work from the butthole out. That's how we're gonna rebuild society, from the anus outward.
I don't want to know about your genitals. How's that?
We'll get there.
Is that like a small town take too? Like, I don't want to know what your dick's doing.
We'll get there, and eventually we'll be covering up our ankles. Trooper gifting a membership to Mick Luck. Thank you very much, pal.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. 2:45 away from today's goal. Feeling good about it. If you feel like chipping in, take a look at the chats on Rumble and YouTube. There are the links. And, of course, over 400 on YouTube, over 300 on Rumble. What a wonderful day. Thank you guys very much. Like and subscribe. More bad news for Lizzo.
Oh, no.
Jay-Z is canceling his Made in America festival for 2023 as Lizzo was set to headline. Now, Jay-Z and his wife have been a little with this whole
Touch and
Lizzo
go.
thing. Beyonce took her off a song, then she put her back on a song. Then
Jay-Z yelled at her.
I don't know. I don't think, by the way, my conspiracy theory on Jay-Z and Beyonce is that they're not really like in a marriage.
It's for business.
I think it's a power couple thing. And I think they became tired of each other a long time ago. I think Jay-Z's been getting pussy on the side the whole time.
I think there's probably a lot of famous couples like that.
Yeah.
I think that's why I've always said, like, if there's celebrities that come out like, oh, so-and-so cheated on so-and-so, I'm like, that's probably been like an agreed upon thing.
And I also think that person accusing them probably cheated too.
They all do it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that if you're a celebrity and you've got everybody at your disposal, you're all just kind of getting sex everywhere.
Do you remember when Beyonce's sister beat the shit out of Jay-Z in that elevator?
Oh, Solange.
Yes. You remember when Solange beat the shit out of Jay-Z in that elevator?
I do, actually.
Smacked the fuck out of him?
Yeah.
That was like 10 years ago. I always
thought they were...
I always assumed that was because she caught him cheating on her sister.
It's either that or he had been sleeping with her on occasion and then something went awry with it. That's
Right.
kind of what I thought.
So with the Beyonce, Jay-Z power couple, both kind of keeping Lizzo at arm's length, which is scary because she can just move forward and shatter your arm. She's very weighty. She's like a hydraulic press, that one. But, yeah, I mean, shutting her down too. I mean, why? I get it. Why would you want to be associated with someone who's right now being accused of forcing her backup dancers to eat bananas out of stripper pussy?
Why shut down your whole thing, though? Just move up somebody else in your lineup to headliner.
It's because of who he has in it. I mean, Metro Boomin, Ice Spice, Lotto, Coi Leray, Doechii, Mace, Cameron, SZA.
So
Lizzo was the headliner. None of those other people can headline.
3 of those people are a big deal right now, but they're not headliners.
Right. Ice Spice got a thing with Taylor Swift. That's the only reason anyone knows who that
Lotto's
is.
pretty big. I don't care for her. It's more like that Cardi B type music. But
she's
pretty
also
big.
like a B-lister.
Yeah. Metro Boomin is like a has-been DJ, isn't he? Like a mixer.
Right, not a headliner. Cameron hasn't been a headliner for 20 years.
Coi Leray is better known to me for posting her titties on Instagram.
Don't even know who that lady is.
She's a very skinny but
Titty lady.
shapely black lady who I think Marquise is into.
Okay, Marquise likes the mannish-looking black women. He's into that. So yeah, somebody called Beyonce and Jay-Z the Black Clintons. I mean, it's kind of true.
Maybe.
If you're in hip hop or R&B or any kind of black adjacent music, I guess we could
Gotta
say
go through them.
You either have to go through them or they can give you the Taylor Swift bump of black people. I mean, Jay-Z and Beyonce.
I do think you're right, though.
That does seem like one of those celebrity arranged marriages almost.
Yeah.
Where Jay-Z's the biggest thing, she's the biggest thing, and people got them together and said, you two got to marry. It's like an
and
old
have
medieval.
all the kids.
Yeah, it's like an old medieval marriage.
I completely agree with you. I think it's probably kind of loveless and for business.
Yeah.
You can make tons of money together. I think that's probably great.
They've done all right so far. Scarface over on Rumble says Mace hasn't been a headliner since 1997. Yeah, it's been a while for old Mace.
But I'm saying you can't, if you're Jay-Z, you can't get somebody to fill in as a headliner. You can't fill in. Your wife can't fill in anything.
That's the other thing. If you're Jay-Z and Beyonce, the whole point of you guys having a music festival is if anything goes bad, you can jump
You're
right in there. Yeah.
Right? I mean, you could sing one song and you're fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, terrible announcement. Lizzo has been struck with banana flu from eating yeasty bananas out of an infected pussy. So she will not be able to perform. She's puking up a rack of lamb at the moment. But filling in, we have our new headliner. And then all of a sudden you just hear, H to the Izzo. And everybody, oh my fucking God, it's Jay-Z. Oh my God. And then your whole festival is safe.
Beyonce starts singing Single Ladies and all the women's panties drop.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
all my women who's independent. Oh my God, it's Beyonce. Guys are ripping their dicks off and throwing them on stage.
Wouldn't you for Beyonce?
Just ripping my cock off and chucking it.
Who would you rip your dick off for, Beyonce or Jay-Z?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'd rip my tits off for Jay-Z. Rip my dick off for Beyonce. Which, by the way, you can say whatever you want about Beyonce. She still looks fucking good.
She's hot. She's a very hot chick, yeah.
When she did that Black Panther shit at the Super Bowl, I was like, all right, I'll take a knee to the neck. You know? That would be awesome. Like, you know how white people were all upset at the Super Bowl when Beyonce did like that Black Panther fucking performance or whatever, which I didn't give a shit about. But I thought it would be great if if you're going to offend people, you might as well lean in. Because every time people try to split the baby and be like, well, I'll do this, but I won't go too far so people don't get offended. People get offended anyway. That's what this outrage culture has to breed, is a new generation of people who go, well, wait a minute. Let me use my logic here. If I try to censor myself and they're going to bitch anyway, why don't I go all the way and fucking earn it?
Yeah.
You know, if Beyonce would have done the Black Panther thing and at the end taken like a little tiny white guy and like thrown him down and knelt on his neck for 8 minutes, that'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he actually dies.
And then he actually dies. Beyonce
that's just reparations.
Beyonce kills a guy during her show.
Gets away with it.
I would love that. What a fun time for everybody.
In your opinion, who's your hottest Black female artist?
Like sexually hottest?
Yeah. Who would ya?
Of all time or like right now? This is tough. Because
right now I'm not super in touch with, so we'll just go all time.
I don't have a lot of people on my list, so this is difficult for me. Beyonce's definitely near the top. If she didn't have such fucked up nipples, I would say Cardi B's up there.
She is pretty hot.
Because she's like ghetto trash hot.
Yeah, I agree. Like, right, if you wanted to go slumming.
Yeah, you go with Cardi B.
Cardi B for sure.
She's got those big, giant nuclear missile nipples, and I don't like it.
Yeah, but you don't have to see them. Cover that part up.
I want to see them.
Put a bra on them.
No, that's weird.
Yeah, you can't have sex with stuff on.
No. Gotta have your stuff off.
It's
always funny if you realize you left your socks on. That's always a funny one to think about.
No.
You're like, aha, I left my socks on. What a weirdo.
I can barely sleep with socks on.
Camel Toe gifting 10 memberships. Thank you very much, buddy. I'm going to read off these names while I try to think of Black entertainers that I find hot. This is pretty embarrassing.
Yes,
racially.
Megan is nowhere up there for you.
No. What's her name? Nicki Minaj. Yeah, I like Nicki Minaj.
I'm not a Nicki Minaj.
Only because I think she could kill me, and there's something kind of fun about that.
She married her a rapist. So.
No, not hers, though.
No, not
somebody
hers.
Else's.
It's hers now.
Right. Now it's yours. Thank you very much. That puts us at 220 for this morning. Hey, guys, 10 minutes to get under 200. You guys can do it, and we'll be making great time today. If you want to contribute, there's the links in the YouTube chat and the Rumble chat. We're now only 220 away after Camel Toe gifts memberships to Hamburger Steak, Salty Newts, Malevolent Bystander, Tim Jones, Dan Shelley, Captain Panhandle,
thank you,
B. Smiley, Some Idiot, Nicholas Davidson, and Rocky Paboa.
Nice, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, someone says Stacey Dash back in the day. I was never a Stacey Dash guy. What's her name from Welcome Home, Roscoe Jenkins?
I never remember her name.
Monique.
That's not. Oh,
I'm just kidding.
I really thought you were talking about the slim one. I'm like, she's not an artist.
Yeah, her, the one from Pulp Fiction too. I always forget her name. I like her. I always thought it was Nicole something.
Oh,
she's got 3 names. Patrick Bet David, I believe is her name.
JFK.
Welcome Home, Roscoe.
See, I see her more as like
Jenkins cast. Her name is like Nikki.
The Boogie Nights. Girl.
Nikki. Nicole Ari Parker. That's it.
For me, like if I had to go Black like artists, I'm thinking like Nicole Scherzinger's really hot.
She doesn't count as Black.
I think she does.
She's not black.
If she doesn't count as black, neither does Cardi B.
She's like
Get
Dominican.
off of it.
That
Yeah.
counts.
Nicole Scherzinger, Sierra. Sierra is black, and she is seriously hot.
What race is Nicole Scherzinger? Let's put this to bed. She's Filipino, Hawaiian, Ukrainian.
That doesn't sound white to me.
That's not black.
Look up her pictures. And tell me she's not
Filipino's
hot.
almost white.
Filipino tilt-a-whirl operators is this nation's backbone.
Hawaiian, that's she's pretty Asian then, but then she's got a little Ukrainian in
Look
there.
at her, though.
So I
She's-
guess we owe her money.
How about Sierra? Can we land on her? She's pregnant again, by the way.
Yeah, Russell Wilson sure he couldn't complete any passes, but he could make a fucking kid again. Couldn't throw a touchdown to save his life because he was throwing all the touchdowns in his wife.
I think that's going to be 3 kids together, and then she's got a kid with Future.
Oh, 3 kids. Wonderful. Could we get 3,000 yards out of him? That would be wonderful. I'm sure Broncos fans would really enjoy that. Oh, I'm glad you're having another kid. Could we get 9 wins this year? That'd be cool.
I actually just kind of want him back on the Seahawks. I liked him there.
S2H becoming a member for 15 months says, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Nice.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A black girl without bingo flaps. Fake. Oh, my God. For God's sake, Mr. Monkeypox.
What the hell does that mean?
Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says Thelma from Good Times on his list. Tim the Toolman Taylor says Nicki Minaj is way hotter than Cardi B.
Ugh.
Those nipples are bad, man.
Her nipples are bad, but Nicki is so fake at this point, it's insane.
She's Trinidadian, man. That counts as black.
Like, go back to the Anaconda video.
She
and
does
at her
look
ass.
a little retarded.
Yes. Thank you.
So there is that.
Yeah, go to her Chun-Li stuff and check it out.
See, that hashtag, that's my Nicki Minaj. Barbershop 3.
I would have rather seen her be with Drake.
Where she's fucking common. That's a good Nicki
that's
Minaj.
hot. That's really hot.
Bangs don't do it for me. That's okay. That's kind of cute. And then Cardi B.
Her ass. I can't believe her ass doesn't throw it off for you.
It does. It definitely does.
She's got a pretty face. So, you know what throws me off?
Cardi B looks stabby.
Cardi B, though, her voice for me.
Yeah, she's got that
her,
awful Rosie Perez
not
voice.
Not her music voice, but the talking voice.
Yeah.
Where suddenly she is the ghetto trash that throws microphones at you.
Exactly. All right. Well, Darren Orson says early Rihanna was top tier.
Yes. Yes, she was. She was very hot.
I'm going Nicole Ari Parker then.
She's not an artist. That doesn't count.
Oh, for God's sake. You're putting me through the ringer here.
You can't find one black woman who sings that you think is hot.
This is why I don't like having this conversation, because this part comes up.
Brandy, Ashanti, Aaliyah.
I mean, they're all fine, but
Whitney Houston, for God's sakes.
I mean, I'll take Keira Knightley over all of them. Or Natalie fucking Portman, or
Knightley's got better tits.
Megan Fox, or
Megan Fox is back to hot. I'll give you that.
It's all over the place.
She just, by the way, did you see what she's up to? Megan Fox just wrote a book of sinister poems about pretty boys, and she is certifiably crazy in my opinion.
Oh no. Yeah, that guy was the problem. The guy who looks straight-laced and put together, he's the problem.
I encourage you, go to her Instagram and look up what she says about this book that she wrote, and about the evils that she's endured due to pretty boys and all this stuff. It's pretty whack, in my opinion.
My favorite black celebrity I'd like to fuck, Mom's Mabley. You know who that is?
I think so. Oh, no, I don't. Wow.
Mom's Mabley is my black crush.
See, I was
thinking... Ebony Princess.
Yeah, I was thinking it'd be on the lines of Monique or Lunel.
Lunel's up there.
Would you for the story?
Yeah, Gabby Sibbett. And she also seems like she's a really nice lady.
How about that Precious chick?
Yeah, Gabby Sibbett.
Oh, is that her name? I only know her as Precious.
Sean Raz with $10 says, you see Neo retracted apology to trans. Yeah, we talked about that on the Monday evening show.
Yeah.
You can check that story out there.
I went back to listening to him yesterday.
2:15 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. I showed April a fucking badass outlaw country song.
I didn't.
You gotta check that one out that I sent you yesterday. It is a fucking trip. I've always been a big Hellbound Glory fan. I like Leroy Virgil, But he has this song called Hellbound Blues, and I've never really given it a shot until recently.
Okay.
It is a fucking ride. He is such a dirtball, like, just grimy fuck. I like him. Like, he's certifiable trash.
I really am into the Northern Boys at the moment. So
The Northern Boys are very good. It's, it's a little.
I'm trying to pick up
different
on every lyric.
But like this, like to me, an outlaw kind of Southern rock country song that, by the way, Nashville would never allow you to hear. I mean, this is certifiably, it starts off insane and then continues and goes into,
This is the trouble with what you're doing. You're putting this thing up here for me to be disappointed.
It goes to cocaine. It starts with cocaine. And by the third verse, it gets to pave the sea and fucking nuke the whales. I mean, the song's a ride.
That doesn't sound country at all.
It's pretty good.
I've heard this before.
Yeah.
This is not new.
No, it's not new, but I decided to lean in finally.
Oh, I know this song.
He's just, the Ku Klux Klan makes an appearance in this song.
This does nothing for me. Yeah. You can't keep playing this, babe.
I think we're good. We're talking over it.
You can't just play that on YouTube.
But I like a song that just kind of ramps up over time, and by the third verse, they just go,
like,
fuck it.
To me, that's no different than the mainstream artists that are just like,
oh, no.
Trying to throw something in your face, like, yeah, we're country, man, like the Jason Aldean shit. Yeah, try that in my small town.
No.
Like, there's no difference. You're just
This
being
is about
shock
him
jockey.
spending thousands of dollars, quote, one line at a time. His coke is whiter than the Alabama Ku Klux Klan. I don't believe they want that in modern day country.
No, I'm saying you're going for the same like shtick. Like, look at how hard I am.
No, if you look into Leroy Virgil, he really has problems.
I believe it.
He legit.
I do. No, I've heard that song before. It's another song. It's another song that says, "Ooh, look how hard I am," and that's really where it ends.
He probably should have taken care of himself a little bit better.
Why?
Friendo says, I'll tell you what, Aaron, you suck, and I think it's time to push open that closet door. That's not gay. It's a good song. You'll enjoy it. Northside says, Hellbound Glory is the shit. Reminds me of doing meth in Reno in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's a great time.
That's what Hellbound Glory is. It's meth in Reno.
Did you just listen to that song?
I've never given
time?
the whole thing. I've only listened to the first verse usually. And I gave it a fucking shot. And by the time he got to pave the sea and fucking nuke the whales, I was like, I'm in.
For some reason, whenever that came out, I feel like that was kind of that was circulating.
But I don't know if that song ever came out. That
Of
song,
the Closet?
Hellbound Glory, has always been a band you had to go find.
Yeah, but it was like that group that everybody did go find.
Yeah.
I thought it happened at one point.
All right, guys. Let's. Friendo says it's because your shirt says what. I'm answering what. I think we all should. Oh, you're saying that's what? Okay, that's what you're answering the question on my shirt. Very nice. All right, guys. 2:15 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for all your support.
Thank you.
Streamlabs, PayPal, memberships, subscriptions, all that happy horse shit. We do appreciate all of you contributing to this program, and there's over 700 of you watching right now, and I appreciate that. I just discovered this asshole yesterday. I don't know what this even means. TikTok yeet baby Uncle Chris.
Oh,
I don't know TikTok people.
I'm not I don't have TikTok. I don't know it either. But Instagram, I did see Yeet Baby.
Yeah,
it's a baby, and I think he yeets things.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, do you know what yeet is?
I know what yeet is. You know,
you're yeeting things.
If a car goes flying off a cliff, it yeeted itself. It just just taking it out. You know, wiping it out. Scorched earth.
He's a famous TikTok baby for doing baby things.
So,
I think
TikTok, I think, is a great example. First of all, of China. This is the equivalent. You know, back in the day before you invaded a country, you bomb the fuck out of it. China is psychologically bombing the fuck out of us before they invade, and they're using TikTok to do it. And this is the brilliance of China. All they're doing to fight us is holding up a mirror. And they unleash TikTok on the world, and America's narcissism goes berserk. And you see how retarded we truly are and how we reward that retardation. And China just turns it on us. And then you have people like this Uncle Chris, who's a certifiable nut job. And if it were not for TikTok, he would be, I don't know, he'd be locked up in an institution somewhere, or living with his parents until he was 50 years old because he just can't take care of himself. But because of TikTok, he's been allowed to become famous because all the dumbest people in the country have congregated to this one app, and they reward total dipshits. And this guy is case A of that. I had to do a deep dive into this yesterday because I saw this on TMZ, and I just had a feeling. I went, this is going to set me off. This could be good for the show. I don't know who this guy is, but I'm going to teach my audience about him because I'm going to learn about him.
Right, we're all learning together.
TikTok star Uncle Chris, famous for the Yeet Baby videos, is getting treatment in a mental health facility after a difficult several months, which all led up to his alleged disappearance. Now, apparently this guy just wandered off one day and nobody knew where he was. He was having a mental breakdown. And you know why he was having a mental breakdown?
Because he's a TikToker?
Because of TikTok comments.
Yeah, okay.
He made TikToks of babies fucking shit up. And then people were like, you're gay, you suck. And you go, it's making me sad. That's because you're not supposed to be famous. You found a weird loophole in the algorithm, in the universal algorithm. You found a loophole. You exploited that loophole, and you became famous when you weren't supposed to. And your brain was telling you, dude, we're not supposed to be famous. We're not talented. We don't do anything good. We were just born at a time where everybody's got double-digit IQs, and they drool and look at their screen, and you get paid for it. You have to stop. We're going to have a breakdown. I like being famous. I'm talented. No, you're not. I'm going to snap. And then his brain snapped, and he went insane.
2 YouTubers I listen to regularly or semi-regularly, they both have TikToks too that they talk about. Both of them yesterday put out new videos, so I'm listening to them while I'm working out. And both of them are like, you know, you never really realize how much trauma you go through from being an online personality and how people can just like be out to get you online and stuff and how you need to get away from it. But then they'll follow that up with, oh, but my job is to be online, so I have to read that stuff. I'm like, you don't though.
Yeah, but it's
or
your
you're
job.
just not cut out for it.
That's like saying my job is to be a Target manager, but that doesn't mean when they're done working at Target, they just go hang out at Target all day.
Right. Post your video and stop reading shit.
Like Michael B says, can we make Aaron wander off? No, you never will, because when I'm done with work, I leave my workplace. I go home and I live my life.
Go to your home.
These fucking TikTok people, they have, I think Mick Luck said it perfect, imposter syndrome. They can't believe that they're actually successful doing this because they shouldn't be. That's their brain telling them the truth.
Right.
You're not good. It's not your brain tricking you. It's your brain trying to set things right. You're on TikTok having a baby yeet shit for retards. You shouldn't be famous, and you shouldn't be reading comments. And the only chance you have as a TikTok performer to maintain it is to never look at your TikTok. Make the videos, walk away.
I really believe too, like especially like women YouTubers and stuff that have to like say like, oh, and trigger warning coming up, we're going to talk about our weight and stuff like that. Yeah. Or like women who are like, I just can't talk about weight anymore because people are so nasty to me in the comments section.
Stop reading it.
You've either got to stop reading it or you have to stop doing this.
Right.
You have got to stop.
Dude, I get a shitload of hate. I do 2 things. I laugh at them. I block them. I move on with my day.
I get a ridiculous amount of hate too. Like ever since, especially like last October, I'm like, I don't know what I've done. So I'm just going to stop reading whatever you're saying.
Right. So now for me, it's kind of one of those things where I can handle it. So I read it and I just go, like there's a sick part of me. And it shows that I belong in broadcasting. There's a sick part of me where I look at a person who hates me that much and I go, look what I made you do.
Ooh.
Look what I made you do. But it's true. It's like, look what just me doing a show, using my voice, rattling this here offering plate. Look what I've made out of you.
That's all I've ever gotten out of that too is like, oh, so I'm a co-host on some show. I giggle a lot and have an occasional opinion that doesn't matter. I'm a parent. I'm a step parent. I go live a life. I hunt sometimes and I'm just a redneck non-parent bitch now.
Right.
So like everybody online, like you don't change my life.
And to me, anytime I see that stuff, I go, look, it fills me with disgusting narcissistic power where I go, look at what I've made you do. Look at what I've made you take time to do. Never forget. Every time someone writes that they don't like me, they hate me, I'm coming after you, Bo. I just want to go, never forget how I made you do that.
I haven't gotten to your point yet.
But then you get these TikTok guys who it drives them mentally ill. I'm not saying that as a euphemism. They literally have mental breaks. They don't stop reading it. It's fine to have mental breaks. It's probably more normal than what I do. But that's why you just don't read it. People writing in the chat, people who don't read their comments. Mersh, Rogan, they're on the same level. I love Mersh. Mersh, Rogan. They don't read their comments. Why? Because they're like, who has time? I got better shit to do.
I've never read comments on any of our YouTube posts ever.
So like this, this Uncle Chris guy has a fucking mental breakdown and disappears. His family's got to look for him, call the police, because he makes TikToks of babies knocking over glasses of chocolate milk and he can't fucking deal. Then don't make the videos. Yeah, and as far as like Trisha Paytas and the people you're talking about, that's why I still to this day still think she's a dumb bitch.
I don't listen to people like her as much anymore because it has gotten to that point, especially like she just went through that Colleen Ballinger shit where she used to be friends with her, but then all this stuff came out and now it's traumatic for her. You know, like it's kind of become unbearable to listen to, and now it's more about, it's about fixing our traumas now and we have to heal from our traumas, and I'm not here to listen to that. I was here for the dumpster fire or like just the off the wall crap,
So,
and it's not that anymore.
To me, a guy like that, you can't do that for a living and then say, I can't handle the comments, but then read the comments. It's the old pushing on the bruise thing. Ow, it hurts. Ow, it hurts. Ow, it hurts. There's a part of you that in a gross way likes it. So you keep doing it, but it also causes you to have a giant breakdown. Yeah. So you've got to pick a street, brother.
You do. Like for me, I used to fixate so much on like, I've literally not done anything but exist to these people. Why do they hate me so much? And that does nothing but negative things to me. Right. So I decide, therefore, okay, that's not working. Let's just not give a shit. Those people are sad. But then I don't read them. Like I'm kind of the opposite of you. Like I don't read it. They get to say those things.
As reported, Chris Rooney's family went to the cops last week after they couldn't get in touch and feared the worst. A short time later, officers told us Chris had been located safe, but it was unclear what led to his family report. Now the Rooney's family is explaining what happened behind the scenes, saying as many of you know, his life the last 6 months has been nothing short of difficult. What you all witnessed leading up to his disappearance was all of his emotions coming to a head.
But from what?
Because he's a TikTok guy who films babies. Then stop it. My life has been really difficult. You don't understand my mental health. Get off. Get out of here. That's your brain telling you don't belong here. The comments make me sad. Then don't do something that has comments in it.
Right, go sell cars.
Nobody has a comment section for iron workers.
Go work at McDonald's.
There's no comment section there. Those following along with Chris's life knew he had recently separated from his wife, at times talking about it on social media. Fucking don't. All right? Scotty, don't. What's more, his family says, prior to his disappearance, he had seen the movie Sound of Freedom. Oh, God. Are we going to really try and drag Sound of Freedom into what if he watched the Barbie movie? Then he'd just be off sucking dick somewhere, more than likely.
just the ability to shoehorn anything in there.
Like many others, he was sick to his core over it. This prompted him to post links to raise money for the cause of ending child sex trafficking. To many of you, this may have seemed odd, but he genuinely wanted and still wants to help this cause. Nobody thinks that's weird. Chris's family says he wasn't acting like himself, and when they couldn't get in touch with him, they feared the worst, calling police to make a missing persons report. Thankfully, they learned he was in the mental health facility several hours later, where he remains and is getting the treatment he needs. Chris also released a statement saying, unfortunately, there was nothing anyone could do to help me. It is something that I have to work on, and am going to make it my life's mission to not only get myself healthy, but also others. Stop that. Stop that shit.
Just worry about you.
You can't take care of yourself. That's another thing these mentally ill people do. I want to use this to help other people. Look, nobody has the balls to tell them, look, you're a long fucking way away from that.
I was going to say, you can't help anybody if you're not good.
Yeah. You are not the messenger, dude.
No.
Nuh-uh. So, you have this guy. He's, a big famous guy on TikTok. But shit like this happens, and this is what I mean. Don't read it or don't do this because it's not worth this level of damage to your mental health. Let's check this guy out. I've never seen him besides
If
this.
a man said something like this to my face with such confidence and such inaccuracy, like no, you lost your beautiful wife because of alcohol. That's not even remotely true.
You don't need to defend yourself to these faceless retards, you dummy. Stop it. Stop thinking that you need to convince. April, you go ahead and read that guy's name.
Meow.
You don't need to respond to meow. All right?
Like I can't even stress how many times you and I have gotten the same type of bullshit. They're all 100% lies, but if you sit in there and waste your time trying to convince the person of actual reality, you used to tell me this. Like you can't convince these people that they're wrong. And sometimes they know they're wrong. They just want a reaction out of you.
So dude, you're giving meow exactly what he wants, meow. And you're trying to convince him that that's not... Dude, you're getting divorced, all right? You got bigger fish to fry. You don't need to take time out of your day, shirtless in the bathroom, to talk to meow.
What's up with those brows too, man?
There's a lot of work.
That's almost a bigger problem than meow.
So meow is saying this. Guess what? Meow gets to say that. Don't read meow saying that. Don't let meow comment on your shit anymore. That's fine if you want to do that. That's your prerogative. But for God's sake, I mean, to sit there in your bathroom with your shirt off going, that's not true. And if this guy said this in person, he'd never say it in person. You know he wouldn't. That's why he's meow. Nobody would. Right. They're hiding behind fake names. Nobody would ever approach you. And all you're doing right now is making meow go, he's turned the tables on you. You know how I said I like it when people obsess over me and I go, look what I made you do. Now guess what? Meow gets to look at you and go, look what I made you do. Because that's all this was about. Mm-hmm. So stop going on and reading this shit and looking at it and thinking that you can... let's finish this up.
Even in the 1%. Comments like this, they trigger me. They make me an angry person.
Then stop. This is like your Trisha Paytas bitch, you stupid dummy. Stop reading it.
Based on how he's talking, I'd say he lost that wife of his because he might be gay. There's a chance.
I was going to, I was going to bring it up too, that maybe
there might be some.
You know what term we need to bring back because it's so perfect? A little light in the loafers. You know?
So please don't make me an angry person.
Ooh, Hulk.
Because if I'm around other angry people, we're going to have to get to fighting because too many stupid comments like this.
Like this.
Then get off of TikTok.
What I'm saying here?
Get out of, like this. Get out of here then.
Don't
be around.
That was the perfect clip, to show of how people they're giving all these nameless, faceless, fat fucks in their basements so much attention. You lost your wife because of alcohol. Well, you probably didn't, but you also shouldn't be addressing that.
And even if you did, who gives a shit if that guy says that?
That's the perfect thing. That's where I came around to. Fine, everything you guys say, you're right. Whatever. I don't care anymore. You can say anything you want.
Yeah, Rob Manugan says, you ain't going to fight anyone, dude. Relax. Exactly. You're not going to find meow and start hitting meow. What are you going to do? Walk around the streets? What are you going to try and triangulate his position, then walk around his neighborhood going, are you meow? Are you meow? They're going to throw you in the nut house for that.
Start meowing, actually.
Yeah.
Meow.
Meow. Meow. Meow. Meow. And then they're going to
really get locked up now.
Yeah, and then they're going to lock you up. God, with these guys.
It's just so dumb.
It's like Mick Jones said, or whatever his name was. It's imposter syndrome, but your brain's telling you you're an imposter because you are one.
Isn't it the only thing that's important, I believe, is whatever you're living, right? Who cares what somebody else thinks about it?
Your best life?
No, it doesn't even have to be your best life. You could be going through a divorce and you know why it happened, you know what's happening, and that's all that matters. How are you dealing with it?
Yeah, Dead Game nails it. He goes, my method? Yep. You're right.
That's exactly it. Yeah. I've kind of just started saying that to people.
You've cracked the code. You figured it out. Freedom's Lunch says, I'm here. Everyone remain calm. I got this. Freedom's Lunch is here, everybody.
There he is.
I like big, loud entrances like that. He's going to leave some cat food outside. See, that would be funny if Meow left some cat food outside.
That would actually be more funny if instead of responding to that comment that way, he showed video footage of him pouring food in a bowl or some milk in a saucer for him.
Yeah.
And hey, Meow, I'm waiting.
Do you see me chasing mice? Am I jumping all nimbly bimbly from tree to tree?
I like that line.
Patrick says, hey, Aaron, you better not be begging for money again. Providing entertainment, are you? I don't know. Let's find out. I got to throw a thank you out there, though, to Mike's Tool and Nail before we continue. Hold on, I'm refreshing. Mike's Tool and Nail with $20 says writing payroll today, so here you go. Oh, I'm on the payroll.
Aw.
That's wonderful. Hey, guys, only 195 away from today's goal. Like I said, you guys are steady knocking it down. We haven't really had to bring it up for too long today. Thank you very much. Keep her going. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the best ways to do it. Hey, if we get under, I think if we get under 150 by 9 o'clock, we're looking solid. So 195 right now. If you want to throw in on YouTube, PayPal, Streamlabs, Rumble, we do appreciate your support. All right, let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, let's talk about our pals at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, where we have our 9th anniversary party. Woo! Which, by the way, the party part, free to come to. Starts at 2 o'clock. Come on out to Stoney's. Come hang out with us. It's going to be great. You're going to love it. We got the cornhole tournament kicking off right away, and then it's just drinking and hanging out and bullshitting. Geno, Keanu, Johnny, bunch of people are going to be there from the show. And then, of course, we've got the comedy show at 7 o'clock, and it's going to be a good one. We got Tom Chilstrom's going to perform a little bit. I'll be hosting the whole thing. Johnny K, Geno, Keanu. We're going to get Jesse Towler's going to be giving a presentation, from what I understand. Is that a good way to put it? Sketch? I don't know. It's all going to be at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, where tomorrow night they have bike night. Yes, Wild Willie's food truck. Bring your bikes, bring the motorcycles, have a few drinks, have a couple, be done with the work week. Call it early and go to Stoney's tomorrow night for bike night at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Also, All Care Towing, if you're coming up to visit for the anniversary show and let's say you drove here, that car has any troubles, you call All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Also, Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. If you'd like to pick up a new firearm or some optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, whatever else you're looking for, Midland Armory can handle that order for you right now. Do it online at midlandarmory.com. If you have any questions, Derek and Tracy are the best pros to ask. The numbers are all there at the bottom of the website, midlandarmory.com. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order, and you're going to get a nice discount on whatever it is you decide to buy from Midland Armory in downtown Foley. midlandarmory.com. And find yourself in a self-defense situation, or if you're security, you're on the job, bail bonds, whatever it is, you have to defend yourself. Self-defense situation, it's life or death. It's them instead of you. Let's say some civil case or some criminal charge results from it. You'll be totally innocent. It can happen. It has happened. Have some peace of mind. Don't be caught with your pants down having to hire an expensive lawyer at the last minute. Have that wind at your back already with Fairline Defense. FairlineDefense.com. Peace of mind at $19.99 a month for subscription-based legal defense. $1.5 million in civil coverage, representation in a criminal case, and a 24/7 response team, crisis response team, at your disposal. So if you ever have to defend yourself and your family and something arises legally because of it, know you're covered with Fairline Defense. FairlineDefense.com. Become a member today and tell them Steel Toe told you it was a good idea. All right, guys, we got a lot to talk about today. The United States of America, congratulations, guys, more inflation-based news. Joe Biden's economy doing great, as CNN told us yesterday. Oh, just gangbusters. Americans increasingly turn to their credit cards to make ends meet heading into the summer, sending aggregate balances over $1 trillion for the first time ever. So credit cards are now, I remember a few years ago, student loans finally surpassed credit cards as our number one personal debt. Credit cards are trying to make a comeback now against the student loans.
Now. You know?
Well, let me ask you something. What's better for the economy? I'm just going to throw this out there. Forgiving all student loan debt or forgiving all credit card debt?
Credit card debt.
I think so too. I think there's more productive people out there holding credit cards and holding credit card debt that if you took that debt off their plate, it would be more productive for the economy. Now, I think it's a terrible idea. I don't think we should do it. I'm saying if you had to do one or the other, I think paying off people's credit cards more so than paying off their student loans, because there's a lot of people who are holding a shitload of money in student loans and they're not working in their major.
Doing anything with it.
You know, they're not producing because of it. You got a lot of people who have credit card debt and they make decent money, and you know, inflation caught them with their pants down and they went, fuck, I need to lean on this credit card for a little bit.
Yep.
So I can adjust to all this stuff. And
It
they did.
happens.
Thank God for zero credit card balances. You can go ahead and just like, okay. You know, the people who use credit cards truly for emergencies are a rare breed, and they're sorely missed, and they are amongst the smartest people among us, are the people who go, look, I will not do shit when I run out of cash. I will just not do shit. I'm not going to go have a night out on the town on my credit card. I'm going. Now, there's some people who put it all on their credit card to get the points. They pay it off right away. I'm not talking about those
some people just pay all bills with credit cards.
I'm talking about the only reason people carry a balance on their credit card is because, look, it's an emergency. You know, I needed to buy a new washer or dryer. I didn't have the money, cash on hand to throw out there. They gave me 12 months interest free at Home Depot or whatever if I opened up a credit card, whatever. All right, fine. Understandable. But I don't think we got to $1 trillion in credit card debt from people just using it for emergencies.
No.
You know?
I think that definitely increased in the last few years here.
Absolutely. But, you know, the credit card debt rising over $1 trillion, that, I mean, why wouldn't that happen? I mean, inflation inflates everything. I mean,
does it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this
Yes,
cost of everything
course.
goes up. There's a lot of people who are living paycheck to paycheck before inflation. Then inflation comes, and now your paycheck doesn't cover it. You got to use that credit card.
Yeah,
it's understandable. Freedom's Lunch with $5 says this is for the Defending Aaron's Boobs Fund. Oh, thank you, buddy. I appreciate the defense of my tits. That's very nice of you. I appreciate that. 190 away from today's goal.
Thank you.
Thanks, boys and girls. Keep throwing it in. Keep rallying. We'll knock that thing out today. I'm feeling pretty good. Thank you. First name, last name says people buying shit they don't need and can't afford. Yeah, I mean,
right.
You know, we all learned the hard. I think so. I think we all learned the hard way when we were younger. I mean, I
did.
I ran up credit cards. Big time.
I never did anything wild, but it was enough where it's like a few $100s, and it's like, oh, I'm already paycheck to paycheck. Now I can't really afford this credit card payment.
Right.
And then when you get to that point and you can clear all that out, you're just kind of like, woof, glad that's done. Not doing that again.
Right. I know when I was younger, like my friends wanted to go to Las Vegas or something and shit like that. And I went to Las Vegas on a credit card. I did. I ran it up.
I thought you only went one time before me with your family.
That was it. Oh, well, family, cousins, friends, whatever. It doesn't matter. But it was a short notice thing, and I was like, yeah, I'll put it all on my credit card. Why the fuck not?
I actually kind of regret not doing that sometimes. Like, I completely, because of money, I skipped out on everything. I never took a trip. Like, as a young single person with friends, I never did that. I stayed home and I worked.
But you got to pay it off. So I took that, you know, $3,000, $4,000 I spent in Las Vegas, put it on a credit card that I think I called them to basically, I was like 21, 22. I begged my limit up to $5,000 so I could go to Las Vegas. And,
well, there you go.
But then in your early 20s, you have to pay that all back, you know?
But I'm sure you enjoyed the time.
It was fun. It was a great
Memories.
time, but, you know.
I never did that. I never did a fun trip.
I don't
and
mind.
I kind of regret that sometimes.
Young people should not do that, but I also don't mind them doing that if that's what gets them to, oh shit, this isn't a toy. This is real money and this can fuck me over. I don't mind people learning hard lessons. I think that's good.
Mine was never like a big lesson like that. It was all stupid, like local shit I'd go to with friends, you know, and just like, oh, it'd be easier if I just put this on the credit card instead of paying for it up front.
Wasabista says that's what the lockdowns were for, made a bundle for Amazon and the credit card companies. I wouldn't be surprised, as enslaved as this country is to banks and as enslaved as the politicians are to banks, I wouldn't be surprised if there was at some point a credit card debt relief plan proposed where the government just cuts a check to the banks and pays off people's credit cards.
I wonder if that's not going to come next. You know what I mean? Since they're starting to talk about, oh my God, $1 trillion.
But that's what happens when you do the mortgage bailouts is they're coming to you for everything now.
I know.
Student loans, the banks are coming to you for that now. Oh, it's going to take these students forever to pay off these fucking loans. Can we just... I think that's why they stalled loans during the COVID stuff, because they were planning to try and pass a relief bill, and they were like, we'll have them get used to not paying their student loans for years, and then they'll go, wow, I really like this. And then they'll beg us to do a debt relief plan where we write our buddies at the banks $1 trillion check.
Yeah, when do payments start up again?
They say August, but I think now Biden did another thing where he's fucking daring the courts to stop him, and he's doing another credit card relief deal. I don't know. Coltrane says, I use my card for everything, then pay it off. I've got like 30 grand in credit limits. Wow. I get back about $3,000 in money back each year. We've got to start fucking doing it. I keep forgetting.
I like that. And then I think Freedom's Lunch said a little bit ago, too, that he's like, I carry a bit of a balance on my cards because it helps my credit rating. Like, it goes up, and it does. As long as you know that you can pay it, I don't see an issue with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just got to get the math right.
You're right. You do need to work on your math and your budgets.
Just got to make sure the math's right. Yeah, I hear people saying about, and like, I have a credit card that gets fucking crazy
great benefits,
bonuses.
Great benefits.
I should be doing that.
Right. How many things could we be paying for with that one card and then just paying it off? It's
literally going to an online account and changing the auto pay or calling somebody.
Isn't that just the bitch of it? Like I have always hated getting a new debit card with new numbers because you got to update everything, and it's like, I'd just rather not.
You've just got to change everything.
I don't really need to do that.
Let's go to Hobo Chili Recipe says, I tried to open up a credit card in Aaron's name, but I don't think Lardass is his maiden name. Thanks. Appreciate that.
I don't think you're a lardass, but I think the word lardass isn't used enough.
Thanks for explaining. That makes it so much better. I appreciate that.
No, I think you're looking very svelte today.
Thank
It's
you.
that shirt.
I am slimmer today.
Oh, yeah?
And I get to go to the gym today.
Ooh.
I'm excited to go to the gym.
I went yesterday.
LeBron James and Bronny James were in Minnesota yesterday. I got news for you. This motherfucker is fucked up. Bronny James is in trouble.
I haven't been keeping up on him.
You don't bring people to the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota after he's just been hospitalized for collapsing and his heart stopping in the middle of practice for UFC. Or USC, not UFC. USC. You don't then bring him to the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota. We're just getting checked out.
One of the elite hospitals.
Right. That something's fucked up with this kid.
Wow,
and
that is big, actually.
Unfortunately, it's not Rumble Friday, so we can't say why, but we know why this kid's fucked up. You know, I feel so bad because LeBron James was so part of that propaganda during COVID. Mm-hmm. He was so part of all that, just shilling for all the medicines and everything else. And you always wish that it would bite that person in the ass. But then you watch it bite
their kid.
Right. Then you watch it bite his kid in the ass, and you're like, that's not right.
No.
You know? And I hope
that
LeBron
kid was forced into that.
And I hope LeBron kind of, because all these guys publicly won't acknowledge what this could be connected to. But I hope in their private time they do have doubts and they go, boy, I wonder if it is because of that. Because a lot of people my son's age are having this problem when they never had it before. And, you know, I hope LeBron thinks, God, I just really wish this would have happened to me. You know, I pushed this on people. I told them they should do it. And then this, like, it was, the payback was not supposed to be this.
I do on occasion wonder if people have regrets.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Cooter Soup Instructions with a great one. He goes, LeBron reads the inserts for the vax the same way he reads books on television. Have you ever seen the not memes, but like the time lapse?
Like how
pictures.
It started, how it's going?
No, of like LeBron. After George Floyd died, he wanted everyone to know he was reading Malcolm X.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those.
But then you see the pictures over the months and the bookmark isn't moving.
It never moves.
Yeah, like LeBron was not reading Malcolm X.
I have seen those.
LeBron would literally, you know how you know someone's not reading a certain book? They tote the book around with them and show you the book.
And they make sure the title is always facing out.
Right. If I'm reading a book, which I haven't read a book, I went on a big wrestling book kick for a while. Like I read Eric Bischoff's and Batista's and Ric Flair's and all these and people's books. And I'd read, and Bret Hart's book. I'd read those. But when I was reading them, I didn't carry them around everywhere. First of all, you'll look like a fucking dork for reading wrestling books. But second of all, it's like a shoot interview. But then second of all, you're not a fucking dick who's walking around with your goddamn book showing people how much you read.
And that it's Malcolm X.
Yeah, and it's Malcolm X because, get it, a black guy died, so I have to read a dead black guy's book. Okay. Wow. What a great mind this LeBron James is. Derek Darwin renewing his membership for a 15th month. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
And Coltrane becoming a member for his 15th month. Says, I never cared about credit card rewards until I saw my father-in-law get back like $25K a year on his Inc. card running his business.
Oh,
It's nuts. It is. It's crazy.
how great would that be?
I mean,
man.
I would gather that we would take take a shitload. God damn, that is stupid. Like, you're missing out on thousands of dollars a year.
We should start making changes.
And then when we have this conversation 2 months from now, are we going to be upset that we didn't
Yeah. I mean, you and I do that about a lot of stuff.
start making those changes? Yeah. So LeBron James and his son Bronny have jetted off here to the great blue north of Minnesota in an effort to seek out further treatment for the USC basketball player following last month's medical scare. The two touched down in Rochester at some point over the weekend, and they've been spotted in and around the Mayo Clinic there since, seemingly seeking further answers to why the 18-year-old suffered cardiac arrest on July 24th. We all know why he suffered cardiac arrest. You just want to hear a different answer.
Do you live your life scared now if you're Bronny that that's going to happen again?
Yes, you're
I
terrified.
would be really, that is one thing, like, I have always had such bad anxiety around medical stuff. Like, I got my tumor, and now, like, the first 2 years after I had that massive tumor, I was only thinking about, oh my God, that's going to happen again.
Right.
You know? And, like, medical anxiety is a real thing, but that stuff is, like, just, it's coursing through your veins. Like, how do you ever know what's going to happen?
Yeah, I
At
think...
least I can check on mine.
Yeah, the whole deal with all those medical scares now may be connected to certain medical procedures that have been done is, since nobody wants to admit that's exactly what it is, they can't exactly tell you if it's ever going to happen again.
Right.
So it's a kind of a double disservice. Coltrane says it's free money back on things you're already spending money on anyway. Just make sure you can pay it off. Well, of course you can pay it off. You're already paying. We're paying for it now out of pocket.
Yes.
So, yeah, you just add it all together and then you make an auto payment at the end of every month and boom, there you go. I do, man. I know some people don't. I know some people are so scorched earth on this COVID shit that it happened to Bronny James and they're just like, fucking good. His dad was a shill. I see Bronny as collateral damage. I don't like
A
that.
victim almost.
Yeah, I almost see him as a victim
of
his dad's horse shit.
Yes, his dad's horseshit is the political way to say
That's the political way. $190 away from today's goal. We are getting close, boys and girls. Thank you so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, the links are in the chat and pinned to the top of the page. Also, if you want to contribute on YouTube or Rumble, we are a filthy e-beggar listener-supported show, and we do appreciate your support. Moving on, the media. You know how Tucker Carlson and those guys got in all kinds of trouble because they would talk about things like white replacement theory?
Sure.
And people didn't like that. He's like, they're bringing in all these illegals and they're bringing in all these immigrants because they're trying to replace white people, and the birth rate for white people is going down, and it's meant to demoralize and this and that. And then they'd yell at Tucker Carlson for supporting that and talking about it. They go, oh, this crazy conspiracy theory. This is awful. How could Tucker Carlson be such a Klansman? Well, The Hill yesterday, big publication, The Hill, wrote an article celebrating that Generation Z will be the last generation of Americans with a white majority. The nation's so-called majority minority arrived with Generation Alpha, those born since about 2010. And they wrote an article called America's White Majority is Aging Out. So Tucker Carlson's an asshole for saying, hey, it looks like the people in charge are trying to replace white people and make them the minority. And they go, how dare you, Tucker? I bet you The Hill has written an article about what a conspiracy theorist asshole
Definitely.
Tucker Carlson is for the white replacement theory stuff. And then The Hill will also release an article complete with confetti and streamers going, hey, guess what? These fucking white people aren't going to be the majority anymore. Isn't that awesome? That's great.
Right, celebrations.
And white replacement theory is bullshit. I mean, why else are we bringing, at a time where people can't afford to, live their life? They don't have enough job. They don't have enough money. They don't have enough income to feed their families. Why are you still pouring millions of people across the border illegally, putting downward pressure on wages? If you weren't trying to replace people.
Absolutely.
And limit birth rates and suppress population. Like, why?
That is not the only thing they're doing for pop control.
Yeah,
by the way.
Why would you do that? So I don't know, man. That whole deal with like celebrating that shit. Like, I would never celebrate another race like declining.
It's pretty weird, right?
It's weird to do that. Like, if black people their population was on the decline. And I know I'm setting Hobo and Friendo and all these guys up for jokes, but if it was in decline, I wouldn't go like, yeah, fucking let's black people. I would just go, oh, well, that's a population thing that's happening. I wonder why that's happening. That's kind of interesting.
That's odd. Why aren't they reproducing?
Yeah, I mean, and by the way, if you wrote an article celebrating that, forget it. You're on Stormfront by the end of the day. Mm-hmm. And you're not writing for any publication anymore.
Well, they call people like Tucker Carlson an asshole and evil and stuff because he says that they're, enacting like pop control for white people, and he puts like a negative inflection on it.
Right.
They want it done with no negative inflection.
They don't mind that Tucker's talking about it. They're mad that Tucker says it's a bad thing.
Yes.
It is. Look, man, if I go down too far, down this rabbit hole too far, we're gonna be on Rumble the rest of the month. But Jesus. Theodore Roosevelt says, "Let's get those declining numbers up, fellas." Yeah, you guys got to do some fucking apparently.
Yeah, but the weird thing is a lot of people that are of childbearing age right now can't think about stomaching paying for more children. They don't want to put their kids in the schools we have right now. Any of that stuff, a lot of big concerns out there.
Yeah.
Which, again, enacted by the government.
Somebody now became Lard-ass Imholt and says too many gorillas. Wonderful. Lard-ass Imholt. It's very funny.
I hate that everybody calls you arrogant, but you can sit there and read Lard-ass Imholt and laugh.
Again, that's why when people say that, I just laugh at them and go, look what I made you do. I'm only arrogant to really sad, pathetic people who just like get angry hating this show because I'm trying to teach them not to be like that. Hate the show, absolutely. Don't let it put you in a bad mood.
Yeah, have fun with your hatred.
Look at Hobo Chili. Look at Friendo. Look at all the Aristococks that come in here and listen to the show every day. Bust my balls on a constant basis. It's part of the show. It's very, very funny.
Well, there's a good handful in there that hate me too.
And maybe Roots will throw a couple of bucks our way for the acknowledgement. It's a give and take, if you will. They give me shit, I take money. That's how it works.
Roots says he's going to impregnate a random white girl today.
Roots says I'm going to impregnate a random white girl today. Hopefully she says yes and is down for the cause. Otherwise, I might be going to jail.
But then you're going to have another single mom on the way.
Yeah, Roots, you are kind of creating problems.
Yeah.
You need a nuclear family, is what I hear.
People are against nuclear now.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they're trying to break up families.
Yeah.
No more of that.
The CIA says, who would give money for this garbage? Oh, this is fun. Hey, guys, show the CIA who would give money to this garbage. I swear to God, guys, it looks like I created that guy's account just to get myself more money. But I didn't.
Check, you're right here.
Guys, I'm not typing anything. The CIA says, who would give money for this garbage? We've been steadily knocking it down, getting to 190 this morning, but maybe it has stagnated a little bit. Maybe the CIA is our perfect motivator. Guys,
they're infiltrating.
Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, everything else. Show the CIA who would give to this show and leave very interesting comments while you do it. Freedom's Lunch says, I love giving money to this garbage. Yeah, see?
Why does the CIA care where people give money to?
I'm glad that I've got the CIA's attention. I can tell you that much.
You're on a list somewhere.
I'm definitely on a list. Yeah, over 700 people coming in here giving money to this garbage CIA at a time. Tens of thousands throughout the course of the week. Isn't that disgusting?
It is gross.
Oh, boy. Someone saying, I hope Corey comes up. I love his jokes. He's an amazing comic. Corey is going to be, have I mentioned this today? Corey Adam is going to be co-hosting tomorrow's show. Corey is joining us for anniversary week. Perfect. Corey's going to be on tomorrow.
They wish he was flying up. Surprise, surprise. But
I get that. Corey's grinding, man. Corey's leaning into that comedy shit down in Texas, which is an awesome thing. And I think he kind of realized, like, look, man, all this YouTube shit is just really gay. And he's leaning into the comedy thing, and I think that's wonderful. But he is going to go slumming with us tomorrow, and he's going to do the show. And anything we go over on the goal tomorrow will go right into Corey Adams' pocket.
hey, where did the CIA go, though?
Yeah, where is the CIA? Wasabista with $6 says, you're manipulating me, Aaron, and I don't appreciate it.
Ew.
I know, but the CIA started it. Coltrane with $5 says, I'm game. Fuck the CIA. Who killed Kennedy?
Yeah, why can't we just release that by now? By the way.
What's his name killed him? Dulles?
Dulles.
I was watching a documentary on this. I was watching it on YouTube. Oh, I'm going to listen to it while I box today. The CIA director, was it Richard Dulles? Because he hated the shit out of Kennedy. Like, Kennedy
You can hate someone without killing them.
Not if you're in the CIA. That equals you have to kill them.
Oh.
Thank you to both of you for those $5. 180 away from today's goal. There's the CIA. He says, please tell the people what you stand for as a man, because I haven't heard anything. I was just talking about white replacement theory, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I think the CIA is a little bitchy today.
I try to make people laugh, but I also try to throw an opinion in there from time or two. The CIA, you're going to be a big fan of the show. And by the way, 180 away from the goal, contribute, because the CIA says who would pay money for this garbage. Show them who would pay money for this garbage, boys and girls.
I'm with Wasabista, too. I'm like, let's not use all caps like a retard.
Right, yeah, you do look a little retarded.
My point exactly. Yeah, he wants you to be this angry...
Who do you want me to be?
Man show where like, oh, I just hate everything and everyone.
Yeah.
And
CIA, do me a favor. Tell me who you want me to be, and I can step away for a few hours, and I can become that guy.
He wants you to be angry and yelly.
Mr. Approachable, right? King Kong Dong? Damn it. King Kong Dong with $1 says, CIA, I only have $1 to contribute to Aaron's white power. It's not a white power show. I mean the anti-vax show. Wait, the no food clean fun show. Wait, no, the food clean fun show. Thank you very much for the $1. King Kong Dong. We appreciate it.
Oh, he's got you. You
CIA
stand
says,
for nothing.
You stand for nothing. Yeah, you know what that means? I'll fall for anything.
You stand for a lot of bad things. So, I mean, I think I'd rather stand for nothing than what the CIA stands for.
I do like taking a break to talk to people like the CIA, though. Coltrane with $2 says, the CIA, where did Ray Epps train at? That's a good point. Was it Langley? Did he train at Langley? The world needs to know more than anything
Yeah, I feel
else.
like you have a lot of things you could be telling us.
Yeah, the CIA, you want to sit here and ask me what I stand for. Meanwhile, you're killing people and whacking people and not telling anybody what you're up to. I mean, you're not the one to tell me about transparency, sir.
But he's going to come back with something in all caps, so he knows, so you know he's serious.
Yes. $2 from Silverwolf says, Aaron, you know who you need to break out of hell. Wait, what?
Oh, he's talking about Hitler.
That is very right. The CIA absolutely had something to do with my death in the bunker. They also told me to invade Poland, they said. We would back you, they said. We're both into eugenics, they said. And then they saw the British declare war on me, and then they said, we cannot have anything to do with you. Oopsie daisy. Bastards, the whole lot of them.
Hey, Hitler, the CIA says, avoiding the question much.
Oh, is he?
He's yelling.
I am not avoiding the question. I am coming up with my final solution to this question, CIA. Achtung, CIA. Ali Boomaye. That is the wrong chant. I am sorry. Oh, man. The Tigger next door with $5 says, Auf der Heide blüht den Kreis Blumenlein und das heißt Erika. It's actually pretty good.
What if you didn't know what you just said?
I was singing the lyrics to Erica.
Thank you.
175 away from today's goal. Look at everybody throwing a couple of bucks in. CIA, you're great for business. $2 from Sean Rath says, Dulles wrote Operation Northwoods, the 9/11 playbook. Yeah, Dulles was a creep. Arrogant Imholt in the chat says, I think my arms look much better than April's today. What do you guys think? 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for absolutely. Thank you. arrogant Imholt.
I'm mentally putting a 2 in there.
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Oh, mine are a little shakier, you know.
Look at those pipes.
Absolutely. Just strong boy. Me big strong boy. All right. T. Jefferson says, CIA, have you not listened at all for like the last hour or so? Aaron literally gets off on being provoked like this. Ever heard of Master of Puppets? He is pulling your strings. Shh. Don't tell the CIA that.
Right.
Or
They're going to be upset.
He'll try to overthrow the communist government in Cuba. Okay, we do have to move on. 175 away from today's goal. Ooh, we said it would be cool if we got under 150 by 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
We're at 175. It's 8:48, so that's pretty cool.
Still got time.
Keep her going, boys and girls. All the links in the chat. $5 from Trucker 18 Wheeler. He says, I heard it's a party in the CIA. Oh, yeah. I heard
It's a killing party.
we neutralize all the enemy spies. We'll break them by the break of day. Hey, it's a party in the CIA. What? Well, then he walked right in my laser sights. And my silencer was on. Yeah, my silencer was on.
Was it?
I got another target gone. The CIA says, again, you stand for nothing as a man. You got your mama's spirit. My mama is Jewish. She doesn't have a soul.
You're Jewish. Aaron.
Neither of those statements are true.
Well, I want to let you know the CIA is back. He says, again, you stand for nothing
That's what
as
I
a
just
man.
read.
I don't care. I wanted to yell it. You didn't yell
literally
it.
just read that.
I don't care. You're not yelling it the way he's yelling it.
Jonathan Moline, do not ask for April to box Jules at an event. She would fucking kill her.
I'm not into hate crimes either.
Yeah, don't do that. April's not going to beat a Jewish woman to death. So please don't recommend that.
Or a child.
It's not like I can train April and she'd fucking crush her. If Red Bar tries to train Jules, he'd put the target mitts on. She'd break his arm off. His little weak cancerous arm would fall the fuck off after one punch. Jonathan, don't. If you like these people, why are you trying to get them killed? I feel like Mike Tyson talking to Kevin McBride's manager. You're going to get your friend killed. You're going to get him severely hurt.
You're going to lose your heroes.
Yeah, Mike David tries to train Jules. He'd die by the end of the first training session. Just having to stand up that long might kill the man.
Exhausting, really.
He's very infirmed. Why would you do that? Why do you hate him so much? He says, not in the ring, in court. Oh, no, I'm not going to the Jews' home field and playing them there.
Wait.
Why would I do that?
What are we fighting about in court?
Yes.
What's our court case?
He's doing that Red Bar thing where you have nothing to say funny, so you just say something random, like, I want him gone in court.
Get it? Because Jews love court?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No, it's that, like, when you're a not funny Jew, you do that awkward shit, and like everyone's just kind of like, okay, I guess 1,000 people like this.
I don't have any time for Jules. Sorry.
We've got this story on this Orioles announcer. This went viral yesterday, and I love broadcasters getting in trouble for shit.
Okay.
Because they're just such fun controversies. Like it kind of exposes how stupid average humanity is, because you have these guys who are supposed to talk for a living. And they're supposed to tell you what they think. And they're supposed to tell you what's going on. And then they tell you what's going on. And people get mad.
I just hate that they get fired for it.
Right.
That's what makes me upset.
Now, we have the Don Geronimo thing where he called a lady Barbie. Then we have Mike Calta. Now, Mike Calta is not in trouble. Mike Calta, but he did take a woman's phone and then shove her back. So there is that. This next guy, the Orioles guy, he didn't even do anything wrong, and he's been suspended indefinitely, not by his radio station, but by the Baltimore Orioles team itself. Now, baseball's a weird sport. The teams provide their announced teams to the TV networks that they're doing the game on. So we have like Bally's Sports here in Minnesota, and that's who airs the Twins games. The Twins actually employ the announcers.
That's kind of interesting.
Right.
It's different.
Well, they don't want you talking too much shit about the team.
Right.
So this Orioles broadcaster had to talk about how the Orioles had been doing lately. Well, the Orioles have been doing really shitty lately. So therefore, this guy had to talk about how fucking dog shit the Orioles are.
Got to sugarcoat it, though.
And he got suspended for it. What? Watch this clip. The guy's literally reading what's on the screen. and the Orioles organization has suspended him indefinitely, which usually means fired. Let's check it out.
Orioles, Brandon Hyde has felt like this has been maybe the toughest ballpark to play in, but the Orioles have a chance to do something special today. They've already clinched at least a split in the series, winning 2 of the first 3, and they could pick up a series win behind Tyler Wells today.
Okay, so this is the graphic that the production team put up on the screen. How the Orioles have lost 15 straight series.
Yep.
Their last series win was in June.
Ouch.
This season, 3 wins in 5 games. 2022, 3 total wins in 21 games at Tropicana Field, playing the Rays. So they're putting this up there to go, hey, the Orioles are really struggling against the Rays, but if we win today, we win the series for the first time in forever, since 2017.
Okay, so we're just reporting.
Just reporting. See, I thought when they said he offended people and he was indefinitely suspended, I thought they were firing him maybe for this, like mental health people were cunty and complained that they used the word depression.
That's literally a weather term.
Yeah, so it wasn't that.
It's been a minute. The Orioles split a 2-gamer with the Rays in June. They had lost their last 15 series here at Tropicana Field. You have to go back to when our now colleague Brad Brock picked up the win in the series finale June 25th, 2017. The last time the Orioles won a series here at St. Pete.
He's literally going down and reading this.
Already got 3 and 2 at the Trop this year after winning 3 of 18 the previous 3 years combined. It is a stark difference, Ben, and it is not a bad Rays team. It's not like all of a sudden the Rays became slouches in the American League East. They've led this division every day but now 2, and the Orioles once again are back alone in first place.
Yeah. That's it.
So it seems like he's actually trying to be positive.
Yeah, this man on the left has been suspended indefinitely by the Orioles from broadcasting their games on television for that.
See, I'm staunchly against that move.
He was reading statistics.
You have a lawsuit there, don't you?
If they fire him. Now, they haven't fired him. They've just indefinitely suspended him.
You can't sue for that?
No.
I guarantee he's not getting paid.
Yeah, he is getting paid.
Oh,
if you're suspended,
well, then
you're still
don't get
getting
to work
paid.
and you're getting money. Fine.
Yeah. It's kind of like being suspended out of school. You're like, wait, I
get to stay home.
I don't have to go to school. It's fucking sweet. $2 from Hobo Chili Recipe says, this is for the Lard Ass Awareness Fund. We need to address your obesity and arrogance. It is a clinically diagnosed disease, and we must bring awareness. Aaron will be very chunky poster child. Thank you, Hobo. That's very nice of you. I'm glad you're raising awareness and helping me and others with this very enviable cause.
He's going to plaster your picture on like milk cartons.
Yeah. Roots saying exactly what I thought when I listened to this. I had to put it on the show today because I listened to it and I went, what did I just hear?
Right.
Like, what did I
don't.
What happened?
I don't like that that's the precedence has been like set. That's where the bar's at.
Roots says, what were the offensive stats? What the hell just happened?
It's right. That move in itself is offensive.
Yeah.
You just suspended a dude for reporting your graphic you put up.
See, I only know that the Twins are in first, like 4 games over 500. I have not been following the AL East. Toonsa says the Orioles are in first. So you're in first, and this guy is just letting you know that when you go to Tampa, they play like shit, and that today they might be able to reverse that, and you still are threatening to can this guy.
When I was watching the Anthony Cumia show yesterday, too, they did a little more deep dive into the Barbie incident where that guy was let go.
Oh, yeah, Don Geronimo.
Yep, when he was let go for calling the lady Barbie, this pretty lady. They dug into her, like, social medias, and there's so many pictures of her out there dressing up to go see the Barbie movie, dressed up as Barbie, dressed up as a cheerleader. They made a cheerleading compliment, whichever.
Yeah.
Dressed up as all the things that they just matter-of-factly said to her while the Barbie movie is making $1 billion, by the way, so it's incredibly relevant. And she looks like Barbie.
That Don Geronimo thing is just
maddening.
That's another one where I'm just like, okay, show me remember when we went to watch that on the show and we're like, oh boy, I wonder how fucking bad was this that he got fired for sexism. And then we played it and it was a lot like that Orioles thing where we're just going, wait, what was the bad part?
Yeah.
Where was he?
There is no bad part. It's somebody decides to be offended, and in that woman's case, Barbie, She can make some money off it, maybe.
Well, and this one was the Orioles, like the actual organization, in first place, having a great year, going, wow, I don't like what he said about us. Shut it down.
He sounded positive.
Right.
He sounded positive while you gave him dog shit to read.
Is this news that you guys are sucking ass playing in Tampa lately? I didn't know that. 170 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, there's all the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. Only 170 away. Let's get her inside of striking distance, which is 150. We wanted to do that by 9 o'clock. We got 2 minutes to do so. If you feel like throwing in, you guys have been hitting every benchmark already today. Great work. Thank you so much for your support. Let's keep her going. Kyle says, I watched the Barbie movie dressed as Pee Wee Herman and sat in the back. Oh, got a nice whack in while he was watching the What do you do? Let's say you're behind a guy. You're not in front of him, so there's no threat of cum in your hair or anything.
Okay.
Let's say you're watching the Barbie movie. You're enjoying it. You're halfway through. And while you're halfway through with the Barbie movie, you hear this guy up front breathing heavy, and you see his right shoulder kind of making the motion that he's clearly jacking off. Do you try to ignore it and you finish the movie? Or do you leave and complain to somebody?
I'm probably going to try to ignore it and finish the movie. And then if I still feel compelled to say something, I might. But what good is that going to do? So
you're just saying you're just going to let the guy whack off and you're going to watch the movie?
It makes a big difference if I have kids with me or not.
Yeah.
If I'm like alone at the movie theater and there's no kids with me, I'd be like, oh, that guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah, see, we don't even let the dog hump his favorite hump toy when the kids are around.
No, because then the kids are like, oh, what's Gordy doing?
Yeah, what's he doing?
He's humping. He's
fucking his toy. What can I tell you?
Boy, that dog gets...
Potato Head says,
impressive.
I'd spit on it for him. Wasabista says, I'd give him a reach around. Yeah, guys, there's a reason I didn't ask your opinions, though. I knew I'd be horrified.
Throw popcorn at him.
Just start or just like M&Ms.
M&Ms.
Yeah, just start throwing M&Ms at him every once in a while. Just when you think he's getting close to coming, pelt him with an M&M.
Distract him.
Yeah.
Throw Junior Mints at him so when the white goo oozes, you can't tell the difference, but it smells better.
Just start cracking him in the head. Because he can't complain because he's got his dick out whacking off in a movie theater. So it's not like he can complain to somebody about you whipping M&Ms at him. Because then you'll tell on him for pulling his cock out.
Okay, what if he was just making an obscene motion but not actually jacking off and you went and told on him? That's what I'd be uncomfortable
See, that's
with.
why I'm not telling on him.
Right.
I'm throwing things
I
at
either.
him. Subtly throwing things at him.
Mm-hmm.
Light items at first. Yeah, you start with popcorn. So he's not really sure if something's hitting.
You end with your soda.
And then you just end with a whole slushie. And you just
I feel like that's justice, right? I feel like telling on him, you're just a tattle tits now. Just go handle
jack
it.
off at the movie theater, you fuck. Street justice.
Yeah, I feel like genital stuff at the movie theater is only okay when you're in high school with somebody else.
I really didn't think pulling your genitals out in a movie theater was okay at any time, but all right.
Anyone see you?
Changed the rules.
Okay,
I
then.
see. Somebody says, now what if the guy's right behind you, April, and you let him go, and then you feel a wetness on your back?
Well, then I've got a lawsuit and I'm making money.
Also got cum on your back.
I can take a shower.
Poor Mr. Approachable says, you let him know how to keep his shoulder still, and it's all in the elbow and the wrist. Yeah, teach him how to jack off like this, and then nobody will know. It's just all, look, my arm's not moving. Look, I'm actually jacking off my penis.
This gives me PTSD from your sleep jacking.
Oh, sleep jacking is a terrible disease, and it
really,
should not be made light of.
Really scary. We need awareness for sleep jacking.
Potato Head says, I was about to come and this asshole threw popcorn at me. Yeah, are you going to go to the movie staff and tell them that?
Right, you can't report
I
assault.
was trying to masturbate and this man threw candy at my head.
You can't really report an assault of like being thrown stuff at, right? Because you were jacking it.
Huge says Aaron would get aroused. Well, one guy started. It's like vomit or yawning.
Ew.
One person does it. Everybody's got to start doing it. Exactly. Yeah, what am I, gay? Perfect. All right, guys.
It's actually gay if you don't do it, right?
Let's disavow some hatred, April. Are you ready to disavow some hatred?
No.
There was a troublemaker in Manchester, Missouri this weekend, and he was distributing some flyers. And these flyers had a bit of a spicy message on them. Let's just say that this...
Yugen? Or Uden? Sorry. Something close to that.
Let's just say it had Disney on it. It
Disney.
had it had Disney on there. It had who the officers of the Disney Corporation were. It had, and let's just say these pamphlets were passed out in a neighborhood in Missouri. Let's go ahead and check this out.
Messages of hate dropped throughout a West County neighborhood. The biggest questions tonight:
I love that they put like the little beans and the rocks and everything in the bags. They weigh them down so your copy of this does not get blown away. It's really important that this stuff stays put.
Don't lose your copy.
Yeah.
behind this, and who is looking to spread racism and white supremacy? Good evening. I'm David.
Hobo, put your hand down.
Corey will be back at 10.
And I'm Samantha Jones. These hate-filled pamphlets have infiltrated a Manchester neighborhood. And tonight, there are also questions about whether or not First Amendment protections will protect those behind these hateful messages. News 4's Nathan Vickers.
I mean, we know what the meme is. It's the meme of everybody who runs Disney and they all happen to be Jewish. Now, I will say this. Pointing that out, this has always been interesting to me. Pointing that out, it's the only group of people where just pointing that out by itself is the offensive racist thing.
Right.
And that's like one of those thou doth protest too much things. That's like, okay, you've seen this before. You know where this is going and you're trying to cut it off at the quick. Because like black people don't call you a bigot for going, there's a lot of black people in the NBA.
What?
You know, they don't, I mean, that pointing that out is not something that is in and of itself racist. But if you go, a lot of people in the front office at Disney are Jewish. They're like, oh, so now you're a Nazi and you're starting a hate group and you're spreading anti-Semitism? And like, anti-Semitism? No, it's pro-Semitism. I'm pointing out that you guys are in charge of a lot of media shit.
A lot of big stuff.
Yeah. No, that's offensive. It can't be offensive to just point it out. I'm sorry.
It's only offensive if you know what you've done.
You're making me more suspicious of you by pointing out what you do without any negative connotations around it. You're getting nervous about that, and unless you're up to something, you shouldn't be nervous about that.
It's guilt.
Right. In fact, that should be the test. Hey, you know, Jews doing very well for themselves. They're all in the top spots at Disney. And if you're a Jewish person, you go, oh, wow, that's interesting that they've accomplished so much. Yeah. But if you're a Jewish person and someone says that, you go, well, that's anti-Semitic. What are you trying to say? I'm like, I don't know. What are you trying to defend from? You know?
Is live in Manchester with how law enforcement and residents are working to send a very different message.
That's right. Police have a lot of these.
So they played Sam Hyde's song, Jews Rock.
Little baggies that they're looking at right now. They're filled with beans for weight and then some of these anti-Semitic pamphlets. And someone took these and they placed them around. They threw them out in a subdivision just a couple miles from here.
Why didn't you go there?
In the Glanty subdivision.
So many friendly people.
Neighbors take pride in their kindness.
It's a pretty welcoming, all-inclusive neighborhood.
That's why they were surprised about what was strewn about their street over the weekend.
It was a baggie, and it had either corn or beans in it to hold it down, and then these little hate notes in it.
This was the bag that they put.
I mean, I know what they were implying, and I know I've seen these memes before, so I know what they're trying to say, like it's the old Jews run the media thing. But the pamphlet itself just shows you who these people are, their titles, what company they work for. It is all look-upable shit.
You actually exposing your outrage about this on the news is probably bringing it more attention.
Right. It's always that like cutting it off before it gets to that point thing that makes me go, okay, that's weird. It's really autistic that this guy would put together this pamphlet and put it in your neighborhood. This person's clearly a little disturbed and they're a little nuts and they're a little obsessed. But like your reaction to it also makes me go, hey, nobody was saying, oh, you're saying that all Jews run the media and we manipulate the message and act in unison? No, but you said that. That guy just made a crazy autistic pamphlet.
These things in.
Police Chief Scott Will says the bags were full of anti-Semitic pamphlets, flyers full of conspiracy theories.
Okay, but is that a conspiracy theory or anti-Semitic? Go back. I want to get a good pause of that. All they're doing, okay, the CEO of Disney is Bob Iger. I mean, that's true. All of these people are, they are the positions they hold. Whether or not they're Jewish, I don't know. I haven't looked all these people up. But if that checks out too, I mean, I don't know what this stuff at the bottom here says. Maybe the guy's drawing conclusions, but I don't know if just pointing this out, it's like saying, hey, the whole starting five for the Chicago Bulls is black.
So this is just saying the title, the header. Every single aspect of Disney.
Child grooming is Jewish.
Oh,
the child
I couldn't
grooming
read the
thing.
child grooming.
Okay, yeah, that's what I mean.
See,
like
now
the
that's
guy's
an
he's gonna throw
allegation,
some shit in there.
That's.
But even then, like even going back to before Kanye got really spicy, he's like, yeah, Jews are all over the place in media and television. And they're like, how dare you say such an anti-Semitic thing? And Kanye goes, no, that's not the anti-Semitic part yet. Here's the anti-Semitic part.
Theories about Jewish influences in government and in the media.
It was clearly something that was done by a group that had some very radical sort of views.
Will says detectives are investigating where they came from. Whoever did it could face charges, though it's difficult to identify how much of the materials are protected under the First Amendment.
I feel like that is protected under the First Amendment. Like you're allowed to print those off. Yeah.
I don't know. Like that does become slanderous though in some regards. Like if
the
it's
child
not
grooming
true,
part, yeah.
Right. So that is the entire thing that is put on there
Right.
as a header.
But has
that
Disney
is-
been guilty of child grooming in the past?
Right, but when you say it's every single aspect, and I'm not even saying they're
Yeah.
wrong, but it is something slanderous that you're saying.
It has been a crime committed and maybe more, so we're not going to just look the other way. We're moving forward.
I don't understand.
Gail Thomason and some of her neighbors went straight to the dumpster with theirs.
Threw it in the trash. It's where it belonged.
I didn't even read it, but I know
don't
the
like
general
her.
gist of what was in it, and I just assumed that wouldn't have an audience around here.
MLV has covered similar.
That's another weird, and we've seen all those memes before, but like that's another weird thing about people is they're like, yeah, I don't like this thing. Like, oh, what thing? And they're like, well, I didn't even read it. It's like, well, you're not going to turn to stone if you read it. Like
I also do share that opinion, though, of like if something in a Ziploc baggie and corn or beans shows up on my front step, I think it's safe to say I can probably toss it in the garbage without opening it. I would.
Right.
I mean, I didn't ask for that. It's not something I ordered.
But I mean, just this kind of stuff and I feel like making a big deal out of this sort of thing is almost like it makes it worse.
It does. It 100% does.
Oh my God, I just let out a big sneeze. It came out of nowhere. It's like an RKO sneeze.
It's not like it came from a big old schnoz over there.
Came out of nowhere. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. JD from GB says, if you don't know who did it, how can you say it's by people with radical views? That's kind of the thing that gets me also, is that how many times have we seen stuff like this and it turns out to be a hoax?
Mm-hmm.
It turns out to be, like, we've seen things where, like, somebody writes the N-word in a college dorm and it was done by a black person. Or there have been times where there was that time in New York where Jewish graves were being desecrated with swastikas and they found who did it. It was a Jewish guy.
Yep, just for attention.
So, you know, if you're sitting here going, oh, yeah, it's clearly done by someone with contemptible views, it's like, well, maybe, I mean, probably, sure, but, like, we don't know that.
And radical views, just because it's radical, like, it can be correct or incorrect. I mean, it's just, I think I said this last night, people aren't allowed to even have an opinion or a view. Like, that could be that guy's opinion, whoever put it there, too. But you can still throw it away and not go on the news about it.
Yeah. 170 away from this morning's goal, and we've got about 40 minutes until we bust out this lovely offering plate we have. Beg for your dollars and try to knock out today's goal, which we've got this morning, we've got tonight, and then after that, it gets almost no goal-like. I know Friday there's not going to be one, but Thursday, everything we go over is going to Corey Adams' pocket. So he's going to be the co-host on the show, and we can do it that way. So 170 away. If you'd like to chip in, there's Streamlabs, there's PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, and there's also Rumble and YouTube if you want to get in there and chip into the program. If we knock out that 170, we're going to do an extra 30 minutes of show at the end of the hour. So if you feel like contributing, we appreciate it. Otherwise, we will be playing the music and doing our e-beggar best in about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
To knock that out. Mr. Approachable says, hey, Aaron, for the begging segment, can you do it while doing your Jewish rabbi impersonation? I mean, look, guys, some of this stuff, some comedy does call for subtlety. I will say, Some
And
of you are,
spontaneity.
yeah, some of you are making me blush from time to time, just a little bit. All right, let me bring up these 8 o'clock hour stories here. In the 9 o'clock hour, look at us just cruising right through these. Be sure to go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. I know Amy really loves her steel toe coffee. She's been talking about it in the chat for a long time now. Go ahead and get your steel toe select coffee at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. That one's only available through the month of August. It's to celebrate our 9th anniversary. It's a smooth South American coffee aged in a whiskey barrel for 30 days. Check that out at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. And by the way, these are the bags. So April's Magic Bean, that's the bag you get for that. Your steel toe coffee, of course, the dark chocolate, molasses, and brown sugar notes in the single origin from Indonesia. So get any one of those 3 varieties of steel toe coffee. It helps support the show, and also it's great coffee. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Veldrain, becoming a member for 14 months, says the only thing that makes it better is if it's read aloud by 3 dudes with a view. We haven't checked in on our buddies from 3 Dudes with a View lately. Should we do that for overtime today?
Sure.
We're going to check on the 3 Dudes with a View podcast for overtime today. If you guys knock out that last $170, that's a great idea. That's these guys, if you'll remember.
Mixed breeds, communists, homosexuals, and all other walks of godless degeneracy.
Oh, God.
The Klan is back.
Those guys. We'll check in with 3 Dudes with a View if we knock out today's goal. So if you want to contribute, the links are all in the chat.
Somebody's suggesting get Matt for tonight's show.
That's an interesting idea.
Do you think he could do an evening show?
Well, you know what, though? Here's my problem. You're on Keanu's show tonight.
For a tiny bit, yep.
So I don't want to do the rushing in and out and all of that. I'd rather just do the normal evening show and have Matt come out to the anniversary show and have him make an appearance. That would be my personal preference. Okay, boys and girls, we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. And then, again, hopefully, we get to go and do 3 Dudes with a View. Oh, that doesn't sound well.
You want to do 3 Dudes?
We can cover some 3 Dudes with a View for overtime today. That would be remarkably exciting. So I guess people have started reenacting the Montgomery race brawl. Remember the riverboat race brawl?
Yes.
Yeah, people have begun reenacting it on social media, and I have to say it's been very enjoyable.
Bravo.
To watch people come together regardless of race to make fun of dipshits. That's always fun.
It's beautiful.
When people can dig past skin deep to realize that some people are just too fucking dumb and they need to be made fun of.
Mm-hmm.
I like that dropping of the guard, if you will. So let's check it out. This is the reenactment. If you haven't seen it, a bunch of white guys and black guys I get a few white guys started stomping out some black guy outside a riverboat in Montgomery, Alabama. And then a bunch of black guys got involved and started beating up the white guys. And then it just devolved into a crazy melee with, guys hitting girls, girls hitting guys, all kinds of crazy shit. So these 2 guys decided to reenact it. Let's see how they did. I mean, it's pretty accurate.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, this is about how the fight went. Yeah, you know what? Oh, no, and now the guy's swimming. They've even got the guy swimming for him.
Got the hecklers in the back.
Oh, we got chair. Oh, my God, we've got chairs and everything. Oh, no, he's got a chair. Oh, he's not hitting him with the chair. No chair hitting. Oh, look at these vicious punches, the terrible violence. It was like that, though. Like, there wasn't a consequential punch landed in that whole thing. This is somebody at the hotel they were at.
Oh, this is great.
With a bird's eye view of the whole thing.
Can you imagine thinking there's a fight?
Right.
And nobody's...
it's a skit. Okay. Because we live in a quiet community. So I was trying to figure
Oh, these are apartments. Okay.
It's a nice-ass apartment.
These are nice-ass apartments. That's the
and
pool
look
at
at who it is doing this skit.
Fuck, that's a nice apartment area.
I know. That's really
Usually
nice.
apartment pools look skeezy as shit. This is a
You
nice
should have
area.
seen my old apartment pool. Oh boy, it was outside too with no kind of roof over it.
Not good.
Oh, it wasn't good.
Did you go swimming in it?
I did. I did, just because back then it's like, I don't care. It's just kind of nice to have it.
They take care of this one.
Mm-hmm.
Look at who it is.
I like this. They just know they're
Black
retarded.
barber, funny. What y'all doing? What y'all doing? What y'all doing?
Oh, sorry, ma'am. Oh, no. You can go back to sleep. It's okay. We're just reenacting a race war.
A fake brawl.
Yeah, it's a fake race war. It's all kinds of fun.
We're practicing for the real thing.
And that's one of the most embarrassing thing about those like mass fights when, you know, they go viral or something is now everybody knows you can't fight.
Yeah. And it's no fun when nobody yells for your race. Like, I feel like somebody's got to run in saying that.
Yeah.
Right?
And like everybody's
lean in.
Everybody got windmill punches going and stuff like
Flailing.
that. It looks terrible.
Hair pulling, slapping.
You look like Nate Diaz trying to punch Jake Paul. You just can't.
I never liked him.
Those punches were bad. I tweeted it after I actually watched the fight. I was like, man, you know, if someone would have taught Nate Diaz how to throw a punch before this fight, he might have been able to win.
Wow, and nothing really happens if you don't tweet about it, right?
Exactly. That's how I feel. 170 away from knocking it out today and a little over 30 minutes away from rattling the offering plate and seeing if we can knock out the last 170. Let's make it 130 or 120 before we have to rattle.
Thanks, guys.
You're familiar with the game Fortnite, right?
I am.
Fortnite, of course, a virtual world where people can do all kinds of different stuff and build forts, apparently.
Build epic forts.
Yes.
You got different skins. You're shooting people.
Sure. Did you know someone gay enough to play a lot of Fortnite?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, my God, no. Isn't
I
that
thought-
like a
I
game that
thought
little
you
kiddies
knew.
play? I thought little kiddies played Fortnite.
When it came out, I knew a good handful of people who were all about
Oh,
it.
no.
It's not something I was into.
Oh, boy. Well, anyway, totally not trying to bum anyone out and totally not trying to guilt the fuck out of people. Fortnite now has a Holocaust museum.
Why?
I don't know.
That doesn't make
but
sense.
it came out yesterday that in Fortnite now you can go to the Holocaust Museum, which I think is great because now if I ever get in trouble for any Jew shit again, then I can just go to the Fortnite Holocaust Museum.
Right.
I don't have to book a flight to D.C. and go to the actual Holocaust
Put
Museum.
in your time like I did.
Right. I can now just go to it virtually.
This has nothing to do with a video game. Why is it in there?
Well, I mean, well, here's the problem. Now they put the Holocaust Museum in there in Fortnite. So now if you say something like that, people can respond to you with, oh, so you're anti-Semitic? You don't think the Jews deserve to have a Holocaust Museum? You know, April, 6 million people were killed. And are you just ignoring this?
My retort is, I've seen the real museum. It's a big, tearjerker. It's not fun. It's not enjoyable. I don't need it in my video games. It's a real boner killer.
Laughing Lion says this is going to bring about Fort Crystal Night. No, I hope not.
Crystal knocked.
I hope it's not going to be Fort Crystal knocked now. That would be a terrible thing. But when it comes to something like this, people are like, oh, why can't we have a Fortnite Holocaust Museum? I have a very simple answer. It's a fucking bummer.
Yeah, like I said, real buzzkill, boner killer, all of it. You're playing... I've watched people play Fortnite, okay? It's people get
That must have had to be a
hyped
very
over it.
exciting time for you.
I was so wet all the time.
Yeah.
I promise.
Just sliding around watching Fortnite.
But they get hyped over it, okay? It's like oh my God, the whole big fort thing. It's a big thing for these people. You
Aaron-
don't need a Holocaust museum in the background.
Aaron, you you made some jokes that some people could consider anti-Semitic today. Don't worry about it, boss. Not a big deal. I went to the Fortnite Holocaust Museum already. My soul is cleansed. I'm good. Saint Arin says, Fortnite Holocaust Museum, did they struggle at all with the creation? Kyle says, I'm downloading the game now if you can go in Jesus, Kyle! Change your first name to Zeke.
Now, after reading that, I'm sure you want Fortnite, right?
Kane J says, look at who runs the company that owns... Oh, no. See, I was going to do this.
But now your hands are tied. You have to.
Hold on. Epic Games. Okay. Epic Games CEO. Okay, let me just see this. Let's take a look. Tim Sweeney obviously never said that. And as a Jewish person, this one really hurt to see being spread. Oh. All right. So the answer you were looking for as to why they would put a Holocaust museum in Fortnite.
Do we have to just exist to like talk about the bad times that you personally weren't part of?
You have to like.
That's such a bummer to me.
If I ran a video game, let's say I took over Fortnite. I was raised Catholic. I'm not going to put priest fucking kids in it.
Okay, I've got Nordic background. Can you imagine if I just went around talking about how the Vikings raped everyone and like...
Yeah, stole all the beautiful women from
everybody.
Europe and moved them to Sweden.
I don't know. Like, what a bummer.
Right.
I must be real fun at parties.
Hey, I'm going to take all the most depressing shit about my culture and I'm going to shove it into all your fun stuff. That sounds like a good idea.
It's unnecessary, guys. Like, we understand your people went through some bad stuff. It wasn't okay. Like I said, I went to the Holocaust Museum. I bawled my eyes out for 2 hours.
It's a bummer. You put a big bummer in the video.
Do you know what I needed to do after that to like wash, like to clean the palette? I needed to go do something fun.
You know what they're doing?
It was such a depressing moment.
And somebody mentioned it in the chat. What they're kind of setting up here is they know how immature video game people are. So then they put this Holocaust Museum in Fortnite. So now when people like destroy it or vandalize it in Fortnite, then they can go, oh, look at all the anti-Semitism that's on the internet. And it's going to be just kids goofing around and fucking around because it's not real. But they're going to take it as, oh, the incidents of vandalism and anti-Semitic vandalism in Fortnite has gone up 280%. Yeah, like Triple N says, it's bait.
Yes, like all the kids out there, they're going to go storm the Holocaust Museum and destroy it.
Right.
Now they're all in trouble.
And not because they're anti-Semitic or anything else. They're just trying to be dicks.
Can we just go back to shooting people and knocking down people's forts and like saying I fucked your mom last night?
Building a trebuchet and calling you the N-word, you know? That kind of thing. That's what video games were supposed to be.
I'm trying to go back and think to that time in my life and think about how different it could have been with a Holocaust museum involved.
Yeah, because then people could have played the game less because they're just bummed the fuck out.
Just extra depressed, you know?
Yeah. It's,
guys, let's smoke weed and play Fortnite. And...
It'd be funny if there's
there's a Holocaust museum. What?
Yeah, there's vandalism in at the Holocaust Museum in Fortnite, but then somebody builds a giant Reichstag and just them and their buddies just guard it all the time so nobody can set it on fire.
Their new skins have swastikas on them.
Yes. That's what it is. Like Triple N said, it's bait. You're just going to cause people to be troublemakers because of this. Idaho CW says Fortnite tried putting an anti-racism video in the game on a video screen in the game. Can you just let people have fun? You know how you get rid of anti-Semitism and racism and all this shit? Like Morgan Freeman said, you stop talking about it. Let people do their fun things and have their fun stuff.
Now?
I guess.
Come on.
I get,
Are we really having fun unless there's a Holocaust involved?
That's true. Unless we can get a Holocaust museum in there. I mean, it's
Holocaust.
It's not fun. I thought this was a really interesting article as we continue on today. By the way, 170 away from today's goal, about 25 minutes away from rattling this here offering plate and seeing if we can get down to that $0 level. 170. Not very far away. Void says if you are male and over the age of 25 and still play video games, you are. What is wrong with the world? Oh, shit.
I know some people who need some wake-up calls.
I tell you what, I still turn on MLB 2017, the show, from time to time.
Yeah, I guess you're not excluded, are you?
I guess I'm not excluded. God damn it, what have I done?
It's trying to rain outside. That's kind of big news here.
I just wanted to try and build a Twins franchise that I could be proud of. The Big Apple, New York City, not going well. A lot of crime, a lot of problems, a lot of issues, a lot of rats. Yeah, just a lot of bad shit going on.
Can't bake our pizzas in charcoal ovens.
Can't do coal ovens anymore.
Doesn't taste the same.
Well, the hard times, Daddy, is now starting to hit the Hamptons. The Hamptons residents are starting to ask, is it really that great here or should I leave? Now, look, New York doesn't give a fuck if a bunch of people in studio apartments in Queens start leaving. They don't give a shit. But you see a few of these taxpayers in the Hamptons start leaving, and there's going to be a lot of people in state and city government going, hey, what the fuck are you guys going to do about this? We're losing our tax base here. You know what the property taxes are on those Hamptons houses?
Whatever it is, it's too much.
Howard's going to go to Florida, and we're going to be fucked. The auction to benefit Southampton Hospital in Stony Brook on Saturday brought out billionaire hedge fund manager John Paulson, businessman and investor Howard Lorber, real estate developer David Levinson. Stop. God, I'm not.
Come on, you got a few more names in you.
Supermarket magnate John Castamatidis, and former Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross. Paulson, who has a home on the Upper East Side, lamented the lack of enforcement after witnessing his local drugstore get ransacked by a shoplifter. Here's what I say to these people living in the Hamptons, though. Fuck you. Because while this shit was happening in the city for the last 7 or 8 years and shit started to fall apart there, you guys locked yourselves in your nice neighborhoods and your gated communities and you went, oh, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
La, 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 la.
I don't see it. Can't see it from my house.
Blinders.
Now it starts happening to you, which is when it's kind of too late. And now
it's for sure too late.
Yeah, and now you want something done about it. Now it's happening in the Hamptons, so now you want somebody to address it. Thanks a lot, fuckface. Meanwhile, these rich people do vote for the shitheads who cause these problems. Believe me, these are not like the Republican type rich people.
I was going to say, like, are you sure the rich people in New York are the ones voting that way?
The Hamptons people are some of the guilty, rich, white liberals.
Like Howard Stern, I suppose.
Yeah. So these Hamptons people helped create this problem. Then they ignored it forever and ever. But now it happened at a place near them, so they're going, well, somebody should do something. Yeah, shouldn't they? He told the outlet he watched someone empty the shelves at the Duane Reade, fill a cart, and walk out without paying. New York City is definitely deteriorating the quality of life and the quality of services, said Paulson, who made a fortune shorting the housing market before the subprime mortgage disaster in 2008. Now, shorting the housing market basically means this asshole, and this is fair to do. I don't think he's evil for doing this. A lot of people do think people like this are evil.
Okay.
All he did was make financial bets against the housing market, basically saying this can't hold. I think it's going to collapse, so I'm going to bet the collapse. I'm going to invest in a manner that will reward me greatly if the housing market falls apart. Now, the problem with guys like this is not that they made a fortune doing that. They were observant, they saw the market, and they made a smart investment. The problem with guys like that is they never bothered to tell anybody else about it.
Right, they kept it to themselves.
Right, they're like, this housing market's going to fall the fuck apart. I'm going to make millions off of it. And then it was like, hey, did you think you could maybe tell the people who have 401ks and like people who maybe work for your company and shit like that, maybe give them a little bit of a heads up? Well, if I give them a heads up, the fall might be a little more gradual and I might not make as much money as quickly. These hedge fund managers are scumbags. Everything they did was legal. Everything they did is, it's by the book. It's okay to do it, but it's just a morally scummy way to be. That guy's worth $3 billion. He bought a home in Palm Beach in 2021, joining thousands of New Yorkers who have bought a home in Florida since the pandemic. Right. All these people were like, oh, we need to lock down. Oh, this pandemic is terrible stuff. And then they all went and bought houses in Florida where there were no lockdowns.
Yeah.
Pieces of shit, man.
But then, can you really blame them? Or is it the stupid people who are looking at, the shit in clear sight? It's clean as day. They can see it, and they're not putting two and two together.
Personally, my opinion...
It's time for guillotine. It's time to raise the boys. It's time to sharpen the blades. We just can't take this anymore. It's nothing personal. We gave your way a try. We're sorry, but you at the top all have to die.
When you hear about shit like that, it does bring back visions of the French Revolution. Last year alone, some 65,000 people from New York decamped to the Sunshine State, attracted by year-round warm weather, lower taxes, and relaxed COVID regulations. Lorber, the chairman of the Douglas Elliman Realty Company, told Bloomberg that he knows of some 24 wealthy friends who have made Florida their legal residence. New York City is going to become the #1 second home market to the world, he said. Castamatidis warned that more New York blue bloods will flee the city if we don't fix New York fast. Would you guys care to help? I mean, at least Bruce Wayne lifted a finger to make Gotham better.
Right.
You know?
I mean,
Sure would be
nobody
nice.
wants to do the lifting.
Yeah, it sure would be nice if you guys would just stop picking the bones of society for your millions of dollars and maybe help put some meat on it. That would be nice. I love the guys who made their fortune betting against the housing market, betting that people's lives would be crushed and their houses would be foreclosed on. These guys are now giving us the rah-rah, we're all in this together, we got to help fix this thing, as they run to Florida and make their billions from betting against people's mortgages. Yep. Just wonderful to listen to these people castigate us after you advocated for us to be locked down. You invested based on lockdowns. You probably made a fortune during COVID, and then you hightailed it off to Florida, and now you want to tell us that it's all hands on deck.
And their mentality too is like, well, like when people bitch about what they have, like, well, you could have done it too.
Here's
Like,
Castamatidis. Look at this fucking slob.
Ugh.
Just grease stains on his shirt. A big fat fuck.
God.
He's literally a fat cat.
Supermarket mogul. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Right?
Boy, how did they make any profit with him raiding the shelves?
He does not deserve a wife that good looking.
Well, billions of dollars will do that.
Do you think that's a very sexual relationship they have?
I'm going to guess that probably not. Probably not.
Oh.
Cocktiff says they can all fuck off. We hate you, Jersey and Philly too. Oh, boy. Friendo says, when I hear blue bloods, I always imagine the people being discussed are horseshoe crabs.
That's kind of fun.
Hobo Chili Recipe saying he's me in 10 years. What? No.
No.
I'm not even Greek. I can honker on that guy, though.
Yeah, that was a big old
He looked like a
schnoz.
blobfish. He did.
No,
had-
he looked like that guy in Star Wars in that one bar. With the
Oh, he looked like the "You'll be dead." That guy, or the
Maybe-
guy
yeah,
playing
might
the
be it.
the guy playing the
I don't
instrument.
know. They all kind of blend together.
Oh, he did not look good. We got about 20 minutes till we rattle those cans, boys and girls. 170 away from knocking it out today.
It's pouring out
Oh
there.
man, the sky just opened up.
Our yard sure needed it. Do you know that we're actually considered to be in a severe drought here?
Oh, that is very educational.
Yeah,
Thank you.
It ain't good.
What are we doing for overtime today if we knock out that last 170?
Sex. Sorry.
3 dudes with a view.
Sex.
That's what sex.
We're doing 3 dudes.
We're
with
doing
a view.
3 dudes with a view. That's where you
Strip
fuck.
view.
That's where you fuck 3 guys on a terrace. Is what that is. Teen girl. You know what? This is too much of these New York bummer stories. I'm gonna separate these a little bit because now we have a fucking Asian hate crime on the subway. Some black girl just came up and started beating the living shit out of an Asian person.
Don't mention that it was a black assailant, though. We won't want to talk about it.
We just want to say
there was a hate crime.
there's an increase in anti-Asian hate crimes.
Because COVID's coming back.
Yeah. COVID's coming back, and now there's an increase in anti-Asian hate crimes, so we got to look out for that. If you feel like chipping in a membership or a couple bucks over on PayPal or Streamlabs, please do. 170 away from today's goal. Thank you, boys and girls, for contributing to Steel Toe. There it is on Rumble as well. All right, let's go to this next one. Apparently, there's a guy in Asheville, North Carolina, who just wanted to whip his dick out and break into people's houses.
That sounds like fun.
He didn't want to hurt anybody.
It's just dangling.
Yeah, he didn't want to go in and steal all your shit and, hold you at gunpoint. He just wanted to whip out his cock, get naked, and nobody would look at his dick, so he just wanted to break into your house and show you something.
Well, robbing's hard work. You got to let that monster breathe sometimes.
You gotta let it breathe a little bit. It gets sweaty and you get stinky balls, and the person you're breaking into can smell you from a mile away. You don't need that noise.
Oh, God, and that is a unique smell.
Really? Well, I don't know. I mean, it's all of us can have it. I don't think it's just. I don't think it's just unique whose balls smell like that. But
Any apologies, unique.
Yes. All right, let's check this one out from Asheville, North Carolina.
Asheville police arrested a naked man they say was trying to break into homes in a West Asheville neighborhood on Friday night. Officers answered several calls from homeowners on Madeline Avenue around 7:30. Police located 30-year-old Ronald Billings inside a home under construction.
I just want you to see my dick.
Yeah, what if his dick's just really lonely? No one's serviced it in a while.
Even worse than that, what if he's got a medical condition and he doesn't know what it is? Maybe he's got a lump on his cock and he's like, will somebody look at this for me? I don't have health insurance.
Maybe it's just too big to fit behind the zipper of his pants.
Yeah, he's thinking there's got to be a tumor or something in there. Usually a dick fits in your pants.
The doctor looks at it with amazement and he's like, no, son, you just are well endowed.
You've just got a giant cock, son. Sorry. Would you like to fuck a grocery store CEO's wife? She just seems remarkably unpleased.
He was taken into custody and faces several charges, including felony indecent exposure, felony breaking and entering, and first-degree trespassing. Billings is in the Buncombe County Detention Facility on a $70,000 secured bond.
You know, I feel like that's egregious for a penis swanging.
For just having your dick out at a house under construction?
Nobody's there. It's under construction.
Right, yeah, you're not hurting anybody.
Yeah, if nobody's home, it doesn't matter if your snooch is hanging out.
Yeah, you're going to have your dick out at a construction area. And like sometimes those houses, the floors aren't even finished. So maybe it's dragging in the dirt and now he's got sand on his cock.
Smells like wood everywhere. It's just kind of erotic.
Who's the real victim here? Who's the real
That
victim?
house baited him in there.
Yeah, and then he baited in it.
I hope so.
It all works out.
He'd be part of the concrete later.
Let's go ahead and talk about this one. April's a big animal person. April loves animals. She is a big fan of the animal kingdom. And this next story in Texas, you love horses, right?
I adore horses.
You love
My
horses.
favorite animal.
All right. Well, let's go to this story in Texas and see what April's reaction to this whole thing is. Aw, April, look at that. Look at the start of this one. Don't read anything. Just look at the puppy. Isn't that nice?
That looks like it's just a little wiener dog puppy.
Look at that puppy on this. So what do you think this story's about?
Oh, he probably smells like a puppy.
Yeah, what do you think this story's about?
I'm trying not to read.
Okay.
I'm guessing since you're setting it up this way, it's going to be something horrific.
No.
Somebody killed that puppy.
Look at that puppy. It's fine, clearly, in this picture.
Wiener dogs, 2 cats, love animals.
Austin Mays holds a special place in his heart for animals. So what the landscaper saw last weekend at this house in rural far northeast Collin County.
Okay, you see that house? I mean...
looks decrepit. That's a barn, by the way.
What do you mean? It's a house. It's got house windows.
Look how overgrown things are. The fencing looks rough.
Okay.
County
it looks abandoned.
left him feeling like this.
Made me want to throw up.
Mays and his crew had come to the house to do cleanup.
You don't think that pool has been taken... You don't think that pool's been taken care of?
I wasn't even looking at the pool. Everything else, it blends in with the grass.
You don't think that looks good?
No, it looks like nobody's lived there for 20 years.
Oh, okay. So if there's any animals there, you think they're doing all right?
Oh, my God.
No. The resident told him they might find a dead dog.
But she didn't tell us about
So they go there to do house cleanup. I want you to remember this. They go there to do house cleanup, mow the lawn, pick shit up.
He's not doing a good job.
Cleaning company. Well, you'll find out why he can't. And she says, hey, by the way, really feel bad about this, but it's a country home. You might find a dead dog. Remember, they said you might. That's it. They warned them about a dead dog.
Don't you hit play yet. If I've got dogs, I know which dogs I have. I know how many. I know their names. I know where they're at, right?
Okay.
I grew up in the country. You have dogs outside. You make sure you know where those dogs are.
This woman lost her dog.
You lose your dog, you go find your dog.
You get your ass out there and you find that fucking dog.
That's it until you can't walk anymore.
All right, let's check it out.
Dog.
But she didn't tell us about the 30 other dead animals out there.
In fairness, she did tell him about the dog. But if you tell the guy that you're probably going to find 30 dead animals out there, they're probably going to make some calls. You're is April going to cry? 30 dead animals. Oh, boy, just wait. If you're already tearing up, this one's going to fuck you over.
As we were cleaning up, we got to the back side of the house and seen a bunch of cages and animals. I mean, just animals everywhere.
He took videos to document it. Videos we had to blur because the images are too graphic.
My God.
Every single cage out here has got a dead animal in it. Every cage. There's a dog pen in there with a dead animal in it.
And the smell.
Horrible. Well, I mean, as soon as we pulled up, you could smell it coming through the vents of the truck.
He called his...
You pull up in your yeah, like those cages with dead animals in it, they've got to reek. That pool's got to smell like shit.
You couldn't just let the animals roam free and have somebody find them someday? You couldn't give them a chance. You just had to lock them in a cage until they die?
I mean,
this is the worst type of person. I hate people like this more than I would hate a Nazi. And I mean that because you literally locked a living being in a cage until it just died. You couldn't even just let it roam free.
I got to tell you some things about the Nazis then that you might not have known. They did their fair share of locking things in cages until they died.
I get it, but they're few and far in between now. This didn't need to happen.
This is a bigger modern threat is what you're saying.
Unnecessary.
Oh.
Literally, you locked something that was helpless in a cage until it died.
You're saying in the last 5 years, these people have killed far more animals than Nazis have killed Jews?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. And remember, you said it looked like nobody had lived there in years. They were still living there. And how many animals have to die on your property before you call a cleaning crew and go, you guys should get out here. This one got away from me a little bit.
I want you to understand, they locked countless animals in cages and watched them die.
That is a little, that's pretty fucked up.
That
and
is
sick.
the worst type of person I can imagine.
I don't understand, but like I can see point A to point B how like people end up with 10 dead cats on their property. Like you have a couple of cats, you let them out, they get fucked by a stray, they have kittens, and then all of a sudden they're like, it can get away from you quickly. I understand that. And maybe throughout the yard you might find some scattered dead cats. Okay, it's still gross, but at least there's a logic and a rhyme and reason. When you're just locking animals up and fucking off and they die, that's really weird.
I've rescued a malnourished horse before. I've talked about this several times. This person on my mom and I were on our way home. They have a sign at the end of their driveway, a big ratty farm. Pretty ugly, worse than this. But at least they put a sign on the end. I can't feed my animals. Take one. Take them all.
Yeah.
These people just locked him up for death.
His boss, Mace, told him they couldn't finish the job.
That's when I took videos and just to make sure that something happens with these people. There's like 3 more over there.
Mays also called the sheriff's department.
Well, yeah.
Deputies got a seizure warrant. The sheriff's department says investigators found the remains of 12 horses and 24 dogs.
12 dead horses. Big animals, you might think. Take up a sizable amount of space. Reek to high heaven. How are they living in this house?
I don't know, because they're psychopaths.
It's like the John Wayne Gacy basement.
Yeah. You're a psychopath. That's the only way. There's got to be part of you that likes this. Like, you can only live there with that watching death happen and smelling death if you like it.
I think there's more than that. I mean, underneath, maybe buried. I mean, they've got to have a lot of animals out there.
Investigators also seized living animals. 2 dogs, 2 horses, a cow, a lizard, and a snake.
You had a fucking cow? You got 12 dead horses, but somehow you're keeping a cow alive?
Just eating whatever it can.
Holy shit.
They're being cared for by animal control. One person's been taken into custody on an animal cruelty charge.
Hopefully something's done with, everybody that's in that house.
And this animal
I've got
lover
a
will never
solution.
forget what he saw that day. And he'll hold his animals even closer. In Collin County, I'm Tanya Iser.
Maybe that person should see how he likes a cage and no food.
Yeah, just lock them up in solitary, see if you can break them. Yeah,
Watch him beg.
MSO says cows with guns. You almost should arm them. Like, they do need to be able to defend themselves in this situation.
If you don't want to feed it, just set it free. Somebody will find it.
Yeah, give it a fighting chance.
Give it a fighting chance. Don't leave it locked up.
Right. Yeah, 36 dead animals. And then that guy going, yeah, there's more.
100%. They probably got sick of burying them.
But how do you get that many in the first place? Okay, like 12 horses. How do you end up?
Like it.
How do you end up with 12 horses to let them die?
You're mentally ill.
Oof. It's an expensive mental
It's like
illness.
hoarders. They were hoarding animals and then just killing them.
170 away from knocking it out. We got about 5 minutes until we rattle the old offering plate here and try to knock out this last 170 today. 3 dudes with a view is for overtime if we get there. You guys really got down to that 170 quick. We've stalled out a little bit, but we got the big rally coming in a few minutes. We've knocked out every goal this week. We've only got 2 left after today. We got the evening show, and we've got tomorrow with Corey. So let's go ahead, chip in, throw a couple of bucks in, and in 5 minutes we'll rattle the cans, rattle the offering plate, play the music, and see if we can hammer this thing out. Real quick, let's watch this New York City tourist fucking, what would you call it? Not tourist, subway beating. Like, this is so awkward because you see someone getting the shit smacked out of them in public. And you see that, what do they call it? Bystander syndrome or whatever it is. Everybody should be jumping on the person, hitting this person, and stopping them. But everyone thinks someone else is going to do it, so they sit there and watch.
And they film it.
Yeah, and yeah, some of them even film it, which is really shitty. We got a little ad here, and then we'll be able to play the story. God, just these news places now and the shitload of ads that they play. How do I even close this one?
I guess you have to book a flight to Milan.
I don't want to book it. Look at what I'm dealing with here. I don't want to book a flight to Milan.
They've hidden the X somewhere so carefully that you can't find it.
Let me get the fuck out of here, please. Oh, here we go. All right, now I've got it. Oh man, thought I was gonna have to go to Italy to see this story. Jesus. I knew it was going to get bad, so I took my phone out to document it. Oh, okay, so this girl goes to block this guy from filming. No, how about you go to your friend and you tell her not to be a piece of shit? That would be good.
But we can't do that now.
Oh, dude, this is gonna...
Mr. Mustard Pants guy.
I mean, hopefully Mustard Pants hangs in there when she starts attacking the Asian woman and defends her honor. But if I'm in this situation, I'm the Asian woman, and I see Mr. Mustard Pants come in to help me, I'm like, I don't have a lot of confidence that this guy's going to see this through.
He's about to be Mr. Custard Pants.
Yeah. I shit myself.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Yeah. He already sat down. Somebody hit her. Would somebody just knock her the fuck out? There's a little girl here clinging to her dad now.
This is terrifying.
Because she's scared. Would somebody clean up this fucking city? Do you want Bernie Getz? Do you want, what were they, the Guardian Angels? Because this is how you get the Guardian Angels. This is how you get men in red berets beating the shit out of people on the subway, because people are going to have enough of this shit.
I don't understand the entitlement to think you can just be this aggressive.
Because nobody holds you accountable. You're never arrested, and if you're arrested, you get released. Everybody just lets you run wild on the subway. Stop the clap talking. I would smash you.
Oh, fuck you.
Oh, so this woman comes over and hits him. A brawl breaks out as bystanders try to prevent the family from getting hit. My journalistic instinct made me hit record again. The girl ran over and dragged me by the hair to the floor and hit me a few times on the head until I was able to roll away. You know, fuck you and your journalistic instinct. This is just you being a coward and hiding behind your camera. Get in there and help break this up. You can tell the story. You can make a video vlog afterwards. God, I hate that. My journalistic instinct made me hit record.
Right, that's pretty gay and cowardly.
Yeah, you're cowardice.
I wonder if people are afraid that if they don't catch it on camera, nobody will believe them.
I would have no problem believing this. Is that woman holding a baby? Everyone exited the car at the next stop. I was able to connect with the mom to share these videos to file a police report. What an awful and scary incident to endure for the family and for everyone on the train. Really grateful for those who tried to intercede. Stop Asia. Spread awareness of Asian hate crimes. How about just people acting like fuckheads on the subway?
Yeah, I don't think that started as an Asian hate crime. I think that started as somebody got bitchy and started yelling, and the Asian lady started to film. And it turns into an Asian hate crime because that lady had a phone.
But again, New York, like you guys, you're either going to have to move or you're going to have to do something about this because clearly your city has shown that they're not doing anything.
Why do people want to live like that?
Yeah, it's terrible. By the way, there's the Rumble thing came through. There it is. Yeah, that's the Rumble thing I was talking about.
I thought somebody donated that amount.
No, they sent it in, and it finally got there. So thank you very much.
I almost shit my pants.
All right, boys and girls, we got to play this music. We got to see if we're doing overtime today, and if I got to open the Three Dudes with a View podcast.
Just open them.
And see if we're doing that today. All right, 170 away. You see the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal. And by the way, Huge, you came in here kind of really aggressive towards this program, and now here you are contributing. Look at you being a cool guy. Thank you, Huge. All right, we're going to fire up the music. We are an e-beggar show. We are a show that only runs on listener donations. Those daily goals reflect how much it costs to keep this thing going. But as a reward, if you guys are generous enough and we knock that out, we add an extra 30 minutes onto the end of the show, and we wrap up in 38 minutes instead of 8. So let's fire up the music. April, show them the lovely offering plate we have.
This is what we got to fill up, guys.
Guys, let's fill up that offering plate, and let's have ourselves a great rest of the show. Fire away. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube. Three Dudes with a View are on deck. If you want to chip in, there's all the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. Who's going to start the rally? I know we got a little bit of a delay here, so we're going to sit here awkwardly for a few seconds.
I'm just shaking.
But April's shaking the offering plate. Fill it up, ladies and gentlemen. Holy hands to the sky. Testify for Steel Toe and fill up that offering plate. Do it for the dead horses, says MSO.
Aww.
There you go.
Do it for me and my therapy.
Do it for April and her trauma.
I can't have dead horses.
Her trauma from seeing those dead horses all over the goddamn place. Who's going to start off the rally today? 170 away from knocking out today's goal. And we've got 7 minutes to knock this thing out. Are we ending early today? We've hit every goal this week. We've got today, we've got tonight, and we've got tomorrow with Corey. That's all we've got left, and Friday is just anniversary day. So let's knock this one out, and we'll be that much closer. Who's going to be first? Rumble, PayPal, Streamlabs. That's the quickest way to do it. YouTube, let's get in there. 170 away. Let's make that money and keep Steel Toe going. April's literally shaking. Look at this.
Just for you.
Fill up that offering plate. Testify to the glory and magnanimousness.
I want to eat today.
Of Steel Toe. Come on, boys and girls. You guys have been casually knocking it out all morning.
I'm overworked this week. Do it for me.
Now let's lean the fuck in. 5 minutes to go. Oh, no, not quite 5 minutes.
A long time to shake.
Almost, yeah, April's got 5 minutes of shaking to go to knock out this 170. This is the fundraising part of the program.
We should get you a shake weight.
5 minutes to go, just so we can get those arms in shape to rattle the offering plate. Joe Smash is going to start it. He says, here's to 3 dudes and a Jew. No,
Nice.
3 dudes and a... Well, anyway.
Thank you, Joe.
165 away from nailing it. Thank you very much, Joe. So Joe's starting the rally today. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, I hope April gets carpal tunnel from shaking with those extremely weak wrists. You have bird bones, April.
Cruel.
Corn Diff with a whopping 99 cents. All that all together, down to 160.
Thanks.
For today. Thank you very much, Corn Diff. 160 away from hitting. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. Lady Babylon with $5. Thank you very much, Lady Babylon. And now we're getting to striking distance. 155 away from it. 155 away from nailing this thing and doing overtime. 3 dudes with a view for overtime. 4 minutes to go.
You should try shaking it like this. It'll really firm this up.
Here, let's take a look. Here we go. Come on. I'm shaking coins all over the place. Fill this offering plate up.
One arm.
Here we go. Union Jack gifting 5 memberships. That's going to drop it by another 10, so we're in striking distance. 145 away from today's goal. G-Screen, MN Welder, Vanilla Sky, Benny Omega, all getting memberships. Do it for Geno's liver, says MSO. Do it for Fred. Do it for Limp. Do it for Rock. Do it for Rap. Do it for Kids. Do it for Jay-Z. Do it just to do it. He ain't going to hit you back. He's nothing. All right, guys, let's keep her going.
Breaking a sweat over here.
Make it the Streamlabs. Make it the PayPal. 145 away from today's goal. It's been going. Let's keep her going. The rally is in place. 3 minutes to go before we run out of time. $2 from Hobo Chili Recipe says, also, Aaron is a lard ass. Go get stuck in the bathtub, you whale. I've never had nicer fans.
I want you to know I don't think you're a lard ass.
I've never had nicer fans in all my life than guys like Hobo Chili Recipe. Thank you, buddy. 145 away. Let's do it. Everybody gang up. Hold that goal down and fuck it in the butt and the mouth. Let's do this thing, guys.
Like 3 dudes would.
Couple of bucks to throw in. That's all it's going to take. 2.5 minutes left. Caliente with $4.99 says, for all of April's hard work cleaning this week. There you go.
Thank you.
140 away. Testify, brothers and sisters. The E-Beggar Church of Steel Toe needs you now so I can afford a new jet on my plane. Beldrain with $5 simply says, Erica, 135 away. See, it's getting there. That number's shrinking.
And ciao,
Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble. We can do this. Everybody gang up on that goal and let's knock it out. Michael Walleen with $9.99 says 3 dudes, 1 cup. All right, there's that.
No more of that shit.
I don't think that's the name of the show. 1:30 away. 1.5 minutes left to go. We're getting down to miracle time to fill up that offering plate. Minute and a half to go. Carlos says, give them your poor, your tired, your huddled Google Play points.
Yeah.
Yearning for the goal. Throw those Google Play points at us.
I'll take shekels.
Huge says, I'm getting close. Slow down, girl. MSO says, April's Fairy Godfather. Yeah, April's Fairy Godfather would come in great right about now.
I don't want like Fairy Godfather coming.
Would guarantee overtime. Well, guess what? Aaron's cousin's neighbor's glue factory. Can I get an amen? $100 from him. Thank you very much. And Kevin K with $10.
Thanks.
So you guys are doing overtime today. We're $20 away from today's goal. Thank you very much to the glue factory, my cousin's glue factory next door.
Yes, thank you.
$20 away, 40 seconds left.
I need my money back.
$5 from Lady Babylon, $15 away from today's goal. You guys are almost there. Jizzing money all over the place during the can rattling segment. Look at this. April's dropping coins all over.
Money. I lost money during this endeavor.
Oh, $15 away. 20 seconds left to get that last 15 in. Otherwise, you guys have a half hour to do it. Mike David's uncut wiener. He is Jewish. How much would you take to paint my shit all over April's face? I don't know. If you were funnier, I might name you a price, but
I have no price for that.
I don't know. Kind of just shocky and hacky, to be honest with you.
I gotta say, I don't take shit on the face. So.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, and done. All right. We're going to do overtime because we're inside of $50. We're 15 short in total, but I think we'll knock that out in no time. $15 away from this morning's goal. Thank you, Rumble. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, PayPal. Thank you, Streamlabs. Thank you to everybody in the Steel Toe audience for contributing to this program. Into the 700s today. Appreciate that. Very, very nice. All right. Mike David's uncut wiener. Yeah, you're just kind of what do you call it? A try-hard? You're not really a funny guy. You're not like Hobo Chili Recipe, who's fucking, funny. You're just kind of cringe and
clearly
try hard.
Obsessed with me.
But then again, everyone from that universe is kind of cringe and try hard. They're all kind of private school Jewish kids who never really learned what funny is. So it's a little tragic. But thanks for stopping by, buddy. All right, let's do. Let's get to 3 Dudes with a View podcast. Now we discovered these guys from Front Porch Radio, which sounds racist.
How did we find them again?
They did a show. Where their podcast better not be down.
Oh, there it is.
I know, but they better not have gotten fired for their. Oh no, good. So there was that Klan. Somebody put
That one clan.
The clan promos. What would you call those? That they hung up on that food truck outside a church?
Flyers.
Flyers, thank you. The black-owned food truck outside the church, they put this big KKK thing on there, and 3 dudes with a view covered it, and they got like in shit locally because they were almost defending it. They were like, oh, no, I don't think this is a real thing. I don't think this is that bad of a deal. And then one of the hosts said something about the vice president called her buckwheat. Said that Kamala Harris's name was buckwheat, and then that became like this national controversy from this local show. And what was really funny about it is that everybody who knew that station, this little station, they were like, yeah, that's how they talk. That's what they do.
Mm.
But then nationwide, there were blogs about it. They're like, can you believe what this guy said? He called her buckwheat. And like that outraged people. But anyone who knew that show was like, no, that's just kind of their thing.
Just what happened.
So we've been checking in with them periodically ever since. And I got to say, their show is a fucking hoot.
Yeah, they're fine, right? They're fun.
They're Kentucky. They're just Southern hillbilly rednecks saying whatever they want about what. I mean, I could listen to these guys talk about the local school board meeting.
Yes.
For 20 minutes. They're just so interesting. Even the liberal on this show has the hillbilly accent, so it's weird to hear him say, now, I think y'all are being intolerant of Muslims and blacks, and I think that this kind of intolerance just makes us all down here in the South look bad, and it contributes to stereotypes, and we don't need that kind of talk because it's 2023, and that ain't at all progressive. Before I do play some clips of their latest shows, Delco Lou with $5 on Venmo.
Oh, thank you.
And Wild Card says, can't wait for Saturday and throws $10 at us. Boys and girls, today's goal
Same here.
has been knocked out.
Thank you.
It's over. Thank you very much. So all we have left is tonight and tomorrow morning. That's it. 2 goals left. Appreciate you guys very, very much. Press secretary. You're right, Trucker 18-wheeler. It was Corinne Jean-Pierre that he called buckwheat.
Oh, I thought that's what you said.
No, I said the vice president. That's my fault.
Oh, well, that...
Now,
no, never mind.
Now, wait a minute. We got some 3 Dudes with a View episodes. You have one titled No Guests on This Show. But then you have one that says with guest Debbie Matthews. Now, is Debbie Matthews the woman who was like defending the Klan flyers saying,
I think so.
I don't think it was real and this is bullshit.
I'd rather listen with her, I think.
You want to listen with Debbie?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what they're talking about on 3 Dudes with a View. This is their show from last Thursday. They got a whole intro.
Gentlemen, we went over the rules in the dressing room. I want to caution you to keep this fight clean at all times.
All right, we'll skip ahead.
State House representative from Knoxville, Tennessee. And she's been, she apparently is watching our show these days.
No, she obviously didn't watch it back when we were defending her and the other 2.
Uh-oh, so these guys are starting off this show hot. They've got a controversy.
There's a fight.
State representative now is shitting on them publicly. The other thing about these guys you have to that we absolutely love that you have to know about is that there's always these weird ambient noises in their radio studio.
I don't like it.
Like the last time we listened to them, there was construction going on.
Saw blades and stuff.
We heard saw blades. We heard not air compressors, but we also heard generators and
the air conditioning.
And the air conditioning unit. So these guys have a really awful audio setup.
Sounds like a zoo.
Let's check it out.
Based on some of the comments that she's made, but yeah.
She's running for Senate. She's running against Marsha. That's
so
why
she's posting nasty grams about 3 dudes on the...
yeah, but we don't want to,
Nasty grams.
I like that. She's posting nasty grams, talking shit about our program, about the 3 dudes. St. G with $25 says, if Shaka sang Erica would be the racist connotation of both canceling each other out. I don't know. You want to check it out on Rumble Friday, St. G? Remind me of that. $25 into this evening's goal. We're 25 ahead. Thank you.
Thinking about you 2 together just on Rumble. It's going to be
what, Geno and I?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a very fun show.
It's going to be a hoot, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hoot and a half.
I think Geno and I doing a show together on Rumble is really the only way for Geno and I to do a show together.
Does he get up that early usually? I feel like he's one of those that like has made fun of us for getting up that early.
We'll see. We'll see if he can make it.
I wonder if Keanu will sleep in.
We'll
See
throw
what
you and
happens.
Keanu on the show. We'll do the whole thing on Friday. Should I ask Geno if we can get the boss on the show
Yeah,
on Friday as an anniversary deal?
I would love that.
That would be lovely if we could get the boss on. All right. 3 dudes with a view. They're a little pissed at a state representative. It looks like we picked the right episode. She's talking shit about, and I love how they brand themselves like, hey, yeah, she was putting nastygrams up about the 3 dudes, and they're ready to go to war. I like this. I will just warn these guys as a former fellow radio guy, when the woman kind of wants to crack whip with you and kind of go at it, be careful because they can turn victim in a second. It can bite you in the ass.
Yeah.
Where's it being posted?
It was on her Twitter. This has been the last couple of weeks. But,
Okay.
Well, we appreciate you listening, Gloria.
Hey.
So is this more fallback from the buckwheat thing? More fallout?
I don't know.
All news is good news.
Our reach continues to expand.
I like these guys.
Yeah, here's Gloria's latest post. I think, I don't know why I didn't get the earlier ones that said, are they going to seriously keep going with this 2 tracks of justice bit? This is rich guys getting justice, which is rare. It's actually ending the 2 paths for justice. You clowns.
Is she talking about Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh boy. How do you think these guys feel about Trump?
I feel like they're pro-Trump.
You better not talk shit about our fucking president, you dumb bitch. I think that's how they're going to get fired, defending Trump.
Maybe.
Now, the guy who's chiming in from like the Zoom call that you can hear, he's the Southern drawl liberal. So he's going to be like the guy, he's going to sound like he's a Trump guy, but he's going to be shitting on Trump all the time. He thinks he's evil.
I mean, yes.
And she's right. And she's right.
Oh, my gosh.
Could you imagine paying like $20,000 a month to rent a house and not have a job and still make millions of dollars? I mean, it's unbelievable.
Is that what she does?
No, I'm talking about Hunter Biden.
Hunter Biden. Yeah.
but Mr. York won't say a damn thing about that.
That's what everybody says when it comes to like when Trump's going through shit. They're like, "What about Hunter Biden?" And then when Hunter Biden's going through shit, "What about Trump?" Like this is why we never get anything done and we never move forward anymore. It's because everybody's got their whatabouts, and it's like, how about we throw both of them in court? We treat them exactly the same and we let it shake out.
Yeah,
Trump's going into court. He's facing his charges. Hunter Biden's probably going to have to face his shit because the judge won't accept his plea deal.
They'll keep just the water under the bridge.
Find another judge.
Yeah.
One that will accept the deal.
Get me an unbiased judge.
This one's too biased.
Hey, no.
Hunter Biden.
Burisma, he made $83,000 a month.
But what about Jared Kushner making $2 billion from the Saudis? Y'all don't talk about that. What about
I need to know what kind of business.
Another $1 billion.
I love that. I love when he goes, "What about Jared Kushner getting $2 billion from the Saudis?" Which is true.
Yep.
And this woman, the Trump woman, goes, "Nah, I'd have to know what kind of business it was." And by the way, that is fair. But the minute the Hunter Biden laptop came out, I'm sure she didn't
Jumped on it.
I'm sure she didn't go, "Well, let's find out what Burisma was doing first." You know, she's right, but she's only half right. She's right about Jared Kushner. We should find out what that $2 billion was for. And with Hunter Biden, we should find out what he's getting paid for. And we did. He's getting paid to basically funnel money to his dad for Chinese and Ukrainian nationals, which is terrible.
And you haven't heard from Mnuchin at all. You don't talk about
So that was an investment. So the Saudis invested in something with Kushner for $2 billion. That's illegal. That's illegal. Is that illegal? Is that illegal?
Ivanka got $640 million.
See, here he goes. Hey, here he goes talking about the Trump kids. Just like remember
you guys. I mean, in fairness, you guys were talking about the Biden kid. You guys started this on the Trump thing, and then you went to Biden, and so now he's going back to Trump.
These people are passionate.
I love these guys. These guys do. No shit, these guys do an entertaining show.
Mm-hmm.
Remember a couple of weeks ago when York got on here talking about, I just think it's wrong that we talk about kids. Look, He just went from Kushner
to
yeah, and so is Hunter Biden, the crackhead Hunter Biden.
They were in the administration, Clayton. They were in the administration.
Hey, I'll make a bet. I'll make a bet with me. I'll make a bet with you, Mr. York. Joe Biden won't be the nominee for the Democrat Party in 24. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet?
Off your rocker.
What do you want to bet?
You're off your rocker. Look, you can disagree with him, sir, but I think to say that Joe Biden won't be the nominee makes you off your rocker is a bit extreme. I think it's a pretty reasonable take to have, whether it's going to happen or not.
Right.
Nice dress, by the way.
Thanks.
Gonna have to lift that up in the near future. See what's up.
God.
What do you want to bet?
I'll
What do you
take
want to
that bet.
You
I'll
think-
take the bet.
I guarantee you he will not be the nominee in 24.
No, Gavin Newsom will be the nominee, and how they snake it around, I don't know.
Y'all try to put all kind of people in it. Why don't you put somebody good in the Republican Party?
All right.
Y'all don't have a good person in the Republican Party.
they do, but your side is trying to eliminate him. And it's obvious.
You know what this show should be called? The Problem with America.
Right. It's just, or just anger.
I love them because they're just Southern guys just screaming at each other about politics. But I also I can also acknowledge that this is totally why we're fucked.
I want to hope that like these people can get off this show and like live a life where they don't yell and scream about politics.
Yeah,
but
like they hang out and stuff.
But I feel like they do.
Yeah. I agree with you. See, you just becoming a Steel Toe fan. He says too many losers need a hero and a savior. I agree. And that's not just Democrats. That's not just Republicans. Too many people look for these flawed elected officials and they're like, they're going to save us. They're going to rescue us. They're going to, be the answer. No, they're just going to be beholden to different billionaires. I would just like to pick someone. I know I'm getting basically one sponsored billionaire's project over another versus another. I just want the one that's going to try hard to reverse the shit that's going on now. Yeah. I know they're not working for me. I just want whoever they're working for's interest to align the most with mine so that I'm helped by proxy.
That's what anyone should hope for.
I'm not hoping for a government for, of, and by the people. That left us a long time. When they blew Kennedy's head off in Dallas, that went away. The government at that point, if it hadn't been already, was bought and paid for, owned by the CIA and corporations. You will do what we want you to do, or, let's go for a convertible
Careful,
ride.
the CIA will start yelling at you again.
That's true. It might yell at me.
Say you're spineless man.
Yeah, and I agree with Union Jack. That's the best we can hope for right now.
Yeah.
Is I hope that the billionaire who's funding you and that you're going to serve when you're in office has enough aligning interests with me that while you're helping him, I get to catch a little bit of, a little bit of ricochet of benefit from that. That's it. Let's continue on with the three dudes with a view arguing about Trump and Biden and just yelling at each other.
Trump?
Yeah.
Is the worst person, and not in as a president in this world. All the damn it.
You know how sick and demented you sound right now?
She leaves.
Golly, I'm you have the Trump derangement syndrome that you have is truly pathetic.
Okay, let me ask you something, guys. In all fairness, would you watch? What would you rather watch? Hannity with his CIA pin do the same song and dance every night, or just put a camera on these three guys and let them go?
These three.
I want to listen to
All day.
these three. I'd watch them on Fox News every goddamn night of the week.
They all make very good points. Like, this guy's Trump derangement syndrome is out of control. Like, you can't say he's the worst guy in the entire world. There's worse.
And look, like the liberal
But
guy, he's not making an ass of himself. I mean, the Jared Kushner $2 billion thing with the Saudis is bad. That shouldn't be allowed.
I agree.
But
Sure, the hate just seeps out of you, Mr. York. The hate spews out of your mouth when you talk about Trump. It's pathetic. It is so pathetic.
Bill Barr says that everywhere Trump went, he left somebody's life in shambles. He leaves a trail of human lives destroyed.
Do you know how?
Does he? I feel a lot more destroyed the last couple years here than I did with him.
If he does, I mean, could we get another president who does that, please? Because it was a lot better back then.
Right, maybe I liked the whippings back then.
By the way, are we saying that are we saying that a president of the United States has left broken bodies in his wake? Welcome to America. Name me a president that hasn't left broken bodies in their wake. They all do. They're all responsible for death and bombing and murder and killing and all kinds of dirty shit. That's why it's an awful office, and we should strip it of as much power as possible so they don't have that much influence.
That's 100% what I meant earlier, where I said I just don't get the absolute hatred of Donald Trump, because he might not be the best guy, but there's worse. I
Right.
never get that. Where did that specifically come from?
Yeah, I agree. As I go between this and the chat, Friendo is right. Although this conversation is mildly entertaining, it's also part of the problem. Too many opinions out there. I agree with him. These guys are the reason, but my problem is, and again, I agree with Friendo, on our show, we just watch it burn, right? We're like, we know this isn't going to get fixed. And if it's going to get fixed, it's not because we're doing a show.
No, we're not going to do anything.
So let's make our jokes. Let's watch it burn. Absolutely 100%. I agree with the ROTC boys on that. However, it is fun to watch the people who still have hope argue with each other like it's moving the needle.
Like you're doing anything.
Right, because they are so fucking invested in it. And I want these guys on the show, and I just want to go, hey, you, Mr. York, Trump, go.
Well, like you've said before, it's like it's mental masturbation at some point. Like you just keep saying the same point over and over with no change.
Right. Do you think that these guys who argue with each other every day finally are going to yell the same thing at the guy and he's going to go, you know what?
Get it?
You're right. I
No,
agree.
that's the definition of insanity,
Yeah.
you guys.
But it's entertaining.
Yeah.
You're deranged, Mr. York. I mean, it's crazy. That's
we
just
are going to
crazy.
get to the Trump
I'm
indictment.
awake.
We're going to get to the Trump indictment, and Clayton, I love it when you do get energized, though. But the
He loves him. You got his. Do you have his picture tattooed on your back like Roger Stone?
It's not that.
He just keeps taunting him. I love how the host tries to move on. He's like, all right, we're going to get into that, all of that. Do you have him tattooed on your back? Do you have him on your butt? You gay? Because he's like liberal, but he's still Southern. So he's like, you homo? Do you have Trump on your tattooed on your ass?
I thought that's something we all did.
Well, yeah, I thought we had to.
Yeah.
It's a miscommunication.
It's not that I love the guy. It's that the hypocrisy and the unfair treatment the guys receive from the Democratic media that's run by the Democrat Party and people like you. It's absurd. The hypocrisy when it happens on the other side, there's always an excuse. Just like you know when Hillary lost in 2016, it was because of the Russians. You know, but by God, in 2020, if you say that the election was stolen, you're un-American, or you know.
First of all, every time someone loses a close election, they claim it's stolen. It happens
I agree
every
with
time.
everything he's saying right now.
Yeah, like Gore claimed that 2000 was stolen. Trump claims that 2020 was stolen. Nixon claims that Kennedy stole the election in 68 or 64. I'm sorry.
But
God damn it, 1960.
I agree that the hypocrisy and the straight up injustice being done here like is more maddening than just the fact that it's Donald Trump. Like I'm not in love with Donald Trump, but if you compare the two families, the Bidens and the Trumps and stuff, and you're looking at all the shit the Trumps are being put through, it's clearly a miscarriage of justice here.
My thing with the Trump thing, though, my problem with Republicans is that they go, well, I want, they should be treating Trump like they're treating Biden. No, I disagree. I want it the other way.
Mhm.
I want Biden treated like, I want
Agreed.
Trump still treated the way he's being treated. He's a big boy. He can go through a trial. That's
He
totally
is.
fine.
He's doing it.
But I want everybody treated that way. And that's not what we have.
Yep.
Kyle says, I will trade your guy for our guy, Trudeau. I feel like neither of us are winning in that.
Hey, Trudeau is single, ladies.
By the way, Kyle,
men.
I appreciate the offer. I really do. But your guy and our guy, in my opinion, are paid for by the same people.
Hey, his guy's younger, though.
Okay, then I want our guy. Whoever's going to last the least amount of time.
Okay.
There. That's you got to keep your guy. But they're both paid by the same person. Black Malice says, here is money. You don't want me to fill the plate with my man juice. Thank you.
Speak for yourself.
$35 away.
Thank you.
From tonight's goal. Thank you. Or $35 into tonight's goal. That'd be fucking awesome if we were 35 away from it.
Right.
I think I made April a little horny with my dress comment, and I too got a little horned up by that comment. I feel like I should apologize to the group because I was distracted.
You want your plate piped down.
I want my plate piped down, if you will.
You're against democracy. It's insanity. It's hypocrisy at the high, and everybody sees it. Everybody sees how hypocritical you guys are. It's ridiculous.
Clayton, a simple answer. Don't commit crimes against the federal government.
Well,
oh my gosh.
We'll see how that works out, Miss York.
Yeah, but they all did it.
Yeah, they're all committing crimes against the
Right.
federal government.
Come on, Mr. Biden guy.
And by the way, committing crimes against the federal government, I thought that was my rallying
Which
cry.
one is the only one that there's proof of doing that?
I love how the guy who sounds most like the slaveholder is also the liberal guy. Like, well, then I guess technically he's within party limits.
I do hate listening to guys like him, though. It's just absolute delusion.
Should we fast
Spewing from
forward
him?
and see what they end up getting to on this show instead of
Yes.
fighting over Trump? Let's go to 22 minutes. Let's fast forward 15 minutes to see if they're still fighting about Trump on my new favorite show, Three Dudes with a View.
7 WKOM for information about free tickets. We have about 30
doing a
tickets we'll be
giveaway,
giving away
local
closer
radio.
to the show. So
Okay.
There we go. All right. Dude number 2, Clayton Harris. Morning.
Good morning, Del. Good morning, everybody.
Dude number 1,
Reintroducing
Mr.
everyone.
Jim York. How are you?
Morning.
Good morning, Dale. Good morning, everybody.
And regular special guest dude Debbie Matthews. How
Good
you doing?
morning. So good to be here.
Glad to have you. All right. Now, Debbie, you've been involved in some way, I think, in the sale of the Nelson House on North Garden.
What the fuck is this?
Here in Columbia. It's a beautiful old historic hotel.
So this is the other thing about Three Dudes with a View. They're also a one market local small market radio show.
They sound like they could be great at Tradio.
They'd be awesome at Tradio. They're probably really interested. Like if you live in that community and you want to hear more about like the crazy shit that's going on in your town, they probably would be remarkably entertaining to listen to. Like, I don't know what the Nelson House is.
They had an interracial marriage in their town, and suddenly the whole show blows up.
Dude, I heard that Wesley girl married that Negro, and I want to know what y'all think about it on the program. Well, I guess times are a-changing, but, you got to look out because sometimes they grape. It's like, well, now, Mr. Matthew, that is offensive, and that is not what they do. I'm sorry, I saw it in a movie, and I'm pretty sure that's the case.
Now they just all do that.
Yes.
It's been unoccupied for a number of years.
Yes.
I understand there's some real
Yes.
engineering or deterioration.
This fucking sucks. Let's fast forward another 15
Yes, this does
minutes.
suck.
I'm sure it's great for that community, but I don't give a shit. All right, another 15 minutes forward.
Democracy in this country.
Oh, he's great. Okay, I got to go back. The liberal guy's screaming again.
The fraud, graft, and bribes are swept away.
Are they
by
back on
two-
Biden and Trump again?
They can't help themselves.
They were talking about a Nelson House in the local community. I need to know how that got to Trump and Biden. So what were we at, 22 minutes? Let's go to 26.
Died for 2 weeks, I believe. So, yeah. It's one of the most historic. It was the last
Okay, so 26 minutes. We're still talking about the house. How about 28 minutes?
opening in October, so it's a couple of months away for that. But
Okay.
I got a sneak peek into that beautiful courtyard, and they've
Okay, so we're still talking about the house. How about
I want a sneak peek into that backyard.
how about the 29-minute mark? Where do they start screaming at each other again, and why?
peaceful and wonderful. And he said, if you go to the Capitol, be peaceful. There's even
okay, go
will be
about, people getting guns incorrectly.
where he falsified its applications. There were additional filings in.
And they've got the strung lights. It looks
Here
like
we
you're
go.
sitting in a Bavarian beer garden. It's awesome. So this is going to be great.
There we go. All right. Well, back on other news. There were additional.
You hear the creaky chair and
Yeah,
just
that is a chair. Okay.
and they go from this house and just a sloppy transition, like right back into yelling at each other.
Like a crashed Segway.
filings in the Hunter Biden case where he's, charged with 2 misdemeanors. And
Are you on a colonial era ship? Like it sounds like
hope
the
so.
creaking that ships made when they rocked in the ocean.
I want them to be on a
a
riverboat.
felony gun charge where he falsified its application.
So that's how we got back
to
on
buy a
Hunter
gun.
Biden.
Rallies where Trump spoke. Every
judge and jury and got arrested in doing time.
Because they went to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, don't dare stand up. Don't dare say that there's a problem here.
I mean, in Washington,
That's a total embarrassment to the world. We are an embarrassment to the world right
we're
now.
gonna
with
get
all
to
the
Jason.
shenanigans
All Democrats
that
think.
Hang on a
All
minute.
Democrats
Idle
think that
did.
we are.
hang on a minute. But, I mean, this, if you're conservative,
Old creaky chair is in there rocking back and forth.
Getting aggressive.
when you go to Washington D.C., you can. They can indict you for killing the Queen, who died of natural courses.
Natural courses. They died of natural courses.
The most natural of courses.
An 18-hole course, just totally normal. Couple par fives in there, nothing out of the ordinary.
It's natural.
Queen died on a natural course. God.
Of course, and then you'd be convicted of it. So that's just, doesn't matter.
R. Kelly got
breathing while.
R. Kelly pissed on some teenagers, and all of a sudden he's going to jail. What? Trump probably pissed on people.
It's a goddamn travesty.
Goddamn tragedy. I've been pissing on people my whole life. I love these guys so much.
Shouldn't do that.
I love them.
One time, Martha Stewart got indicted. Madoff got indicted for the things that they did. Chris Christie imprisoned Jared Kushner's daddy for the things he did.
Well,
now, if people
Kushner,
are
you
doing
mean?
things,
Krishna.
some people
No, he imprisoned Hari Krishna.
That's what I heard.
don't get off, but by and large, you have to pay the piper. If you're going to dance to the music, you got to pay the piper.
You got to pay the piper. He's absolutely right. Rowdy Roddy Piper.
We're getting too worked up here. We can't even talk straight.
I said the police officer paying for shooting her name at the Capitol that
You can
day.
get hard time for breathing while
Hard
a Republican
times.
in Washington, D.C. All right. Now, here's what's new in the Hunter Biden agreement, folks.
Now we're going to finally get to it after we yelled at each other for a few minutes. All right.
I do believe people their age maybe just enjoy yelling back and forth. Like it's something that brings them joy.
Just shitting on each other. We'll fast forward a little bit and get a little more fighting, and then we got to wrap up.
Swept away by 2 misdemeanor charges where he gets probation. Yeah.
$640 million by Ivanka Trump while in the White House doing business with the Chinese.
Here we go, right
Nobody
back to
says
the-
anything about that.
Didn't she have businesses with them? Wait, Jim. Did she have existing businesses worldwide before her dad was elected president?
She had businesses, but she escalated.
And then she stepped outside of those businesses, but they still operated.
If any of that was real, we'd say something about it, Mr. York. I mean,
well, it's all over the print. You don't read good print. You read slanted.
These guys are literally, I like it. They give their all. They lose their voice every day to do this show.
Literally lost his voice.
The liberal guy never loses his, though. He's always got it.
Hey, you talk more up here. It's not so deep in the throat.
That's true. Yeah, you don't burn yourself out. Huge says the sum of dumb piles high in the South. Yeah, I mean... Huge, you went through an experience today, and I'm glad you came out the other side as a fan, buddy.
Yeah.
We appreciate you being here. I hope the CIA has the same awakening.
I'm sure he's
eventually.
still here.
All right, guys, we got to get out of here. Thank you very much. I hope you were entertained by that overtime. I hope it was worth it. You guys ended up $35 into tonight's goal, which we appreciate too. 2 more left. Tonight and tomorrow.
Oh,
That's
yes.
it.
I will miss my morning show tomorrow and Friday, for God's sakes, to men.
Hey, we're getting close to the Saturday anniversary party, so we got to start ramping up the anniversary stuff. So Corey Adam is going to co-host tomorrow.
I'll be promoting on Keanu Cast tonight.
Keanu Cast on YouTube, and then Geno's going to be hosting the show with me on Friday with Keanu and April dropping by
Live
throughout the morning.
in-house.
Live in-house. April, thank you very much.
Thanks, boss.
To the rest of you, we will talk to you again